Next to me, Hursley women manager, Phil Green. Is that right, Phil? Is that the way to call you?
It's close enough.
That's close enough. Yeah, we'll do that. Hursley being a club, if you're not quite familiar with Hursley. I would say, Phil, probably best to describe Hursley sort of in between Southampton and Romsey.
Yeah.
Is that close enough?
Yeah, it's a Winchester.
Winchester based.
Winchester area, really, but right in the middle of nowhere.
So he knows his women's cricket. That's why he's here. Mel knows his women's cricket. I sort of, but not as good as them. Right, let me give you the two teams then. Let's give you the Vipers, as this is their home game. They've made a couple of changes, enforced changes, because of internationals coming up this week. No Danny Wyatt for the Vipers and no Charlie Dean. And into the side comes Emily Windsor, back from her 7-day rolling loan from the Lightning. And Nancy Harmon, locally of these parts, the leg spinner, she also comes into the Vipers side. So two changes, and they line up like this. Captain Georgia Adams, Maya Boucher, Ella McGacken, Georgia Elwis, Freya Kemp, Paige Schofield, Tara Norris, wicketkeeper Carla Rudd, Nancy Harmon and Charlotte Taylor. The South East Stars, they've made one change from the side that beat the Sunrisers last week at Beckenham, and you were there, Phil, so you'll know the South East Stars pretty well. That one change, no Phoebe Franklin at the top of the order. Alice Davidson-Richards, off 100 from the Test match a couple of weeks ago, comes into the South East Stars side. So they are Captain Bridie Smith, Alice Davison-Richards, Kira Chatley, the keeper, Alice Capsey, Alice Cranstone, Kirsty White, Grace Gibbs, Freya Davis, Alexa Stonehouse, Ava Gray and Daniel Gregory. That's how we're lining up here at Hove for this RACHAEL HEYHOE Flint Trophy. It's the second round of matches. And Phil, to me, this is... I know the Vipers have a great record in this competition, but I think the South East Stars, they're a good side in this, aren't they?
Yeah, they're certainly one of the stronger sides. As you say, I was at their game last week and they won very comfortably against the Sunrisers down at Beckenham. Batted well in depth. I think 3 or 4 of the players got 50s at the top of the order. And yeah, they looked a very strong unit all round. So I think it'll be one of the Vipers' tougher challenges today.
Yeah, they beat the Central Sparks last week up at the Foundation Ground in Edgbaston, just a couple of miles from where the test was taking place. And I think Central Sparks as well, Phil, will be one of those sides that will be there or thereabouts come the end of this trophy. Right, it's we've got Alexa Stonehouse to get things underway, and immediately the left-arm seamer is pulled around the corner, or clipped away from a full delivery behind square on the leg side, and it's Georgia Adams underway, and the Vipers are one without loss. This opening partnership of Adams and McGacken, that is a local partnership, isn't it? Both Sussex players. There's a few Sussex players in the Vipers lineup. And we've got Stonehouse again, left arm over, coming up the hill here. Bit of swing down the leg side, and not taken cleanly by Chatley, but that is most definitely a wide. Bit of swing there, Phil.
Yeah, we're in a good position here as well, aren't we? Almost directly behind the bowler's arm at the C end. And yeah, that's the sort of left arm angle that you expect. Yeah. You'll remember, Kev.
Oh, all those years ago. I'd love to have swung it as much as that. It's a bit like Tash Farrant, isn't it, really? Very similar, isn't it? She gets some swing, but she's injured. So outside the off stump, but that swung back a fraction, but a little too wide. And McGacken leaves that one alone. So the Stars in their familiar yellow tops with blue horizontal stripes going down as you get to the bottom of the top, and they're sort of, well, they're not light blue, well, they're royal blue trousers, I think it would be fair to say, and the Vipers in their familiar bright orange tops and dark trousers. Down the leg side again, swinging down the leg side, just struggling to get the line right there, Phil.
Yeah, it's the same as last week, actually. Alexa Stonehouse opened the bowling and struggled the same way with a few leg side wides, but she did come back well.
Played in the England A-side down at Arundel a few weeks ago in a warm-up against the South Africans. Didn't get any wickets in either innings. Comes in again, runs away from us and bowls. That swung, wraps McGacken on the pad. Try to work that away on the leg side. Most definite swing. I'll tell you what, she's swinging as the white ball as much as I've seen it swing this season.
Yeah, that was a much better line, wasn't it?
Yeah. not too many bowlers around the circuit, and I'm talking both male and female, can get the white ball to swing. Certainly not consistently, but even for an over or two, this is as much as I've seen.
Lauren Bell does, of course, quite a lot. As a right arm bowler, she swings it quite a bit.
She does, doesn't she? Yeah. She's not in the Vipers' side because, of course, the impending internationals, that's swung. That's nicely played by McGaggan out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. So we're at Hove, and there are other games going on in the RACHAEL HEYHOE Flint Trophy today. I'll just bring you where they're going on. Northern Diamonds taking on the Sunrisers at Headingley. That's swung again, but down the leg side. That's a wide. This could be a very long over. The Vipers move on to 4 without loss. And Western Storm are taking on the Central Sparks down in Bristol. A win, as I mentioned, for the Vipers last week against Central Sparks in a rain-affected game. And as Phil said, he was at Beckenham to watch the Stars beat the Sunrisers by 80 runs. Now, they're just having a chat here with Alexa Stonehouse. They're probably saying, just bowl the thing straight at the moment.
Yeah, it's giving the Vipers a bit of a start without having to do anything, really, isn't it?
That's right. It comes in again. That's short outside the off stump, cut by McGaggan, but fielded at point. They're going to come through for a single anyway, as it wasn't taken cleanly. And runs coming fairly easy, but mainly through the misdirection of Alexa Stonehouse. Only 18 years of age, still quite young. One of the few Kent players in the squad for South East Stars. 5 without loss, Vipers, and just 2 of those off the bat. I'm surprised, actually. I thought there was more wides than that. Stonehouse bowls outside the off stump, cut away, top edge, down towards third man. That didn't swing. Adams will pick up a single. And that will finally be the end of the first over. And the Vipers are 6 without loss, having lost the toss and asked to bat first. Why do you think the Stars put the Vipers in there, Phil?
It's interesting, isn't it? There's probably 2 reasons why teams insert nowadays. One is that they might think there's something in the wicket early on, but more likely, I think, is because they probably prefer to chase.
Yeah.
Ben Stokes' philosophy, if you like. That's what he said in the Test match.
Hang on, you're a bit caught up there. So if I just take your hand away there, because you're making quite a lot of noise. That's all right. Is that all right?
Okay.
Do you need that to sort of sit on your head better? Just push it up. Hang on, I'll tell you what to do. Hang on, just bear with me a moment. Right, Phil, let's just sort you out here a minute because it's making an awful lot of noise. So we're just going to do that. How's that? Is that better? There we go. Right, you're on.
So, yeah, at the other end, at the Cromwell Road end, we've got Freya Davis, who is in or around the England setup. Was in the squad for the Test match recently. Didn't quite make the final 11, but she has played some ODIs for England. Another local girl, as Kev was saying, it's a lot of Sussex contingent stay on both sides, really.
Is Freya Davis sort of down this way?
Yeah, Freya Davis, I think, is a Brighton girl originally. But, yeah, obviously plays for the South East Stars. Yeah,
It's taking a while here. What's going on here?
The umpires are conferring about... They're pointing to something over in the stand there. I don't know what that can be. Looks like they're pointing at the clock.
Well, the clock is showing 25 to 11, which is right, yeah. So hopefully that's not the problem. I'm just wondering, obviously nobody moving behind the arm because that's square, so there's no problem there. I haven't heard anybody shout out anything, so we haven't got anything wrong with that. There are a few people sitting out in the just about some sun. Now one of the umpires is walking off, so clearly something isn't right somewhere.
Yeah, it's very strange.
So we're going to get a break in play here for a while. The ball's a problem, thinks Melissa. Might very well be. The 2 umpires we've got today are Sarah Bartlett and Anthony Harris. The match referee is Alex Swan, who I saw the other day, actually. Where did I see him? That's Graham Swan's brother.
Yeah, he was the match referee at Beckenham last week.
Oh, was he there as well? Yeah, and he did a Hampshire men's game. It might have been here, actually, last Sunday. It was, yeah, the final group game. That's where I saw him. Now, somebody's come out. Is that with some balls?
Yeah, they've certainly brought a ball out. Usually they come out with a box choice, but I think they've just brought one out.
So was that because Alexa Stonehouse was swinging it too much. They're saying, can we have an older ball? Don't want you to swing that much, too much.
Yeah, Vipers asked for it changed.
Well, maybe the stars said, otherwise we'll be here till about 9 o'clock with that first over, which actually in the end only had 3 wides in it. But it felt like a few more.
Yeah, as I say, it's you really want to put the batting side under pressure at the start, and 3 wides just takes the pressure off, and they picked up a few singles as well. So you've got 6 on the board without really having to take any chance whatsoever.
That's right. Not too many balls that look like taking a wicket in that first over.
And now at last, I think we're going to have Freya Davis coming down the hill.
Over rate's pretty poor. 7 minutes into the game, 1 over.
Yeah, could be on the fine. Georgia Adams facing. That's just played out into the offside. Good length ball.
7 one-day internationals and 17 T20 internationals for Freya Davis. Part of the England A set-up in the winter down under.
Yeah, she's been around the fringes of the set-up for a while now.
26 years of age as well, Phil. I mean, that's getting,
Yeah, she needs to be making the breakthrough soon. Second ball of the over. And that's good length as well. Georgia Adams plays out on the offside, but for no run, fielded at point.
Ava Gray with the fielding there.
Yeah, Freya is a law graduate, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Went to Exeter University. I'm pretty sure she studied law, so probably has a second career lined up for later on.
Yeah. Surrounded by law students.
Yeah, worry. Freya in again. And again, on the money really there. First 3 balls of her over, and that's played into the covers again by Georgia Adams. Fielded by ADR, as she's known around the circuit.
Alice Davison Richards.
Yeah, who of course made a big impact on her Test debut a couple of weeks ago.
100.
Davies in again over the wicket. And that's a similar ball and a similar shot. Played out to Eva Gray again at point. And brought a bit of control back already here, the South East Stars, through Freya Davis.
Yeah, it's a much tighter over, isn't it?
Yeah.
But there's no swing. No swing or no seam for her, unlike Alexa Stonehouse. But at least it's line and length.
I think she's more of a seam bowler than a swing bowler, probably.
Yeah.
Trying to hit the seam, and so far she's pretty well done that. And again, it's the same sort of shot again, played out into the covers defensively. Plenty of time, of course, in these 50-over games. They have to adjust from the T20, don't they? And sometimes your mindset is still in T20 mode. But Georgia Adams is certainly quite circumspect at the moment, and why not?
Yeah. These two didn't face each other, did they, in the Charlotte Edwards Trophy earlier this year?
No, they didn't.
In separate groups.
Different groups, that's right. And again, played out deja vu really in that over, and it's a maiden, a good start from Freya Davis, and at the end of the over the Vipers are 6 without loss after 2 overs and nearly a quarter of an hour.
It could be a late one. In marked contrast to the first over, that was all line and length, and that was, as Phil says, a maiden. There was a bit of a breeze here, or there was actually. I'm just looking at the flag, the Sussex flag now to our right at the main scoreboard, and actually it's just started to blow again a little bit. It looks like what breeze there is going towards the sea, which is behind us. At the sea end of the ground, the bottom end of the ground, for those of you that know it, Stonehouse bowls again. That's swung, but it's on the line of leg stump, clipped away behind square by McGacken, no run. Fielded by Daniel Gregory. Very distinctive long 2 ponytails that she has. Very long, I mean, almost down to the bottom of her back. They get longer, I think, in the 3 years that I've seen her. I think they've got longer.
I just wonder how long it takes to do those every morning.
The plaits.
Yeah.
Gosh. Trademark for her, isn't it? That's worked on the leg side again. McGacken picks out Gregory on the 45. Horrible throw over the keeper's head, Chatley. Fortunately, the fielder is backing that up. I think that's Alice Capsey.
So annoying, isn't it, if that doesn't get backed up and it's just a giveaway of runs again, and we see that sometimes.
Yeah, I do, yeah.
Just a wild throw in for no reason.
In comes Stonehouse again, left arm over and bowls. That's way outside the off stump, and a diving stop by the keeper Chatley on this occasion. That was very wide. She's just struggling here, really. When she throws it out a bit further outside the off stump, it doesn't swing.
Well, first of all, as I said, she got the line right, really, didn't she?
Yeah.
It just swung a bit onto the pads, but that one was, well, as you say,
horrible.
It was very nearly a no ball because it was off the strip.
7 without loss, 4 of them are wides. All bowled by Stonehouse, who comes in again. Left arm over, runs away from us and bowls. That's a good line. Worked away in front of square this time by McGacken, who moves on to 2. Can't believe McGacken's still only 19 years of age herself. I remember interviewing her here 2 years ago in the RACHAEL HEYHOE Flint Trophy when she got a half century. 17 then she was.
Yeah, she's very well thought of at Vipers for obvious reasons, and I think she's got a 100 contract this year as well. So.
What, with the Vipers?
With Southern Brave, yeah.
Sorry, with the Brave, I'm saying Vipers Brave. Oh, now that's a good line. See, that just comes back a fraction. That's actually also a good leave by Georgia Adams.
Yeah, it didn't miss by much, did it?
No.
They always say, really, don't they? 2 types of leave. A good one, or one that bowls you.
Georgia Adams, who made 500 runs in this competition in its first year, in COVID year. The highest of any of the batters in that competition when Vipers won it. Outside the off stump, nicely driven but out into the covers, finds the fielder Adams, and there is no run. A little bit of a quieter competition last year, 233 runs, averaging just under 30. I guess it was always difficult to match a year up after the year she had in 2020.
Yeah, it's that second year syndrome, isn't it?
It is a bit. Comes in again, Stonehouse bowls. That really has swung, and again it's down the leg side. Chatley did well to stop that one, but that absolutely swung. Incredible amount. So she gets it to go too much from straight, and then hardly at all from outside off stump. That's another wide. 9 without loss, and that is 5 wides out of the 9, gifting them a few runs.
They are.
Comes in again, bowling to Adams, runs away from us and bowls. That's swung, that's swatted away in the air, and that could be out. A full toss on leg stump, and Adams has hit it straight down the fielder's throat. She can't quite believe it, and I don't think Stonehouse can quite believe it either. Horrible ball, about halfway up leg stump, and hit away by Adams, and straight to the one fielder out at deep square leg. Adams goes for 2. The Vipers are 9 for 1.
Yeah, picked her out perfectly. Hardly say it's a well-deserved wicket, because again it was a pretty poor ball, but Georgia Adams picked it up quite well, but as Kev said, directly to the fielder. Could say it's good field placing.
Bowling to your field?
Yeah.
But not a great bit of cricket, I have to say, all round. And probably Georgia Adams will feel that that's not a great shot, really.
It's a bit of a strangle, really, isn't it?
That is certainly a strangle, but they all go in the book. And Alexa Stonehouse will feel a little fortunate that she has picked up that first wicket. So 9 for 1. We've had 3 overs of the 50. And to the crease comes Maya Boucher.
Yeah, Maya, of course, also been called up by England in recent times.
Yeah, in fact, there was a couple of 18 games during the week, wasn't there?
Yeah. So another one who's looking to press on to that full side. She's at the non-striker's end. It's Freya Davis, once again, from the Cromwell Road end. A very tidy first over. She's now got a gully in. That's nicely played. McGacken just turned away on the leg side for a single down to long leg. Looked very comfortable in that shot. So we got a slipper gully, third man, point, extra cover mid-off on the offside, and 3 fielders on the onside mid-on. A very straight mid-wicket and a long leg. 2 fielders permitted outside the ring, of course, in the first 10 overs. So it's Freya again. That's left alone by Bouchier. Hardly carried through to the keeper there. I don't know whether that was a bit of a pace-off ball or whether there's just no bounce in the wicket, but that didn't actually carry.
There never is any pace.
No, I remember,
bounce here, is there?
you saying from your playing days, Kev, you encountered that a few times.
I certainly never get too much bounce here. A few others did, but not there. There's never generally much here.
No.
And this looks very much the same wicket that the final group game, Sussex against Hampshire, was played here Sunday night.
So Freya Davis in the game. And Bouchier just pushes it out to extra cover.
Actually, both these players featured in the England A games during the week. It was Monday night. There was England A game against South Africa in Cardiff. Bouchier hit 49 there. Freya Davis bowled 4 overs, none for 35 in the South African total of 140 for 6.
Oh. She started a bit tighter than that today. She comes again down the hill and played again to extra cover. A lot of deliveries from Freya Davis in these first 2 overs have gone that way to, I think that's Alice Capsey.
And they both played in the 50 over game at Leicester on Thursday, where England A also won that game. Davis bowled 7 overs, none maidens, 1 for 30 on that in that game. Bouchier got 34 off 51.
So she's in good nick.
Cheers.
Davies in again. That's straighter, but played once again to extra cover. It's been a bit of a game between 3 players at the moment. Bowler, batter and extra cover.
2 contrasting spells from each end at the moment.
Yes.
And the one that's bowled the worst, by comfortably the worst, has got the wicket.
Yeah. As I say, last week Alexa Stonehouse started quite similar to this, but
Did she really?
She went off quite quickly and came back and bowled really well later on. So Freya Davies in again. Oh, and there's a big shout for LBW there,
yes.
and it's been given. Bouchier was very disappointed, as batsmen normally are, but yeah.
By upfield.
Yeah.
That's not even, I mean, that's no doubt about that.
Yeah, it looked, so we're almost in line here, and it looked a pretty good shout. Certainly, she wasn't very far forward, and as we were saying, it doesn't bounce very much here, so it's not much danger of it going over.
That's for sure. And that wasn't going over. So the Vipers in trouble here. 10 for 2. The Vipers, who have won both editions of the RACHAEL HEYHOE FLINT Trophy since it started in 2020. Opened their second defence with a victory at the Central Sparks last week. And in trouble here at 10 for 2. The new batter is Georgia Elwis. She's at the non-striker's end. That's a good length ball there from Stonehouse, and it's nicely pushed into the gap through extra cover by McGacken. They'll come through for 2. And that takes the Vipers on to 12 for 2. Elwis also featured in those England games during the week. She certainly featured on the one on Thursday at Leicester. Didn't actually get a chance to bat.
Because she played in the Test match last summer.
She did.
England, yeah.
Down at Bristol. Yeah. She's got 100 for England A at Arundel as well in one of the warm-up games, as that's pushed nicely towards mid-wicket by McGacken, but fielded there by Kirsty White. The score remains on 12 for 2. In the 5th over here, South East Stars winning the toss, inviting Vipers to bat first, and at the moment, Phil, it looks a good decision.
It does. And long way to go, obviously, but 2 key wickets.
They certainly are. Yeah, that swings as well. Raps McGacken on the pad, but it's going down the leg side. My word, she does get that ball to swing. More swing here than Beckenham last week?
I think so, yes. I didn't notice it we weren't in particularly good position last week in terms of behind the line, but she did bowl a few leg side wide, so it could well be that it was swinging a bit then as well.
But definitely getting the ball to swing more from straight, which is why it goes down the leg side. Here she comes in again, runs away from us and bowl. See, that stays outside the off stump, but that's nicely cut away by McCacken. That'll be 4. Down or along towards the pavilion, away to our left. Yeah, that ball just hung out there.
Yeah, sat up and asked for it, didn't it, really? But yeah, going back to the 2 wickets, you'd probably, with Danny Wyatt not playing, you'd probably say those are the 2 key wickets that the Stars would be looking to get early on, Adams and Bouchier. And the batting line doesn't look quite as strong with Danny not there at the top of the order.
That's right. Here comes Stonehouse again, and that's flicked away on the leg side, fielded at mid-wicket once more. Ball just stopping in the turf a fraction, gives McGacken all the time in the world, but she missed picking out the gap there. Interesting, I mentioned about the Vipers' record in this competition. They've only lost 1 match in 14 since this competition was started, and interesting, that 1 match was here last year against the Sparks. That's a nice delivery outside off stump, but a nice push forward defensive there from McGacken up towards mid-off.
Yeah, they got a bit undone by the pace that day, I think, didn't they? Was it Izzy Wong and Emily Arnott? Yeah, and they knocked over the top order.
But they use this ground quite a bit, and as I say, the 1 defeat that Vipers have suffered in this competition has actually been here. End of the over, that's 4, what's that, 5 overs done
5
now.
gone,
We're rattling through them all of a sudden after the first couple of overs took ages. 16 for 2.
Yeah, and as you say, Kev, the Stars would be very pleased with their decision to bowl first at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. Interesting. Freya Davis has been the accurate one, but not a lot of movement, although that one did nip back to Bouchier. Stonehouse getting all the movement in the air, but can't control it.
So now we've got Georgia Elvis on strike. Field still as it was for Bouchier. Straight again from Freya Davis and just played into mid-wicket. She seems to be causing a few problems though, and there's not a lot of positive footwork from a couple of the Vipers batters.
They're very watchful, aren't they, at the moment, especially against Davis. Very accurate stuff from her. Maybe just mindful of that ball nipping back after seeing Bouchier go.
Davies in again. And again, that's right on our length. Played out to extra cover. Back to that scenario from the last over.
Georgia Elvis last year, 265 runs, averaged 53 in this competition.
Yeah, she's obviously a very experienced player now. One of the more experienced on the circuit, and often seems to get runs when they're really needed, and today's probably one of those occasions.
Yeah. Definitely.
Davies in again. Again, played out onto the offside, but with no real intent.
She almost walked into that, didn't she?
Yeah.
By the looks of it.
Yeah, there's certainly a bit more movement than previous ball from the batter. As always at Hove, we've got the seagulls around us, looking for crumbs.
I'm getting any from us.
Freya Davis in again. That's turned away for a single to mid-wicket by Elvis. She's off the mark. A lot of space there on that leg side because the mid-wicket's very straight and there's no one else down to a long leg. So plenty of room in that area. So Elvis away. 17 for 2. Davies in again, and on the defensive, McCacken just pushes it out to the offside.
It's very, very accurate stuff, I have to say. As accurate as I've seen a spell for a while.
I don't think she's bowled a loose ball yet at all. And of course, with 2 wickets down, the batsmen have got to be a bit more circumspect than perhaps they would be. Long time to rebuild this innings, though. Davies in again. And that one, she has got through the offside. It's a fairly short boundary over there, but it's not going to quite make it. Alice Capsey and Ava Gray between them did the double act fielding to bring it back, and there's 2 runs to McCacken, taking the score to 19, her score up to 11. So we're 19 at the end of the 6th over.
Yeah, slow start. Just a look at Freya Davis last year. Played just the 4 games in this competition. Only picked up 3 wickets. Cost on an average of 51 apiece. An economy rate of just over 4.5 and over. But she's well under that at the moment. So the Vipers, having lost the toss and invited to bat first, 19 for 2 here, 6 overs gone, and Alexa Stonehouse is going to continue. 3 overs, 1 for 15. There's been some wides, quite a few wides in that one. In fact, 5 to date. But she has got some swing. It's fairly overcast, actually, Phil, isn't it? There's a couple of pockets of blue sky, but generally there's
it's not
cloud everywhere.
More cloud than when we arrived this morning.
Wasn't it? Yeah. I thought it'd be beach weather when we came here. It's almost beach weather. It's certainly warm enough. Stonehouse bowls, driven by McGacken off the bottom of the bat, and it somehow makes its way along the floor towards first slip.
Well, I know Mel's looking to get down to the seafront and get some fish and chips at some stage.
Really?
Yeah, apparently.
It's 2 blocks away. It's a bit of a walk. It's not much of a walk, but it's a little bit. Certainly couldn't do it between overs.
Mel could. She's pretty quick.
House runs away from us again, left arm over and bowls to McGacken. McGacken on the back foot, steers that into the covers. There's no run. Capsey fields. Yeah, 2 blocks away we are. I always like coming down here in the summer. I always just feel like I'm half on holiday, half working.
Yeah. It's quite a big venue for women's cricket as well. I used to play the finals day here. This trophy when it started.
They did, didn't they?
Yeah.
Well, the Kia Super League was it?
Sorry, the Kia Super League.
That's cut away. She's found the gap through point. Lovely shot. Lovely piece of timing there from Georgia Elwes. Short and wide there from Stonehouse. Takes the Vipers total on to 23 for 2, and Georgia Elwes on to 5.
Yeah, she hasn't quite got it right, has she, Stonehouse? Because that's the second one that she's put out there, really, just to be hit through the covers. She obviously got a wicket with a full toss, but it's been very mixed.
It certainly has. I mean, if she bowled that line with the amount of swing she got early, especially early on, it would be absolutely perfect, but she doesn't get the swing from that wide. It's only
also,
swinging from straight.
A bit shorter as well, isn't it?
It is a bit too short, you're right, yeah. Bowls, that's a good line, a good length, plays it into the covers. Capsey fields, throws at the bowler's end, but Georgia Elwes is home. Good running that, good fielding, good cricket all round. 24 for 2. Elwes moves on to 6.
It was good running because they both went straight away. And they had to be honest.
Aggressive running, Phil.
Yeah.
I'm sure your Hursley women do all that when they're playing.
Oh, I'd hope so.
Yeah. That's outside the off stump, doesn't swing. Just about carries through to Chatley behind the stumps. Again, that's the line that it needs to swing, isn't it? That's a perfect line for the left arm over, but unfortunately on that line it stays out there.
Isn't that often the way, though, Kev? It swings the line you don't want it to swing on.
From straight, it does. Yeah, that happens for a lot.
There's no logic, really, is there?
No, there isn't. Again, it's a good length, but doesn't swing. It's misfield at mid-wicket. They'll come through for a single. That's a bonus. Single there. Yeah. So it was a huge mistake there. Didn't exactly travel too far. 25 for 2. Thank you, Phil. Phil's going to a bit of a break, and Melissa Story is coming in alongside me here at Hove, where the sun is trying to force its way through the cloud. It is slowly but surely getting stronger. 25 for 2. Welcome for the first time, Melissa.
Hello.
You all right? Made it here in the end?
I did. I suffered through traffic for 2.5 hours, but it's all worth it to be here now.
Certainly is. Dedication. 7 overs gone, 25 for 2. Here's Freya Davis from the Cromwell Road end, down the hill, bowls. It's a length ball, and McGacken very watchfully plays it back to the bowler, who just stares a little bit at the batter. Probably expected that ball to maybe just nip through the gate, maybe just nip back a fraction, which, what a ball that was to Maya Boucher.
It was, and it was absolutely plumb in front in the end. It's good to see I mean, with the return of this 50 over format, that seamers are on top, and they really have been for the South East Stars in these first few overs of the game.
Yes, they have. It's a good decision so far to put the Vipers in. 25 for 2. Here's Freya Davis again. She's got a slip and a gully in at the moment to McGacken. It's a length ball. McGacken pushes it into the covers. They are going to take a quick single, and Capsey throws it hard past the keeper. And Daniel Gregory does well backing up. I think actually when she stopped it, she thought, because she didn't pick it up cleanly, it had gone through her as well.
I mean, that was careless fielding there from... I mean, who was that? Was that Capsey?
Capsey, yeah.
Capsey in the offside, because apart from Gregory down at fine leg, there was no one else behind square on the leg side. She was so lucky just to get her fingertips to it. Otherwise, that would have been 4 buzzers. And you wouldn't have had a happy Freya Davis.
No, that's for sure, because she's bowling nice and tight here into a 4th over, just 1 for 5 at the moment. She comes in again and bowls. It's another length ball to Elvis. Watchfully plays it out towards extra cover. And there is no run. Stonehouse 4 overs, 1 for 21 so far with 5 wides. And Freya Davis a complete opposite. 1 for 4, I tell a lie. Into her 4th over as well.
Yeah, really putting her name in the hat for the upcoming ODIs and T20s for the England women. It's been a fantastic spell and a controlled spell from her so far.
It certainly has. Right on over bowls again. They always drives, and it's half stopped in the covers by Capsey. Did well, actually. I think the ball's going to go all the way anyway. It does. But that's a lovely, beautiful cover drive by Georgia Elwes. And the total moves on to 30 for 2.
And she didn't try to overhit that one. She saw that there was that slight gap in the offside field, just leant into it. And it's a quick outfield always here at Brighton. That boundary to our right where the ball just went actually fully out by the advertising boards, and it's just been brought in a little bit to our left. But we're playing on a central pitch here.
Yeah, as I say, I think it's the same pitch as Sunday night here for the T20s. It looks very similar. Well, of course it looks similar because it's cut the same way, but you know what I mean, in a similar position.
Thought you'd notice the exact grass shape on the pitch and go, deja vu actually here.
Oh, is that what they look like? Elwes has 10, McGacken has 13, the 2 batters out, Adams for 2 and Boucher for no score. Davis comes in again and bowls on the line of leg stump, nicely turned away by Elwes backward of square on the leg side. Daniel Gregory comes round and fields, better throw. I think Chatley's had 1 or 2 great throws so far, but that was all right. 31 for 2.
Again, there was a slight bit of miscommunication there as Alice Davis-Richards was brought over to square leg, started running towards the ball as if she was going to field it, and then went, no, you can take that one. And poor Gregory at fine leg, again, having to do the hard yards to go around, pick up that ball. She's been treated harshly out there on the boundary.
Looking forward to seeing her bowl at leg breaks a little later on. Here's Davis again, though, and it's a length ball, and that's nicely pushed into the gap in the covers by McGacken. Just helped into the gap rather than a full-blooded blow. And that'll bring her 2 more runs. Lovely, nice play. Just use the middle of the bat to get the power and the pace of the ball rather than trying to hit through it too hard. 33 for 2. That was a better over. Certainly the most expensive of Davis's so far. You were saying about Freya Davis a little earlier. Is she sort of in? She must be in the setup. She's very close, isn't she? I know she played some A games during the week.
Yeah, so she was named in the England women's test squad for their most recent test match against South Africa down at Taunton. She wasn't named in the squad, which was a bit of a surprise to some. England went for the Lauren Bell and Izzy Wong younger approach, but she's a seriously skilled bowler, and if anything, probably excels in the white ball game. I mean, we've seen here this opening bowling spell. She'll just swing the ball nicely, gently, hit basically a £2 coin on the pitch every delivery, but in the death overs we will see so many variations from her. There's a change of bowling as that short and wide cut away to point. It is Eva Gray with the ball in hand, bowling from our commentary end. She's bowling to Elwes. Elwes on 11 of 12 deliveries as Gray in, Fuller, driven but not timed to mid-off. And no run taken.
Yeah, 22 years of age, Eva Gray. Part of the Surrey contingent in this South East Stars side. Played 3 games for the Oval Invincibles last year. She's in the Oval Invincibles squad again for this year.
See, I've played against Eva Gray quite a few times back at Academy, and I think I've seen her bat bowl and keep at this point. So I was a bit taken by surprise when she bowled, as that's short and wide again, guided to point and no run taken. So, yeah, I was a bit shocked.
Oh, right, okay.
We used to play Surrey quite a lot, you see, or the Surrey Stars were in the old kind of KSL franchises. Obviously, Southern Vipers remaining the same. With their brand they've built around them, that short on the legs of Elwes, who advances down the track looking to take a single, and McCacken at the other end's going, don't you dare. As Chatley behind the stumps.
Well, you'd be the same age now. You had a birthday last week.
Yeah, Thursday.
Yeah.
Thursday.
Good day.
Yeah, you know what? I went to a theme park because I was desperate to feel young. As Gray comes in, bowls back of a length, dropped into the offside by Elwes, no run taken. 33 for 2.
You are young.
I am, but I feel like you don't have any more exciting birthdays once you pass 21 until you get to 30 and 40 and 50. Those are always quite exciting. But there's nothing really to celebrate when you hit 22, apart from Taylor Swift having a really good song about it. So yeah, I had to celebrate it, had to make it stylish. Gray in, bowls Fuller, guided just behind point, and the Vipers scamper through for a single, 34 for 2. So a single to complete the over, and a good first over from Eva Gray. This partnership absolutely key from Elwes and McCacken, and we've mentioned how the Vipers have had a lot of their players removed from the squad due to England duties, and as we go throughout this tournament we may see a few more taken out to do England A duties, so there's a lot more pressure on the players left behind. The Georgia Adams, who her unfortunate dismissal caught off that full toss on the deep square boundary, but particularly Georgia Elwes, she's so experienced, she's so level-headed at the crease, and you mentioned that 100 in the England A game and the 3-day game against South Africa. Fantastic innings from her.
Yeah, about 100 in this competition last year against the Sunrisers, I remember. A big run chase. The Sunrisers actually getting over 200 on that occasion at the county ground in Chelmsford. There's Freya Davis again, with the keeper standing up now as Elwes pushes it back to the bowler. I think she might have got a slight hand on that as the ball cannons into the stumps at the bowler's end, but McCacken is behind the line, so no alarm there. 34 for 2. Elwes is 12 off 18. McCacken is 15 off 21.
Yeah, there was a very optimistic appeal from Bryony Smith at slip there as the ball trickled about 2 miles per hour into the stump, and Ella McCacken had all the time in the world just to gently put her bat down. She was very safe.
Faye Davis into a 5th over here, down the hill. Lovely length ball again. Elwes watchful, plays that back to the bowler. And there is no run. Very accurate stuff from Freya Davis. Very impressive here today.
And obviously with the recent retirement of Anya Shrubsole and Catherine Brunt announcing her retirement from test matches, you wonder how much longer Brunt will keep playing for the white ball stuff for England, and Freya Davis is going to have her eye on that opening slot for them, and she's really making a name for herself today.
26 years of age, comes in again and bowls, and it's a length ball nicely guided by Elwes backward of point. Well stopped there by Ava Gray, Mel's mate. 35 for 2.
Well, I'm not sure the encounters were very matey between our two teams. When you end up playing a team probably about 6 times a year, it does get a bit tasty.
Does it? You get a bit fed up of each other playing against each other?
Yeah, definitely. A few words exchanged, but all in good spirit. It was competitive.
Of course. Coming towards the end of the 10th over, sorry, we're halfway through the 10th over. So that's a line of middle and leg, and that's pushed by McCacken out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run.
I do remember Eva Gray actually scoring some really good runs against, I think she scored a 50, because she's batting quite low down the order today for the South East Stars, but she's very capable. And I think it was getting towards the end of a game where they had very much hit us around the park, and I bowled a ball out of pure exhaustion, and she went, "Oh, that was good. Was that a slower ball?" "No, I was just tired." So every ball of the rest of the over was a slower ball, apparently.
Well, she batted 10 last week against the Sunrisers. There's a nice drive by Elwes, but straight to Capsey, who throws the ball hard at the bowler's end. He's trying to be aggressive out there in the covers. Fortunately, 2 of the Stars players were backing up on that occasion. I think they know what she does. They're already backing up.
Yeah, she's a little firecracker in there in the field. And sometimes as a captain, you know those certain players and you're just ready there to go, hold, because it's not worth it sometimes.
It's got a good throw on it, though. That was good pace on that throw. Here comes Davis again down the hill from that Cromwell Road end. Bowls, and McCacken gets wrapped on the pad, trying to work that away on the leg side. They wanted a single, but there wasn't one there. Was that Alice Davis and Richards coming in there? 35 for 2, 10 gone. 1 run off it.
Yeah, you just felt as if the South East Dance, they haven't taken any more wickets since those 2 dismissals of Bouchier and Adams, but they haven't quite let go of the pressure, which is fantastic. Sometimes teams take early wickets and then suddenly think they're on top. They let things slide, but no, they've kept applying that pressure. And it's been fantastic so far. There's a few Vipers supporters in the crowd donning their bright orange T-shirts. I'm sure some.
It's not the stewards, is it?
Maybe not. Maybe they're Southern Vipers fans and stewards. You know, you can be 2 things.
Actually, you could buy a cheaper top, couldn't you, by being a steward?
Grey bowls full dabbed down to point, looking to get that finer actually than point, but not managing. No run taken.
I wonder what's cheaper, to buy a fluorescent orange jacket and make out you're a steward, or buy the Southern Vipers bright orange top.
Well, you can get them quite cheap online, can't you? Because people use those to sneak into festivals. It's very clever. Has grey bowls, and that strikes her on the pads. Maybe a slight inside edge here. It was a muted appeal from Chatley behind the stumps, but Gray just finding her lines a bit more here in her second over. 35 for 2, the Vipers. So people go by, they go by high visits. And apparently if you kind of walk in with confidence and with authority, then no one questions you. So I'll try it later. I'll go get an orange bib and walk onto the pitch.
She like
Gray bowls outside the off stump, dubbed into the offside. There's a quick single, there's a flick at the stumps, a big appeal, and the fingers up. Suicidal running from the Vipers there. That built-up pressure the South East Star had applied with tight bowling, and there was never a single there. 35 for 2, and Ella McCacken sent packing, sold down the line by her partner, and that's a disastrous 3rd wicket gone for the Vipers. South East Stars delighted out there.
I think that's Capsey coming in there.
It's that bullet arm.
Yeah, it was Capsey. Yeah, she was very, very quick indeed. I was trying to look on the live picture feed, if you're watching, who's actually calling that? I guess it's Elvis's call, really.
Yeah, no, she hit the ball in front of square, which traditionally, you'd be ready to go. I'm not sure whether McCacken was sat on her bat a little bit, never thought there was a single there. But it was also really good fielding from Capsey, because we were talking about her bullet arm. She can fire it in there fast, but she assessed the situation. She'd come in close in the field and actually realised she probably only had time for an underarm flick. Really accurate flick at the stumps. You practice it so much when you're young. And it was really good judgment there from Capsey. Southern Vipers in a bit of trouble.
They certainly are, yeah. Paige Schofield is the next batter out for the Vipers. We're starting to almost get down to an area where a lot of these batters don't get a lot of practice in match situations, such as the power of the top order.
Gray bowls straight and jagging into Elwes. Not Elwes, Schofield.
Yeah, Elwes is still there, yeah. But I think McCacken wasn't that slow off the mark. I just watched a replay of it there. I mean, I guess she could have been quicker, but I think that's just really good fielding from Capsey.
Yeah, they've been alert in the field, and they've just come in a bit tighter now, the South East Stars. As Gray bowls, back of a length, tickled round the corner. Down to fine leg, who's not quite on the boundary. They're more 3/4 and looking to save that too. That brings Elwes back onto strike, who, once you've barbecued your mate out there in the middle, you've kind of got to make a few runs.
Barbecued your mate?
Yeah. That's the new thing everyone's saying.
Is it?
I'm getting down with the kids. Gray comes in, full outside the off stump, tickled down to 3rd. They're running hard here, the Vipers, but settle for the single. In the precocious situation they're in at 37 for 3 at the end of that over. They'll not be looking to take too many more risky singles. And I think obviously there's that problem with adjusting from the T20 to the 50 over. A lot of the players have come out here really, really active. They're running hard, which is good, but they also need to remember we have 39 overs left in this game. It's a long old game. And Vipers probably need to be getting something around the 225 plus mark with this strong South East Stars batting lineup.
Yeah, I agree, yeah. That's a good pitch, isn't it? It's, a little bit of movement with the new ball. Of course, there's a bit of swing. Stonehouse, we saw get lots of swings, or a little bit of nip from Freya Davis, but nothing too out of the ordinary. Who have we got now?
Alice Davison Richards.
Here we go. Yeah.
The England Centurion.
Yes. Sure, she had a little bowl in that test match as well, didn't she? Which you were commentating on for TMS. Right on medium pace. Down the hill, again, down the leg side. That's a bit of a loosener.
She's, I think, just mixed up her footing there as she ran in. She didn't have a fluid follow through. She just hopped down the wicket, and I was quite scared there for a moment that she'd pulled something, but just a bit of a loosener. But yeah, so she took a wicket in her bowling as well, scored 100 on debut, and became the first person since W.G. Grace to hit 100 and take a wicket on test debut.
That is something. She comes in and bowls to Elwes. Elwes pleasantly drives, and that's a good diving stop by Capsey in the covers. She's having a good day so far. That is something. That is. You've got to frame that somehow, haven't you? You've got to.
I mean, it was a spectacular innings, because when she came in, England had just lost 2 quick wickets. Nat Siver was at the other end doing well. And at the start, Alice Davis Richards was about 7 off 45 balls or something. It was a really slow start to her innings.
Comes in again and bowls. That's a nice drive through extra cover. She's found the gap there, Georgia Elwes, and that's going for 4. That is a beautifully timed shot. Off the front foot. We've seen her before, Georgia Elwes. She plays that beautifully on the offside, and that was sweet.
She loves the occasion, Georgia Elwes, and she'll know she's going to be playing a big role for the Southern Vipers in this game. Needs to build a partnership with Schofield, both of which have hit hundreds this season, because of course Paige Schofield hit 100 in that warm-up game.
Yeah, so she's in the runs, even if it's a non-competitive game. It's still time in the middle, of course. 42 for 3 in the 12th as Davison Richards comes in again, way down the leg side, and that'll be a wide. She looks as though she's just struggling there a little bit with her front or back foot. Yeah,
I'm not sure here. She clutches the back of her leg, that maybe she's just trying to get through this over here. Something's not right with her run-up.
I'll be surprised if she bowls another over. I don't know. She's doing something walking back.
Maybe it's the slope as well here at Hove. She's not happy with that end. We may see a return from our commentary end.
Yeah, might do, yeah. I've mentioned this before when we've been here, is David Richardson bowls, and that's pushed behind square on the offside. A little bit of width there, and Elwes will pick up 2. There's, I think that's Ailish Cranstone, isn't it, coming round from third. Does the fielding, 2 more to the Vipers, total 45 for 3. These are 2 very different ends to bowl, and not just because you're either uphill or downhill, but when you bowl from the Cromwell Road end, you run downhill, which you think is nice, it pulls you along, but then you hit a flat bit, and it's really weird, because you're actually bowling on the flat about a couple of paces before you start to bowl, and it does take a bit of getting used to, whereas uphill is just uphill the whole way. That's a length ball, but Elwes plays that late and guides that down to third again. It's 46 for 3. So it takes a lot of bowl. It takes a lot to get used to at the far end, even though you think that's the easiest end.
Well, for the conventional right arm bowler, it's that right leg you're pushing off as you come to the crease. And as you say, you're expecting it to go down, but suddenly the footing's a lot higher than you expect. So exactly. I've always been a bowler who's hated running down the hill. I'm prone to bowling no balls. I feel like you're getting too much momentum, so I'm happy to suffer by running up the hill.
Yeah, it's harder work, but in a way easier. Length ball, and Schofield just pushes that up towards mid-off. Davison Richards doesn't look completely happy bowling that end, as Mel mentioned, but we'll wait and see if she gets another over there or switches. I thought that was the end of the over. It's not. One more.
Again, she's going to be really handy for the South East Stars in these middle overs. She often works in tangent with Danny Gregory with her leg spin, because you've got the pace of Alice Davis Richards. She bowls a mean shorter ball as well, and almost used as the enforcer in the middle overs.
In comes Richardson Davis. Davis and Richards even. As that's pushed away on the leg side. As soon as I said it, I thought, no, that's the wrong way round. That'll be a single to Schofield, and she will keep the strike at the end of that over, 46 for 3.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tongue twister, the Alice Davis and Richards. I think it's why her teammates opt to call her ADR. So, yeah, it doesn't quite roll off the tongue.
No, I'd like to say ADR, but I'm not sure when we're commentary that it's absolutely ideal, but I don't know. Say Davis and Richards. We'll get used to it. I'll get used to it. You've had 4 days to say it.
I know, and you don't think I've had enough of it. But yeah, going back to her innings in that test, obviously, I was saying how she started off really, really slow, and it was looking like she was a bit out of her league almost and struggling to get it off the square. But it was when the spin was introduced, she just came into her element, using her feet and all the crease. As Gray continues, this is dropped into the onside by Elwes. She was looking to get it squarer with the fielders out on the boundary, but doesn't manage it. So it's a dot ball, 47 for 3. But yeah, so Malaba, the South African left arm spinner, was just bowling probably the wrong line to her, and Davis and Richards' shots through the offside were just magnificent, and she built up a fantastic record-breaking partnership for England between her and Nat Siver. Gray bowls, this is hooked away straight to the deep square fielder on the boundary. She didn't quite time that one, Schofield, but she's looking good. She's an attacking player and she plays the big shot well, but she will just need to hone it in a bit here. It's not a situation really required for the big riskier shots. They've just got to build this partnership. Elwes on strike, 21 not out. That's on the offside, dropped into the offside, and there's a misfield. I realised I just said dropped into the offside and paused. It wasn't a drop. It was dabbed into the offside. A misfield at point by Stonehouse, and it deflects to deep cover and a single take and brings Schofield back on strike.
It was just so well timed, wasn't it? It is just a push on the offside, but she's got a great middle of the bat, Elwes.
Gray bowls, slower ball and push to cover. A shy at the stumps from Capsey again, who hits, and the ball deflects into a spot in the onside, and they run through for a single, 49 for 3.
We're going to see that a lot from Capsey, aren't we, in this innings? I mean, it's worked for her, hasn't it? The fact that Ella McGachan was run out, but she likes throwing the ball, doesn't she, to the stumps?
She does, but you do just have to be careful. I understand it brings that elements of pressure onto the batters. They've got to make sure they're in their ground, but it has been expensive so far for the Stars, as that's a short, wide delivery from Gray, which is cut to the deep cover fielder, a single taken. She was lucky just to get away with a single with that ball. It was a bit of a drag down. The score moves on to 51 for 3.
I can't believe how much cloud there is around today. I thought it was going to be one of the sort of sunshiniest days around, but it's not.
Gray, fifth ball of the over, final ball of the over, sorry, dabbed down to third. Trickles and bounces a couple times to the fielder. And another single taken to complete the over, 52 for 3. Georgia Elwes 23 and Paige Schofield 4 not out at the other end. Yeah, I'm wearing trousers right now, which I think was a good decision, but I did bring shorts in the bag because I thought it was going to be amazing weather, bright sunshine, but that's not quite materialised yet. It's hiding behind the clouds.
It might get better later on this afternoon, and I'm sure it will. But it's certainly warm, although it's not greatly warm in here because I think the air conditioning's been on for a while, but it's okay. I might say it's okay. Phil might say it's too cold. You might say it's too cold as well. I don't know.
We're like the three little the bears in Goldilocks. One of us thinks the porridge is too hot, one's too cold, and one's just right.
I'm in the all right camp at the moment, I have to say. We've got a change of bowling here. Got some leg spin, have we?
Off spin. Bryony Smith,
the captain, on from that Cromwell Road end. And that's immediately steered out into the covers by Paige Schofield, and there's no run. So Alice Davis and Richards, who we said didn't look completely happy bowling from that far end, just bowled just the 1 over for 9, and it's Bryony Smith who flights that one up, hit into the ground by Schofield, and Smith fields off her own bowling. So Stonehouse has bowled 4 overs, 1 for 21 with 5 wide, struggled to control the swing early on. Freya Davis was accurate, 5 overs, 1 for 13. Here comes Smith again and bowls. It's driven half stop by Smith as the ball makes its way up to mid-off. Ava Gray's bowled 3 overs, none for 8. And Davis and Richards with that 1 over for 9.
Yeah, she's a part-time spinner, Smith, but she was the leading wicket taker for the South East Stars in the Charlotte Edwards Cup, so she's becoming a stronger bowler.
Cut away by Schofield, but finds the fielder at backward point. That's no run. Who's that? That's it's Cranstone, isn't it? Who was fielding at third, just in front of our commentary box, but is now at backward point. 52 for 3. Smith comes in again. Bowls, and Schofield drives but finds extra cover. No run. So she's a bit more than part-time off spinner there, really.
Well, she has. She really did start off part-time, but she's adopted a massive role for the South East Stars and obviously undertakes that role as captain, brings herself on in high-pressure situations as well.
Bowls, that's flighted. Schofield just tries to find an angle square on the offside, can't, and that's at the end of the over, and that's actually a maiden there from Bryony Smith. She actually bowled on Monday in that T20 game at Cardiff, England A against South Africa. 3 overs, 2 for 20.
Yeah, and England A, if I believe correctly, have beaten South Africa in both of the warm-up games, which doesn't bode too well for the upcoming series, but you never know what can happen, and it's a strong England A squad packed with young talent. And Bryony Smith being recognised for her batting and her bowling. It's going to be Gray to continue. Deep cover, deep square, fine leg third man, the players on the boundaries. She runs in, and this is straighter, dropped by Elwes into the onside. Again, looking to work that squarer to take the single, but Gray's bowling a good line here. Just a bit too full to turn around the corner, but she's been prone to that looser delivery. She reaches the top of her short mark. Past the umpire, bowls, and this is dabbed down to third by Elwes, and another single taken. Just operating in singles here, the Vipers, but it's good from these two. They just recognise that their partnership it's going to be a big one for the Vipers.
Yeah, it needs to be, doesn't it, really? Losing those 3 early wickets. 9 for 1, 10 for 2, 35 for 3.
53 for 3. The score is Gray in, and that's driven firmly out to the deep cover fielder. Good bit of work out there from Stonehouse on the boundary in front of where most of the crowd are assembled in our members' pavilion. I think they're probably the pavilion closest to the food and the bar, actually, so that's why most of the people are there. Gray in, shorter, dabbed down to third again. The fielder at point gets around, a single taken, 54 for 3.
Closest to the food before it runs out.
Well, we had that problem last time we were here, because you sent me off for a sausage roll, and I think I may have got the last one.
Really?
I left a very long queue of disappointed people behind me.
Oh, that's a bit of a worry.
I got all the chips as well. Gray bowl, slower ball, Fuller driven by Schofield out to Stonehouse on the deep cover boundary. Another single taken. Good batting from the Vipers, not losing their head, and 1 ball remaining in this over.
I always think when the Vipers lose their England players, and they've only lost a couple for this game in Dean and White, but I always think having Georgia Elwes in your side is a massive plus.
Gray ball's final ball of the over, which is dropped into the offside. Again, that deep cover fielder busy. A single taken, 57 for 3.
Mel's just going to disappear for a few minutes. I'll just take over for a while. 57, as Mel says, so 5 runs off that one. And the Vipers, with those early wickets that were taken by the Stars. 9 for 1 they were when Georgia Adams flicked a full toss on leg stump from Alexa Stonehouse, straight to Grace Gibbs at deep square leg. 11 balls for her 2, Georgia Adams. That was in the 3rd over. As Bryony Smith gets ready to bowl over number 16 here in Hove with her off spin. And that's driven by Elwes up to mid-on. They'll take a quick single there. Elwes does read the game very well and read the situations. And there's a very calming presence out there for the Vipers. 27 she moves on, 258 for 3. Maya Boucher in the 4th. LBW to a really good nip backer from Freya Davis. Good line and length. Just nip back, and that's driven by Schofield out in the deep. Capsey runs round from deep cover, does well, slides into it, throws it back, but they'll pick up 2. 60 for 3. into the 16th here, and a lovely delivery, and he's hitting about halfway up middle, so there was no doubt about that. Bouchier out for 4, no score, 5 balls. Vipers 10 for 2 then, as Smith bowls, that's just pushed into the gap on the covers by Schofield. She moves on to 9 now, 61 for 3, and then Ella McGacken called for a quick single by Georgia Elvis in the 11th over. Capsey coming in quickly, and McGacken run into the danger end, the keeper's end. She went for 15, the score then 35 for 3. Smith bowls low full toss, and it's whipped away by Elvis out to one of 2 fielders deep on the leg side. Mid wicket it goes to. And Elvis moves on to 28 now. Let's come off just 36 deliveries. Vipers on to 62 for 3. 2 balls left of over number 16. Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy. Second game in this year's competition for both these sides. As Schofield gives herself some room, but doesn't time it as it goes off the back foot out towards extra cover. And there is no run. The Stars won their first game against the Sunrisers at Beckenham last week by 80 runs. Schofield pushes that out towards mid-wicket, but there's no run there. 281 for 8 the Stars made, and the Sunrisers bowled out for just over 201 in fact. That was in the 42nd over. And the Vipers winning their first game up at the Edgbaston Foundation ground last week against the Central Sparks. That was a rain affected game, that one. The Sparks making 163 for 7 off 36 overs. The Vipers in the end reduced, their innings was reduced down to 10 overs, 75 for 3 they made, because Elvis hit a 6 off the ball, and 75 they made. That's pushed out into the covers. Big Phil Green back in, as that's a new over from Ava Gray, over number 17, and I'm going to make way for Mel, who's going to come back in, but Phil Green is going to take over commentary after this delivery, which I've done. It's Ava Gray comes in full, and it's driven by Elvis up towards mid-on, and there's no run. And Phil Green back alongside me.
Yeah,
Phil.
Thanks, Kev. Alice Davidson-Richards still struggling a little bit, I think, there. As she fielded that ball, she was limping. Eva Gray in again from the C end. That's a very expansive shot by Elvis, but fielder out there on the boundary on the offside sweeping, so just a single. Ava Gray follows through a long way, doesn't she? She ends up almost back up at the striker's end.
And it's quite a short run up as well,
yeah.
Really.
The follow through is almost as long as the run. That was played out on the offside to mid-off, fielded by Freya Davis, no run. So the Vipers pulling it back a bit here, 63 for 3. They were 35 for 3. They were 10 for 2 before that, so it's a fair recovery, but still a long way to go. Gray in again. And Schofield makes a bit of room for herself there, and they're working the deep cover fielder a lot in this over. So Alexa Stonehouse out there, and she keeps them down to 1 again.
That's one of the best positions to field, I think, because you're always in the game in these longer formats. The only issue is sometimes you get put out there on the boundary and then the captain kind of forgets about you. You don't speak to anyone for 40 overs.
It's played out again and it didn't quite reach the cover fielder there because Bryony Smith cut it off, but it's still 1 run. So just ticking along now, the Vipers. Schofield on 10 and George Elvis on 30. I was saying before, Mel, George Elvis is one of those players that always seems to get runs when it matters. There's some players who get runs in games that aren't so key, but whenever the chips are down, she seems to produce.
Yeah, I've seen her play quite a few unlucky innings before when she's got to a similar score of around 30 and then has been disastrously run out or had an unfortunate wicket. But hopefully today she can continue her good form as Smith continues. That's full and hit to mid-on. A quick single taken and a shy at the stumps at the non-striker's end, but safely back. 66 for 3. As Kevin James returns. I thought he was going to come back with another hot chocolate. Already had one this morning. Smith bowls, that's shorter and just looking to cut with Schofield. Edged the ball into her pads, and it's always a dangerous shot to play against Smith with her off spin coming into the stumps. She's not a massive turner of the ball, but there's a bit of variation of bounce, I think, on this pitch. And that
certainly is. There's not a lot of bounce. It's pretty low.
That was a leg spin delivery from Smith, which was leg stump line, swept fine by Schofield, but straight to Gregory at fine leg. No run taken, 66 for 3.
I'll tell you a sign of how the weather's changed, as we were saying earlier. There's a row of deck chairs at the other end of the ground from us, and there were people sitting in them earlier. I don't think there's anyone in them now.
Smith runs into bowl, flatter, and looking to tuck that round the corner. There's a slight appeal from Chatley behind the stumps there. Page almost bowled around her legs as the ball struck her pads, got a bit tangled up, and probably was about 2 inches from clattering into the stumps in the end.
She's got a long way across.
2 balls remaining in this over from Smith. Just the 1 run from it so far, as that's Fuller and driven to mid-on. No run taken. And it's been good bowling so far from Smith. She's only using her 3 allocated fielders outside the ring. It would be very easy just to push mid-on back to long-on, but she's kept her up and is applying the pressure nicely as that shorter, flatter and cut away to the deep cover fielder. Single taken to complete that over. 67 for 3 after 18 overs.
As you say, Mel, the tendency is just to put the 4 fielders out as soon as you get the option, but she's keeping it as tight as possible, just 3 at the moment. Looks like we are going to have Alice Davison-Richards back at this end, as predicted. I thought she was struggling a bit with an injury, but...
Yeah, it was a bit of a worrying one as she was grabbing that leg, but I think, as Kevin James said, maybe she's not a fan of running down the hill.
As a lot of people aren't, I guess. And as Kev was explaining, it's you run downhill and then it flattens out, so it's quite difficult.
It's similar to lots of club grounds. I've been to one where there's been a dip just before the crease and it completely throws you off your run up.
Absolutely. So it's Alice Davison-Richards from the C end. On to Schofield, and that's driven nicely, but can't pierce the field. Freya Davis mid-off. So for Alice Davison-Richards, we've got a 3rd man, a sweeper on the offside. We've got mid-off extra cover point. And on the onside, we've got mid-on straight mid-wicket, a long leg and a deep mid-wicket. So 4 fielders out now. And that's, again, trying to force the ball off the back foot, but no real timing there.
There's also not enough pace or bounce in this wicket to do that. We mentioned we think it's the used pitch from the men's game, the Hampshire-Sussex game, and that Sussex is renowned for having a low bouncing wicket. So they've got to be careful here with these cross-bat shots. The boundaries have come from shots on the front foot. Yes,
pretty well. That's a nice one, and there's an example of that. It was a perfect cover drive from Schofield. Crashes into the advertising hoardings. That's probably as hard as we've seen the ball hit today.
Yeah, it was a hit-me ball from Alice Davison-Richards there, over-pitched, and if anything, Schofield loves to get her hands through the width of that delivery, and Davison-Richards just got to be a bit careful here, because she's probably got most pace on the ball out of all the bowlers here today, and pace on the ball is exactly what Schofield is looking for.
Struggling a bit though, isn't she? Submissions, and that's a short one and pulled, but again finding the fielder on the boundary. But I think there might be a bit of an effort ball. She dug it in and it got up to about shoulder height, which is quite good effort at Hove, I would suggest. But Schofield didn't have too much trouble pulling it down to deep square leg. So Davison-Richards again. That's driven nicely by Always. It's wide enough of Bryony Smith to let them come through for a single.
Yeah, that was good running from these two in the middle, and once you settle into your partnership a bit more, you just feel as if you build that telepathic communication and just communicate almost without talking sometimes.
I guess these two are batted together quite often in the middle order. Davison Richardson again, that's a short one again, and it's pulled fine this time, but there is a fine leg there, so it's just the one. But she's certainly testing out the middle of the wicket in this over. Banged a couple in there.
Well, I mean, we haven't seen much bounce from the lower end of each wicket, so maybe there's some hidden bounce in the middle. I mean, they've been okay bounces, you could say. Probably that last one was way down the leg side and tickled down to fine leg quite easily. I just wonder how many of those deliveries can be bowled in an over. Is it 2?
It's usually, I think in the 50 over game, you're only allowed one above the shoulder, but the first one probably wasn't above the shoulder. I didn't see the umpire signal one for the over. And the last one was off the last ball, so it wouldn't matter anyway.
It would take a lot of effort on this pitch to get anything above the shoulder height, especially if these two out in the middle, who are both tall batters. And there's a bowling change at the Cromwell Road end, as it will be Danny Gregory with her leg spin. Bowling to Paige Schofield. She's got deep cover, deep square, and deep mid-wicket. Everyone else up in the ring. That's short ball first off, hit in the air. There's a fielder out there, and the catch is taken. An easy catch. Paige Schofield hitting a half tracker, a loosener from Danny Gregory, straight down the throat of deep mid-wicket. The Vipers lose their 4th wicket, 74 for 4. And this key partnership between Elwys and Schofield broken with another poor shot from the Southern Vipers.
You'd have to say, really, that of the 4 wickets, there's only one that you could say was down to the bowling side. The LBW that Freya Davis got. The other 3 dismissals, 2 caught on the leg side boundary, off balls that really should have been put away, and 1 run out. So they're helping the South East Stars a little bit here, the Vipers.
And we spoke about the fact that the Southern Vipers have only lost 1 game in this competition, and it was here. I was here at the game, and they were completely undone by the seam bowlers you mentioned. And in that game, the Central Sparks applying the pressure beautifully, and the South East Stars are replicating that today. They've completely undone the Southern Vipers in that 39-run partnership between Schofield and Elwys, the biggest of the innings so far, broken. And these consistent wickets just causing problems for the Vipers. But it does bring our very own BBC Solent, BBC TMS, Southern Vipers cricket extraordinaire. We're allowed to hype her up. Emily Windsor to the crease.
Emily Windsor, indeed, back from her loan spell. I say spell, I think it was 1 game, wasn't it? At Loughborough Lightning. She played for them last week. But back at the Vipers now to fill the gap left by Danny Wyatt in the batting lineup.
She scored a few runs for the Lightning as well, a score in the 30s. I have to double check that one. But she'll be on strike to Danny Gregory, and it's always difficult coming in with leg spin first off the bat, as Gregory in, and Windsor tickling this round the corner to the vacant square leg region, and she gets off the mark and will breathe a deep sigh of relief.
What we always say about Emily Windsor as a batter is she's very good at pacing the innings, particularly obviously in a run chase, but she's got to sort of set the tone of what they need to be chasing, or setting here, sorry.
Gregory in, Fuller, and dabbed into the offside. Good running again from these two in the middle, who enjoy batting together. They were commentating together last week on the women's test at Taunton, and now out in the middle, good friends. And they'll know that they've got a big job on hand. There is some carnage going on to third man as Gregory bowls full and driven to cover. Well, first of all, I think the South East Stars have been cheating a little bit, because I think they've had about 15 men or seagulls on the pitch at all times, doing a bit of sneaky fielding.
And they're not inside the circle either.
They're not inside the circle. They're moving about as the bowler's bowling. As Gregory in, straighter and defended by Windsor. No run taken. And one of the players has left half a banana on the boundary for energy, in which is no longer half a banana. I think it's about an eighth of a banana, and just as a seagull takes a mouthful there, it's probably a bit less than that as Gregory bowls. This is late cut by Windsor to point, and no run taken to finish that over from Gregory. Just the 2 runs and the wicket from it, and Southern Vipers 76 for 4.
Probably not the wisest thing to do to leave food on the boundary edge in this venue. No.
I mean, the Aegeus Bowl as well, of course, they have quite a big seagull population there as well. And yeah, we saw it, the Taunton Test match last week. Lots of school children came in to watch, which does obviously mean quite a lot of food thrown around on the ground.
Yeah.
So I went down to go sit in the crowd, enjoy a bit of the atmosphere on the 3rd day, and was attacked by seagulls. They were swooping about half a metre over my head, carrying entire sandwiches in their mouths. One had an unopened bag of crisps. It was incredible.
So Alice Davison-Richards now to Elwes. Drives it straight back, but the bowler takes the pace off the ball, prevents any run. So what do you think sort of score that Vipers would be looking at now? Probably adjusted their sights from the start?
I think at a minimum they need to get 200.
Yeah,
I think that's the defendable total with their bowling lineup.
So Davison-Richards in again, and that's a little inside edge onto the pad from Elwes.
We were speaking as well at the start of the game how the South East Stars have a tendency to either absolutely smash their batting innings and rack up a high total, but they can be very prone to collapse, and we've seen a few occasions where they've been bowled out for 120 or less in this competition. So if they can get 200 on the board, Southern Vipers should need to back themselves to defend that.
In again, and that's short and pulled for 4 nicely by Elwes. She has tended to bowl a bit short in this spell, Alice Davison-Richards. That one didn't really get up more than about waist high, and Elwes had all the time in the world to pull it over mid-wicket.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether, as you say, Alice Davison-Richards' bowling's quite clicking.
I don't think he's fully fit, to be honest. I think that injury that came to light in her first over from the far end, I think she's still struggling with it. Doesn't look very smooth. Anyway, here she is in again. It's pushed out on the offside to the sweeper again on Alexa Stonehouse. 1 run. So Elwes moved up to 38. 38 off 47, which, considering the situation she came in, is a good run rate.
I think it's a shame that the South East Stars, either through unavailability or just not selecting Kalea Moore.
Yeah, I'm surprised at that, because she did really well in the Charlotte Edwards Trophy. Charlotte Edwards Cup, sorry. As an off-spin option.
That was delivery straighter from Davison-Richards and just pushed back for her for no run. I mean, she had the lowest economy rate of all the bowlers in the Charlotte Edwards Cup. She was going for 4.85 and over in a T20 competition. Fantastic, and you just feel as if her and Gregory in those middle overs, but I know she's been away with England A at the moment, so maybe not released yet.
Davison-Richards in again here. And Emily Windsor managed to get a single there, posting it into the gap on the offside. And she gets through easily. Yeah, I think Kalea Moore was certainly at the ground last week at Beckenham, and we thought she was going to be in the side. And then they named 12, or we were originally given 12, and then she was the one that didn't play, which was a bit surprising. That's a bit as well, of course.
But they do have plenty of bowling options, a few part-time bowlers and spinners who they can go to if Davison-Richards isn't quite feeling herself. And of course, it's likely we'll see Danny Gregory operating from that Cromwell Road end as she is now, probably for her 10 overs. She usually does bowl her 10 overs through.
Alice Capps is another option with the ball.
82 for 4 then the Vipers, as Gregory bowling to Windsor. That's floated and waited for by Windsor, driving into the offside straight to point and no run taken. She's looked not to jinx, and I'm going to touch some wood, but Windsor has looked good so far. She's waited patiently for the bowling of Gregory as she late cuts that to that 3rd in the ring. Another dot ball, and there's not as much pressure, I think, on this innings, given the situation the Vipers are in, 4 down, of scoring at a high rate. She's just got to stay there, play herself in as she's defending from the crease. No run taken.
Well, if we're saying that 200's the target, then that's actually 118 off 28 overs, which is quite a conservative rate to say the least.
As Gregory gives that one some air, and Windsor waits for it again, guiding it to third. No run taken, 82 for 4. I'm going to try and do some maths now, which isn't my strong point. I'm not sure why I'm attempting it, but I will, just to see what kind of run rate would get the Vipers to a defendable position. But I'll wait for these final 2 deliveries from Gregory, because my mind simply can't multitask. It's been a change in field as cover pushed back, allowing the single for Windsor, who tickles this one to square leg. There's a fielder there, and she can't get off the mark. She can't panic here as well, because obviously we know Emily quite well, and she likes to be moving in the crease and likes to be constantly taking those singles, but can't get bogged down by the dot balls. It's been good bowling from Gregory, as that's a Yorker length delivery dug out by Windsor. She drops it to third, takes the single, and retains the strike for the next over. Just 1 run off that Gregory over so far. She's bowled fantastically so far. 83 for 4, the Southern Vipers.
So what's these maths that you're going to stun us with now?
Phil, you're going to have to fill probably about 20 seconds of waffle for me as I attempt some disastrous maths.
Okay.
Which, if anyone's listening, don't check it, because it's going to be wrong. You've just got to trust me.
Okay. Alice Davison is continuing at the C end. Obviously not too badly injured.
So if they went along at a strike rate of 4.17 from this rate onwards, they would get to 200, which really does seem attainable given the middle overs and the field has been deep. But actually, looking at that last over when only 1 run was taken.
Well, it's certainly attainable if they keep the wickets in hand. That's a wide down the leg side. Again, the ball didn't actually carry through to the keeper. Yeah, they've got a lot of bowling options here, so if she is struggling with injury, you would think they might. Anyway, we've talked about an injury a lot. She obviously hasn't got one really, because she's carrying on.
Yeah, we don't want to curse her.
That's what I said about Nadal, that he was injured, but he managed okay. That's driven to mid-off by Emily Windsor, fielded by Freya Davis.
Now, if they went along at a run rate of 5 from this point onwards, they'd arrive at a score around the 224 mark, which does feel just that tad bit more competitive than 200. Sometimes when you get to an end of an innings, those 20, 25 runs make all the difference.
I think if you offer them 220 now, they'd take it. And again, and that's missed by Emily Windsor, but also missed by the wicketkeeper, and was actually very close to hitting the helmet placed behind her. Which would, of course, have been 5 penalty runs, but it's just a bye. Now,
the 5 penalty runs, do they go against the bowler, or do they go as a kind of bye?
They go. They're an extra, not an extra. They're an additional column in the scorebook. They don't count as extras or.
That's exciting.
Against the bowler, they're penalty runs.
Special pen colour for that one.
Probably. Davis Richardson again. And that's played, a bit of a misfield. It's played square on the offside, and she might get back for 2. No, just the 1. There was a misfield at point.
Apart from the catching, there has been quite a few bits of sloppy fielding from the South East Stars, which, fortunately, because their bowling's been so tight, hasn't really stood out too much. No. But if they'd been going the distance and going for runs, I think it would have been a bit more noticeable.
I think there's been some loose throws as well.
Yeah, Capsey's been a bit overexcited out there in the middle, but of course did get the run out.
Davis and Richardson again. And that's nicely picked up by Emily Windsor. Full toss on the leg side, but again picks out the fielder. Deep fine leg, so just a single. But ticking along in this over.
And Emily Windsor will be used to this, and so will Georgia Elwes. But I say Windsor in particular because, of course, playing at Hursley Park, where we do play, the boundaries are a bit big and the grass is sometimes a bit long.
And the wicket's a bit low.
So
it's quite similar.
You don't tend to find many boundaries, and you really have to work hard to find those 1s and 2s.
It's nicely driven again by Elvis. And again finds Alexa Stonehouse on the sweeping offside boundary. It was good over this. I think we got a run a ball off this over with the bye as well.
Yeah, 88 for 4, the Southern Vipers, just ticking along nicely since that last wicket, the dismissal of Schofield.
Davison Richards in again. Windsor bat raised. Oh, I think she got a little inside edge on that. It's run out on the offside. And another single.
Yeah, she's quick between the wickets as well, Emily Windsor. No chance of a run out as the throw came into the non-striker's end. She was already home by about 2 metres.
So the end of that over is 89 for 4. 23 overs of the match gone. And yeah, I think going back to what you said, Mel, I think the Vipers would probably take 225 right now.
Well, speaking of scores, it seems like an apt time to look at some of the scores, of course, in the other games happening in this RACHAEL HEYHOE FLINT competition. We'll skirt through them between deliveries of this Danny Gregory over. She just waits at the top of her mark as Windsor assesses the field. Gregory skips at the top of her mark, bowls, straighter, tickled by Windsor, straight to Cranstone. That's square leg, no run taken. So Lightning are playing Thunder today. Thunder were put into bat after, I think, losing the toss, and they're 97 for 3 with 25.5 overs left. Gregory just bowls a full toss, which is swung away by Windsor, but not timed to deep mid-wicket, who ambles in and fields. Single taken, 91 for 4. The wickets of Deandra Dottin already taken. That's a big wicket. But Freckled and Brown at the crease and building a nice partnership there for the Thunder. Northern Diamonds are playing Sunrisers, and they're 96 for 4. So it's been a good bowling morning across the country. Winfield Hill dismissed early for the Diamonds as Gregory in, full, driven by Elvis, and finds the fielder at point. Armitage making 47 in that game, but consistent wickets, putting Northern Diamonds on the back foot. And finally, Western Storm, Central Sparks. Central Sparks batting first, and they're 80 for 2 with 28.4 overs left. Gregory bowls straighter and just pushed down to long on, who runs off the boundary and an easy single taken, 92 for 4.
Well, she's got to bowl very straight with this field, really, hasn't she? Well, actually, no, they've put one back on the offside now, but the rest of the over, there was no protection on the offside, which means she's got to bowl a sort of leg stump or middle stump line, really.
Gregory in, and this is tickled by Windsor just to the left of the point fielder. They get through for another single. And these two looking good in the middle, 92 for 4. And constant changes to the field here. They've definitely got a set plan for each individual batter. Both have their distinct styles. Gregory, an unconventional action, bowls, and this is driven by Elvis into the offside to that deep sweeper on the boundary. Another single taken, completes the over, 4 runs off it. 93 for 4. The Vipers. A few more thoughts from Phil Green, and then it'll be Kevin James.
Yeah, they're batting very sensibly now, these two, actually, for the situation. Not really taking any risk, but ticking along at 4 or 5 and over, which is just what Charlotte Edwards and her team would be looking for, I think. And we've still got Alice Davison Richards.
It's a steady partnership, this one, isn't it?
It is. It's
no risk.
No risk, and running well, and just what's needed at the moment, I would say. Davis and Richards in. This time they don't get a run because they find the fielder at point. So Elvis on strike. She's on 42 from 53 balls. One of those innings that they sometimes say about the likes of Root, where you don't remember a lot of shots, really, but she suddenly got to 42 quite quickly. Again, and that's on the leg stunt and turned away. There's plenty of protection out there on the leg side, 2 boundary riders, so there's just the one.
Yeah, I said it sort of before I came off commentary last time, that I think from a Vipers' point of view, when you lose your Danny Wyatts and your Charlie Deans, as they've done now, and may lose Maya Boucher a bit later, who knows, but I think of Georgia Elwys in your side, whose international career's behind her. She is such a good player still, and, you know, it's like having an England player in your side.
It is, absolutely. That's a very exaggerated forward defensive shot from Emily Windsor.
And very correctly, isn't she? Windsor on loan at the Lightning last week. I think 27 she made in that Lightning game. I'll just call it up actually just to see exactly what she did. But on loan. Well, it's a 7-day rolling loan, so she can come back any time. Didn't last long up there, didn't it?
That's not because Lightning didn't want her to stay, I'd imagine. It was the Vipers obviously needing some reinforcement today, and she's got that one down to third man for a single.
Yeah, 27, second top scorer in the second top scorer in the Lightning innings where they lost to Storm.
I think if you're looking at a wagon wheel of her brief innings so far, Emily Windsor, most of the lines would be down backward a point, and that probably reflects on her batting generally. She's got a lot of runs through that area. That's driven by Elwys, but can't pierce the field. She's very strong around the point and backward point area, either with this sort of deflection or full-blooded cut shot. So 95 for 4, looking a little bit better now for the Vipers. Davis and Richards in again to Elwys. That's leg side and played away nicely, but as we were saying, plenty of protection on the leg side and just a single. So dealing mostly in singles for the last few overs, the Vipers, but ticked it along. And I think we've got a drinks break at the midpoint stage. So the Vipers are 96 for 4. Georgia Elwys 44. Emily Windsor 8.
Yeah, 56 and 21 balls respectively, those two innings, and for the Stars, the wicket takers. Alexa Stonehouse with the left arm seamers, 1 for 21 from 4. Freya Davis, very accurate from her opening spell down the hill, 1 for 13 from 5. And Danielle Gregory with 1 for 7 from 3. And the non-wicket takers so far, Eva Gray, steady 5 overs from her, none for 16 with a right arm medium pace. Bryony Smith were her off spinners, 3 overs, none for 7. And Alice Davison Richards with 5 overs, none for 29. And Davison Richards looks a lot happier bowling up the hill than she does down, and we've said that many times why that it can be a little bit off-putting to the bowlers. Whilst you think, oh yeah, downhill, I'll have downhill here. It actually is not easy in to bowl with the wicket flattening as you come into bowl. So it's you have to get used to it, that's for sure. And 1 or 2 bowlers over the years have never got used to it. And Davison Richards looked a little bit ill at ease, it has to be said, with her 1 over down the hill. But she's bowling okay up the hill.
Did you say earlier, Kev, that Malcolm Marshall used to bowl up the hill here for that reason?
Well, he did in the end, yeah. I played several games here where he'd come down the hill and just bowl no balls, and obviously the hill taking him, too quickly through his run-up, and he obviously was okay with it being flat when he bowled, but I think the run-up was too quick for him, and so I've seen him bowl up the hill. It's not ideal. I'm trying to think in the very old days, and almost before me, when Garth LaRue and Imran Khan were the 2 overseas players here, and used to terrorise batters, didn't they, in the sort of late 70s. I mean, that was before me, fortunately. I don't think I'd have fancied that too much, although I did face Garth LaRue, actually. I'm trying to think who bowled downhill and who bowled uphill here. I think they both had very much their own ends. If I'm honest, I can't remember, but I remember coming here for a few games in the second team in my early days, and people would say, oh, Garth LaRue and Imran Khan were bowling here, and fearsome attack for Sussex.
Garth LaRue was one of those players that missed out from international cricket because of the ban.
Yes.
Because he was probably just coming to his peak before South Africa disappeared from the international scene. One of a host of top cricketers that never really got the chance to play Test cricket. Barry Richards, of course, another one.
Yeah, for Hampshire, yeah.
Probably the finest batter of them all.
You would have seen him play a bit, wouldn't you, Phil?
Yeah. Best player I've ever seen, I would say.
Yeah? Yeah, I never really saw him, unfortunately.
Yeah. bit older than you, Kev.
Well, you must be very old then. So Daniel Gregory to bowl her fourth over here. It's the second half of the Vipers' innings, assuming, of course, they bat all 50 overs. She's going to be bowling to Georgia Elwes on 44 then, as Elwes plays that back to Gregory, and there's no run. No real spin in the wicket for Gregory with her leg spin, but just nice, accurate stuff from her.
Yeah, she's bowling very straight, as I was saying earlier, leg stump line.
She is, isn't she? That's a little shorter. That looks like it's just come back a fraction at Elwes, trying to find some room, cuts it out on the offside, and that's fielded by Ava Gray. That's it, yeah. Some very famous cricketers are here over the years, of course. And even though it's very much a seaside type ground, isn't it, with flats surrounding us, really. That's a nice sweep shot there from Elwes. Goes out to backward square leg along the ground. That'll be just a single as it goes out to Alexa Stonehouse. 97 for 4, the Vipers in the 26th.
Obviously, I haven't got the stats in front of me, but I would think about the last 20 runs the Vipers have scored have all been singles, which is good. Good batting at this stage to tick it over.
Yeah, came together when the score was 74 for 4. Paige Schofield out in the 20th as Gregory bowls, and that's cut away by Windsor, but straight to Capsey in the covers. It's just come off 22 deliveries. First game for the Vipers this season. Didn't get in the Charlotte Edwards Trophy side.
No.
Hence the one game last week at the Lightning. Recalled back, and that's worked away on the leg side. I think that's come off the pad. They'll go through for a leg bye, just waiting for the umpire to signal, which he does. 98 set for 4. Yes, very much a sort of the flats are very much a feature of this ground. Flats in front of us at the Cromwell Road end, flats to our right.
Yeah, and behind us, I think.
Behind, yeah, very big complex. And there's some apartments being built, isn't there, just to our left where the old pub was. That's cut away by Elwes into the gap on the offside, but it'll only be a single. Elwes moves on to 46. And the Vipers move on to 99 for 4 at the end of that Daniel Gregory over. 26 overs gone, 24 remain, 3 runs off it.
As you say, Danielle Gregory's bowled very accurately so far. She didn't have the best of days last Saturday. And,
Did she not?
No, I think she only bowled 3 or 4 overs. It didn't go particularly well.
Couldn't quite get it right.
No, but they have got a lot of bowling options, Stars. They've already used 6 bowlers, I think. There's Alice Capsey, who certainly bowled last week.
5 overs for 30, Daniel Gregory last week. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Yeah, it wasn't the best I've seen her bowl. We've got Bryony Smith coming back on from the C end now. She bowled from the Cromwell Road end earlier, her off spin. She's bowling to Georgia Elwes. And a miss outside the off stump, trying to cut that away. Taken by the keeper. Bryony Smith's captain the England A team, I think.
Did she? Yeah.
Yeah, I think she captained it. So she's another one who's on the fringe of the England setup. And again, down the wicket this time, Elwes, but didn't really get hold of that. It was aerial for a little while, but luckily wide enough of the bowler. Down to mid-off for no run.
She bowled well last week, didn't she, Bryony Smith? 3 for 37 against the Sunrisers off her 10.
And she got runs as well, so she had a good day. In again, that's short, but again, picked out the field perfectly. Schofield down to take mid-wicket for 1.
I'll applaud him the 100. I was thinking it's not a 50.
That's what I thought. Yeah, it's the 100. Yeah. 57 now for Georgia Elwes. So Bryony Smith in again. And Windsor forcing that one away through the offside for a single. Yeah, there was the Sunrisers were beaten quite heavily last week. There was a really good all-round performance by Grace Scrivens, who got 4 wickets and 70 odd with the bat.
74, yeah.
Yeah, on the losing side. That's a nice shot from Elwes. Played very fluently through the covers. Fielded by Alexa Stonehouse on the boundary. Another single. 48 for Elwes and 102 for the Vipers. That time field was in a bit too quickly to allow the single. So dot ball to finish the over on 102 for 4. 27 overs completed.
Yeah, 3 runs off that one as well. So 6 off the last 2 overs. You were mentioning about the flats and the big flat behind us.
Yeah.
Big complex, which has certainly been here since I remember. But to the left, where in the car park where the pub was, which was actually ideal, wasn't it? When you sort of go in there after a game.
I didn't know it wasn't there anymore, actually.
Well, they're doing the building, aren't they, at the moment? They're building a series of apartments and what have you. And somebody did tell me, because I forget how many stories it is, and they're still building it. But the top floor apartment, somebody did tell me when I was here last, as Gregory Bowles, the leg spin from that Cromwell Road end, Elvis works that away on the onside for a single. She moves on to 49 now, 103 for 4, the Vipers. When I was here last, one of the guys that works here, I know, who used to play second team cricket here in my young days, who still works here, did tell me the price of the top floor apartment. I said, really? As you can imagine how much it's worth, or he says it's worth.
Right.
Gregory Bowles, it's a ridiculous amount. That's pushed back to the bowler. I mean, I guess it's got a sea view. Actually, it'd be interesting to see if it has got a sea view, because obviously we're 2 blocks away from the sea behind us. And of course, there's rows of flats all the way down to the sea. But I suppose, thinking about it, he probably does just about.
Probably got a cricket view as well.
Yes, well, it certainly has got that.
Yeah.
So Windsor tries to give herself some room. It hits it out square on the offside, and again, Eva grazing quickly, and there's no run. Seems to be predominantly almost googlies from Daniel Gregory. I can't quite see that development at the moment, because it's sort of like left and just behind us.
I know what you mean. I know where the pub was.
Yeah. Windsor drives through the gap at extra cover. Lovely shot. That may not quite go all the way, isn't it? It's just pulled back.
Good bit of fielding.
And are they going to go for 3? Yes, they are. Windsor's quick as between the wickets. So is Georgia Elwis, and that's a good run 3. But equally, a good piece of fielding up there. I think that might have been Freya Davis.
Freya Davis, yeah, flicked it back. I think that's the first 3 of the day. You're not going to get too many on this ground.
No, you're right. You don't get too many normally, men or women. 106 for 4. Elwis is on 49 on strike. Windsor's moved on to 12. That's come off 28. She's the non-striker. Here's Daniel Gregory again. Bowls, and that's driven on the up, but straight to extra cover. Half century not coming off that delivery.
It's interesting how Mel was pointing out earlier, so for Elwis, they've got these 2 fielders very close together at backward point.
They are, aren't they? Yeah.
There's obviously something they know about her, because it's only for her.
It's just playing that late shot, isn't it? She drives up to mid-on. There's the half century. Comfortable single up to deep mid-on. And Elwis's 50 has come off 67 deliveries. And that includes 4 fours. And with the Vipers at one stage, 10 for 2 and then 35 for 3. That is a very valuable knock so far.
Indeed. I said earlier, I think she seems to always get the runs when Vipers are up against it a little bit, which doesn't happen that often, but sometimes they are, and she always seems to pull something out of the bag.
Yep. 100 last year in this competition. That was in the run chase against the Sunrisers. She had a fairly quiet Charlotte Edwards Trophy competition, but that's because the top order was scoring runs.
Yeah. She's forced that one down the ground for another single. Emily Windsor ran into the bowler when she was taking that single. There's almost a collision. I think I know my money would have been on if that was the case. Bryony Smith in again to Emily Windsor. And that's another offside. That's beautifully played through the offside. Found the gap perfectly for 4.
That's the best shot so far.
It is. It was all about timing, really, wasn't it? It didn't look like she overhit it or anything. She just placed it through the gap. So, starting to get some momentum into her innings now, up to 16.
Just shows what can happen if you give yourself a little time to get going, doesn't it?
And 50 overs does give you time. Yeah. In again, Fuller, and just gets an angled bat on that, and it'll just be 1 down to Ailish Cranston, moving around from backward point. We're saying about not having many Hampshire girls in the game today, but Ailish Cranston is actually. She's a Hampshire girl.
Well, she played for the Vipers in the old Kia Super League.
I think she did. She's certainly from Hampshire. She came up through all the age group cricket.
Cranstone.
Yeah.
But she's certainly Hampshire. I think she played for Hampshire, yeah?
Yeah, she did through the age groups, definitely. Yes. And she lives right on the Hampshire Surrey border, and I think she changed to Surrey a few years ago, but she's played all her early cricket in Hampshire.
Yeah.
Also, interestingly, throws right arm now because she used to be a left arm bowler. Smith in the game, and Windsor turns out into leg for a single. Yeah, she was a left arm bowler, and I don't know exactly what the injury was, but it was quite a long standing one, so she realised she couldn't really bowl anymore and taught herself to throw right-handed.
Okay.
Left-handed bowler, right-arm thrower, Kev. Sound familiar?
Yeah, weird. They're all weirdos. And I include myself in that, yeah.
That's looking for a single, but Windsor turned that one down as Elvis turned on the leg side. Ended the over 116 for 4.
Now, this partnership, I know Mel says her math's not great, I'm even worse, so I'm trying to work it out. 26, 36, 42, this partnership. Is that quick? Impressive. I know, I should have used a calculator. I should have done it before I even mentioned it, but anyway, that's quite quick. 42-run partnership, which is the highest of the innings so far. 115 for 4. That's... well, the scoreboard is showing 28.6. I think it's 28 overs gone. It is. Sure it is.
No, it's got to be an odd number because they start from 29.
Yeah, you're right. Thanks, Phil. Daniel Gregory's going to continue from that Cromwell Road end, and Windsor pushes out square on the offside again. Ava Gray, that's a position there, isn't it? A point, just backward a point. It's been there for most of the game, Fields, and there's no run. As a lot of that cloud that we had earlier is beginning to disappear, and we've got a lot more blue sky ahead. Hopefully that will continue up above us, I should say, not ahead. That's flighted, and that's driven by Windsor up to mid-off. They're going to take a single, slightly wide of Freya Davis there, so comfortable one. And Windsor moves on to 19 of 33, and it's 116 for 4. The earlier batters out, Georgia Adams for 2, Maya Boucher no score, Ella McGacken for 15, Paige Schofield for 17. There's Gregory again then, bowls and full on the leg stump, and that's driven to mid-wicket by Elwes, and there's no run. So the one run out, Ella McGacken, that was a little bit disappointing. Capsy in very quickly from the covers. They're getting the ball into the keeper as that's cut away by Elwes, giving herself some room into the gap on the covers. There is that sweeper away to our right. 117 for 4.
Yeah, McCacken was looking good too, wasn't she? I thought.
She was, yeah. 15 of 24 balls. Third out at 35 for 3 in the 11th. Capsy, who looks busy in the covers, or did earlier. She's not there at the moment. Let's just come back a little bit at Windsor, who just cuts that and gives herself some room out in the covers again for a single. Total moves on to 118 for 4. Windsor on to 20. Carrying on a good form from the Lightning last week, where she made 27 on loan. Gregory again to Elwes. Low full toss. Elwes guides that straight to mid-wicket, and it's gone through the fielder up towards wide mid-on. And Elwes will keep the strike at the end of that over. I think the scoreboard is stuck in terms of the number of overs, or isn't it? No, it's 30 overs gone. Now it's me that's catching up. 119 for 4. Just 3 runs off that.
It's interesting on the board there, it says the cut-off's 13:47. I wonder if that takes into account that first over that took 8 minutes or something.
It was ridiculous, wasn't it? 2 overs in the first 12 minutes or 13 minutes, you're right.
Yeah.
It was it the change of ball, wasn't it, we had, or something after the first over? Obviously somebody noticed after the first over it probably wasn't a new ball.
Well, cricket ball or something.
Somebody had deceived them and sneaked out an old ball into the umpire's pocket. And it did swing.
I was going to say, it swung a lot for an old ball, yeah.
Certainly did, yeah.
So we've got Freya Davis coming on this end, the C end. She bowled her 5 overs at the start of the innings from the top end and bowled very well.
Yes, she did, yeah. 5 overs, 1 for 13 with 1 maiden, and that really good nip backer.
Got Maya Boucher, yeah.
LBW for no score, yeah. Great delivery. And that was plum. If ever you want to show a graphic of somebody who's plum LBW, show that one.
The first ball is down the leg side. I don't know if it's off pad or bat, but Elwes got it away for a run. Got the keeper stood up now for Davis. You see that a lot in one-day cricket, don't you? Keeper coming up to seamers.
Put pressure on the batters so they don't walk out of their crease and try and walk around too much.
Freya Davies again. Windsor now on strike. That's a nice cut shot. Actually, no, it's not going to beat the cover fielder. Windsor looking for 2, as she often is, but sent back by Elvis, rightly so.
Must be nice to bat with Georgia Elvis. She's so calming out there in the middle, isn't she, really? Just feels as though she's got the situation under control, knows what she's doing.
It's like you said earlier, Kev, although she's not now an international player, it is like having an international player in your lineup.
Yeah, very much so.
She's on strike again now to Freya Davies. And that's a length ball again, but forced through the offside. It's got to this stage of the innings, and these two are batting in the way that even what you'd say is a good length ball, they can work away for one. There's always a sign of the batter's doing well when they can score off good balls.
Yeah, and it usually comes when you've spent a bit of time in the crease.
Exactly right, yeah. Got to earn the right. Davies again, well, that's a attempted bouncer, I think, and Windsor's got a bottom edge on it. Yeah, she's looking as if she's a bit disappointed there. That was set up a little bit to hit, but she bottom edged it down to long leg, picked up a single. Yeah, she certainly, that was back of the length or shorter than that.
It was, yeah. I mean, she banged it into the... I mean, there's not many people that can bang it in here, no matter who you are, male or female, and get the ball right up.
That's right. So she tried to. Anyway, this time it's much fuller and driven. And again, it's good. Say it's a good single. That might have been very close if it hit. Fielder's reaction is that was probably gone. It's Bryony Smith at mid-off. See, from our angle, we can't tell how close the throw was, but the reaction of the fielders was that it was pretty much...
I was surprised to see her go. I don't know, because it was straight at Smith at mid-off, wasn't it?
Yeah, and she hit it hard to her as well. It wasn't like she dropped it short of her. Freya Davies coming in again as we've got seagulls flying across our face. Windsor managed to force that one out to the cover boundary for another single. And the score's really ticking along now. It's crept up to, well, not crept up. They've got it up to 125 for 4 off 31.
And actually, I think in that over, they passed the 50 partnership.
Yep.
They did, 26, 30, 51, no, sorry. Yeah, 51.
They've put the Vipers very much back in, I wouldn't say in control of the game yet, but they've addressed the situation they were in and put us much back more on an even keel.
So 19 overs left, and Danielle continue from that Cromwell Road end with her leg breaks, but generally I think on the whole she's bowling a few more googlies that seem to be coming into the right-handed. There's a lovely low full toss that Windsor hits away to wide mid-on, can't quite find the gap, but they do pick up a single. Total moves on to 126 for 4. Windsor's 24 off 38. Elvis is 57 off 76 as the Vipers move on. When these two came together at 74 for 4, here's Gregory again, just follows Elvis a little bit, who finds a room and pushes it out into the covers. They'll pick up another single. Single's definitely the order of this partnership.
This field placing with the two fielders very close together for Elvis, perhaps does she reverse sweep a lot? I don't remember her doing that, but it's the sort of field you set to stop the reverse sweep.
It does, doesn't it? Burns has played that very fine. It's rolling down the hill. Now, this is a good contest. Is it going all the way, the ball? Yes, it is. Has she got a bounty? I'm sure she has. Yes, she has. The umpire signals to the scorers away to our left. Lovely faint tickle there from Emily Windsor. Just slightly off line there from Gregory. And once that ball rolls down the hill here, it doesn't matter if it's a spinner, a pacer, it does race away. Do you know, I walked across, I know... somebody mentioned about the outfield earlier, and I walked across here on Sunday night after the T20 game, and I have to say, I noticed the outfield. I thought, gosh, this is like a carpet.
Yeah.
I know most of them are pretty good, but that's a lovely drive.
It does look lovely.
Yeah, it was really sort of tight knitted grass, all sort of tightly mown, and felt really good. 132 for 4. Windsor picks up a single. That's deep cover, and that's the top score of the season in a competitive match. Beats a 27 for Lightning last week. She actually beaten it with the 4 runs, but just thought I'd point that out anyway. 132 for 4. Here's Gregory again. Sunshine coming out as Elwes comes down the wicket, uses her feet, just guides that to wide mid wicket, and that'll be a single. Elwes moves on to 59 now, and the Vipers starting to give themselves another base, I guess, in which to attack, score well over 200.
Well, Mel and I were talking quite a lot earlier about what was a good target score, and we were saying, sorry.
You did. There's a lovely cut shot there from Windsor now. He's rolling down the hill. I'd give that up if I was you. Now he's 4 more, and Gregory just straying a little bit on line both sides of the wicket in that over and paying the price. Probably her most loose over today. She's been quite accurate up until now, and the Vipers move on to 137 for 4, taking full advantage of that over there from Gregory, and Windsor's 33, Elwes is 59.
Yeah, I think we'd have to reset our sights now from what we were talking about. At that point, we were saying 200 was a target and 225 would be good, but I think now they'd be disappointed if we didn't get at least 250 from here.
I think they'll need it. This Stars side are a very good side. Davison Richards and Bryony Smith to name but 2. 12 runs off that over.
And Cranston, I believe, Cranston was the leading run scorer in the Charlotte Edwards Cup this year, I believe, or in the qualifying stages she was anyway. Davies in again, and that's leg side, turned away by Elwes. Or it could be a 2 if the misfield, but no, they didn't. I don't think Elwes picked up that there was a misfield. So just a single.
Beginning to get some momentum into this partnership now, aren't they? Windsor was quite rightly quite slow in their early part of her innings, but I think it needed it, having lost those 4 early wickets.
Yeah, she now 33 from 41. Yeah. And that's Fuller again from Davis, and just treated with the respect it deserved by Windsor, played back down the wicket.
Yeah, it's 50 overs, of course, does give you a little bit of time, and you have got a bit of a licence when you lose early wickets. You don't need to be. No. Sometimes it's difficult to keep the pace up if batters before you have been going quite quickly.
Yes.
But on the other side of the coin, she had time on her hands.
That's again accurate ball from Freya Davis and just played back to the bowler. Yeah, as I was saying, they play. The girls play a lot of T20 cricket and they switch into this, and it's sometimes difficult to. Well, I suppose it's the same as adjusting from 4-day cricket for the men into 1-day cricket, but it's a big adjustment from T20 to 50 over.
Yeah.
Davies in again, and once again, sort of 3 balls in a row that Emily Windsor's played a textbook full defensive shot back to the bowler.
Yeah, you just hope in this situation, don't you? Because Freya Davis has been very accurate, hasn't he, throughout. She's into her 7th over here. That having started to get the partnership going, then you see 3 dot balls and you think, right, and you kind of start as a batter to get under pressure. I just hope that doesn't happen here, because these two just need to keep going for a while.
But they could be thinking Freya Davis has been the best bowler.
Well, there you go.
So let's see her off. Give me risks against her. That time she has got a single. Playing it to the left of extra cover.
Kirsty White.
Yep.
Yeah, she probably just bowled a foolish ball there, which just allowed Windsor to sort of keep the strike, rotating there. I think another dot ball, she might have felt a bit under pressure.
Yeah, Davies is again. And that's driven, but no run to mid wicket. Yeah, I don't think. Knowing Emily Windsor like we do, I don't think she's the sort that would are worried about another dot ball. I was saying earlier, she's really good at judging a run chase in the second innings, and she doesn't panic, and she certainly won games in those situations.
That's good, and an important innings still to play for her. Many people might remember that a couple of years ago at the Oval when these two sides met back in 2020, wasn't it? Where the Vipers won by 4 wickets. Emily Windsor came in low down there and
got them over
runs.
the line.
Yeah, she did. Yeah. Looks like we might have a change of bowling at the Cromwell Road end. Daniel Gregory, whose previous over went for 12. 7 overs, 1 for 30. I mean, good overall, but rather spoilt the figures.
This is Grace Gibbs, I think. Is it?
Grace Gibbs.
Seamer.
Part of the Kent contingent in this South East Stars side.
Yeah, she's been in the Kent side for a long time now.
Yeah. 27 years of age. Yeah. Grace Gibbs. First look at her with the ball in this game. Keeper standing back, that's Kira Chatley. She'll be bowling right arm over, coming down the hill. Bowls, full on leg stump, almost York's Windsor, who digs that one out. Called through by Elvis quickly. Windsor gets a throw, hit the stumps at the bowler's end, but she's home. So that's the keeper there, Kira Chatley, quickly coming round. But Elvis was really keen to get a single there, wasn't she?
Yeah, there's quite a bit of pace on that ball. I think she surprised Emily Windsor with the pace of it, really.
Yeah.
So you don't, when you get someone coming on this late in the innings for the first time, I mean, they would know her, I guess, but you don't expect someone to be coming at that pace, really.
Decent pace.
Yeah.
Comes in again and bowls. That's full again, and a thick inside edge there as Elvis drives on the onside, goes down quickly towards fine leg where Daniel Gregory's. I can see her long pigtails now. A little bit closer. They are literally right down to the small of her back. I'm sure they are longer than they've ever been. Just having a look at the Charlotte Edwards Cup this year. Grace Gibbs didn't actually bowl in that. I'm not sure she actually played. I'll have a look, because that's a full delivery and Windsor digs it out on the offside this time. So very full.
She's basically bowled 3 Yorkers, hasn't she?
Yeah. Keeping it well up there at the moment.
Yeah.
But yeah, maybe she didn't play. Just checking. She did. Otherwise she would have bowled. So 142 for 4 into the 34th, halfway through it. And Elvis back on strike, 61 off 81. Comes in. That's a length ball and gets wrapped on the pad there. Always trying to work that away on the onside. Again, the ball keeps quite low, as it often does here.
Been good over so far.
Yes, it has, yeah. So she didn't play in the Charlotte Edwards Cup. Last year, Grace Gibbs picked up 4 wickets and economy rate of just over 5 and over in this competition. Well, it's a low full toss, hammered away by Elvis. A couple of bounces down to Gregory at deep fine leg.
That'd be a no ball, wouldn't it?
Close, yes, the umpire at square leg is signaling it. You're right, Phil. Yeah. Obviously looking to get the ball full, just overdid it on that occasion. 142 for 4.
And a free hit.
Free hit for Emily Windsor. What's she going to do here?
They tend to try and do something quirky, don't they, on a free hit?
Yeah.
It doesn't always work, obviously. If you've got that licence, all these shots you want to try, now's the time to do it.
So the field, I wasn't sure you're allowed to change the field.
Yeah, you are if the batsmen have crossed.
Oh,
if
is
it's
that
to
right?
a different batter, yeah.
It's a good job you're here, Phil. You know your rules, don't you? So here we go then. Length ball, and Windsor just slaps it back past the bowler, giving herself some room, and that's going to be 4 up to the top end of the ground. Length ball, and Windsor hit nicely through the line. And that free hit has been quite costly for the Stars.
Yeah, taking full advantage. You don't often see the free hit taken advantage of, because sometimes they say they try and play different shots and it doesn't come anything, but it's good to see that she didn't do anything too unorthodox then, but gave herself a bit of room.
So 148 for 4. Windsor moves on to 40 from 48. Facing Gibbs again, bowls, length ball, and again she gives herself some room, works it up to extra cover, but it's straight to the fielder, and that is the end of the over. Phil, you got a break.
Okay.
So that's Phil Green. He'll be back a little later. 34 overs gone then, 148 for 4, and Melissa Story, former Vipers Academy all-rounder, TMS commentator, back in alongside me here. And the Vipers looking in great shape here, Mel, since the last time you were on.
Yeah, they've really, really come back strong with this partnership between these two. We were saying how they're so close off the pitch, and they'll just be loving batting out there together. Of course, Emily brought back from that week's loan to the Lightning, brought back early, so only played one game, and she's really making a stake for her place in this squad.
She is, yeah. Obviously benefiting from the fact that Danny White and Charlie Dean called up for the forthcoming internationals against South Africa, which I think start Monday.
Yeah, first ODI Monday at Northampton.
Yeah, and you're doing one later in the week.
Bristol on Friday.
Here we go. So we've got a new bowler. That is Eva Gray with her right arm seamers, and that's cut away by Elwes. It's half stopped at backward point, but the fielder at third comes round, and that's a single to Elwes, who moves on to 63, 149 for 4, and these two have put on over 70 for the fifth wicket here. The Vipers, at one stage when these two came together, 74 for 4 in the 20th. We're in the 35th here as a length ball, and Windsor works that out into the gap on the offside. And that'll be another single, and that's the 150 up for the Vipers, which should get a round of applause. Yeah, crowd have woken up.
Once people start to notice.
It's not a bad crowd, to be fair. I mean, there's a few seats taken up in both tiers of the pavilion away to our left, which is quite good, and the stand in the corner here, which is the bigger of the stands, there's a few there as well. That's cut away by Elwes, and no, says Windsor. Not a great throw to the keeper, and they'll take a single as the ball goes out towards deep mid-wicket.
We were saying earlier how the Stars' ground fielding hasn't been all too great. It's been a bit sloppy at times, which wasn't as noticeable when they were on top, when they were reducing the Vipers for 74 for 4. But now that this partnership has emerged, it's really starting to become a bit more obvious.
Certainly is. Windsor to face Gray, that's full. Windsor drives off the bottom of the bat, goes out to extra cover, no run.
So, I mean, it really has been a case of the South East Stars really applied that pressure hard, but the Southern Vipers are giving it some back, and we've spoken about how Elwes likes to stand up and in situations her team needs her, but so does Emily Windsor with last year's RACHAEL HEYHOE FLINT final.
Exactly right, yeah, player of the final, wasn't she really? As that keeps low on Windsor, who bends down as she plays that shot back to the bowler. Yeah, her and Tara Norris putting on that partnership at Northampton to get the Vipers over the line against the Northern Diamonds.
And I think the Vipers won't mind too much that they have been put into bat, because although it was precarious at the start, if these two can get past that 200 mark, which they should easily now, this pitch isn't easy to bat on with how low it's keeping.
That's right there. Full toss, which Windsor hits out on the leg side. Doesn't really time it. Ball just trickles out towards deep mid-wicket, having been in the air over the infield. 151 for 4. 152 for 4. And I think Windsor's keeping the strike.
Yeah, she's done that quite a few times. She's clearly in a bit of a cheeky mood, because if you've got the senior Georgia Elwes on 64 at the other end, but it's not disastrous, because in those partnerships when one batter who's established at the other end is in and the new batter keeps stealing the strike and suddenly deprives the other batter of strike, it can be quite troubling. But actually here, because they rotate in singles so often, it's just been a fantastically timed partnership between these two. They haven't lost their heads, but they've also had the confidence to play their shots, which are good to them. Emily Windsor hitting those 2 boundaries behind square. She's looking confident. And she's on strike to Gibbs, who is the new bowler? Is this her first?
It's Grace Gibbs, the second over.
Second over, apologies. And they've actually run through for 2 runs there, as that was dropped into the offside. Another overthrow for the South East Stars. Another misfield backing up, and these two are alert to these mistakes in the field now. It's just an indication that a few heads are starting to drop, and that's the effect of this partnership. Gibbs charging in down the hill, driven by Windsor firmly, but straight to the fielder at deep cover. Single taken, 155 for 4 now.
I now make this 81 partnership.
Well, I'll leave you in charge of the partnership.
Don't.
I was going to do another fantastic bit of maths to work out where they could be if they continue at the run rate they're going, because I think they must be going along it. I mean, since these two have been in the middle, it's felt like it's been up around the 5 runs and over kind of region as Gibbs bowls, and that strikes Elwes on the pads. A big appeal from the Stars fielders, nothing from the umpire. It kept low, it jagged into Elwes. Maybe just a bit of inside edge or going down the leg side.
That looked close, didn't it? I know we're slightly to the right of the pitch, but that looked close. If you're watching on the live picture feed, it's worth having another look at that. I tell you what, nip back. May just have done too much.
They continue to progress. I think they'd be around that 230 mark, as that's a shorter ball advancing down the wicket and swiping his Elwes just to the right of the fielder mid-on, who was in the ring. It looked almost for a second as if the ball was about to carry into her outstretched hand, but just bouncing just short.
I haven't seen Elwes play shots like that too many times in this innings.
No, I guess maybe they've assessed the situation and gone, the Stars seem to be struggling for bowling options. They can't make their mind up. Everyone's kind of getting hit around a little bit. As Gibbs bowls shorter again and wristily flicked by Windsor, racing away to the third boundary, and another boundary to her moves her on to 49. One shot away from that half century, and that was a fantastic shot.
It was nicely timed.
Using the pace of the ball, and just that shot's come along so nicely for her, because even when there's pace on the ball, such as now, or even against spin, she just watches the ball onto the bat and perfectly bisects those fielders.
And that is her top score for the Vipers. 49.
160 for 4. Windsor on strike on 49, as that's a straighter ball defended at the crease by Windsor. Back to the bowler, and that's the end of the over. She'll have to wait a bit longer to get that extra run. 160 for 4. The Southern Vipers are 36 overs.
Yeah, 47 not out in that win that the Vipers scored over the Stars at the Oval a couple of years ago, and 47 not out she made in the final. It was Northern Diamonds last year at Northampton, so well done to her. And she really does need to round it off with at least a half century now. 160 for 4, so these two have now put on 86.
So if they progress from this point at a run rate of 5, they'll end on 230, which I think on this wicket, and owing to the start they had, they'll be quite happy with.
Yep.
They've just got to hope that as these clouds above us begin to disperse a bit, that it doesn't get too nice for batting.
No, it can be a big scoring ground here, can't it? It's Eva Gray again with her right arm medium paces, and that's worked on the onside by Elwes out towards deep mid wicket. There is a fielder there on the boundary, and that is Alice Davidson Richards. 161 for 4 brings Windsor back on strike. She's almost caught Elwes up, actually. 49 to Elwes' 66.
It's all that stealing of the strike.
It is, isn't it? I know. There's an art to it. Here's Eva Gray, bowls to Windsor. Windsor turns it away on the onside, hits on the pad, doesn't go anywhere. It's not going to happen there. Just missed out there a little bit, that little flick on the long side. That's, you don't want to be getting about on that, don't you, really? But she's still there. 49 off 58.
She's just got to keep her nerves here, Emily Windsor. We know she's desperate for that run, but wait for the bad ball.
Yeah, apologies, we are slightly biased when it comes to Emily Windsor, because does a lot of commentaries for Solent, does TMS with Mel as well. And there it is, there's the half century for Emily Windsor. Now you can hear the crowd, and Emily Windsor just punches the air. I know she'll enjoy that. And she raises her bat to her teammates away to her left, and Elwes gives her a big hug. And wow, you can almost feel how pleased she is from here.
I think one of those bat waves was for us, Kev. She knows we're being disgustingly biased up here.
Hey, why didn't she wave her bat down here?
It's a bit rude. We'll ask her after the game.
Yeah, that's poor.
It's a requirement from now on.
50 or 59 balls for Emily Windsor. And her first half century for the Vipers. Elwes pushes that on the leg side, doesn't really get hold of that at all as it goes into the ground, and both keeper and bowler converge on that white ball, and there is no run. I know she was desperately disappointed that she had to really go out on loan, didn't she? She wasn't getting a game for the Vipers this year, having been a regular, and went out to Lightning last week on a 7-day rolling loan. Did well, got 27. That probably got her into the groove. When you're not batting much, it's hard to just play the way you want to, but she certainly proved a point here today, as that's off the back foot, hammered away by Elwes out towards deep point. They'll come back for 2 here, and that takes the score on to 164 for 4.
Really good running there from these two to push that for a 2. It was just to the left of the fielder, but they've assessed the situation and the size of the ground they're playing on. It's good sized boundaries, and if they find the right spot and run hard, then there's always a 2 available.
Certainly is. Last ball of the 37th over here. Over Gray runs up the hill, bowls, and length ball, and Elwes guides that to a 45, and that's good running. Windsor's calling her through straight away, and some real momentum in that over. 37 overs gone, 165 for 4. Actually, not a bad over there. It was actually only 5 runs off it. It felt more.
5 runs enough for the Vipers.
You said 5 and over, didn't you?
You can only think of the acceleration that's to come, and most teams get to the 35th over in 50 over cricket. Especially at this partnership, you can see them glancing at the scoreboard every few seconds and just trying to work out at what point do we go. And when that does happen, usually one of the batters in the middle tends to go a bit more than the other. So we saw a few overs ago, George Elwes advancing down the pitch to swat the ball down to long on. So we may just see an acceleration, but there's also nothing wrong with them waiting just a bit longer, maybe till the 40th or 42nd over. They've still got a lot of firepower to come with Freya Kemp in next, and boy, can she hit a long ball. But it will be Alice Capsey bowling her off spin, bowling to Georgia Elwes. She hops into the crease, and that's short. Pulled away by Elwes. They're running hard again as it bisects 2 fielders, and there's a misfield on the boundary. It's not costly for 4, as she was being backed up out there by Stonehouse, but they will get through for 2. And you wonder whether they just may take the attack to Capsey here. She's more of a part-time spinner than the other spinners here. They may look to hit down the ground as she's in. That's short again, pulled in front of square this time, away for 4 runs into the South East Stars dugout. And this is already an expensive over. Just the 2 balls bowled. 6 runs off them, and the score 171 for 4. Georgia Elwes moves on to 75. And this has been a thrilling partnership.
Certainly is, yeah. Which is worth, Mel?
You just put me on the spot. Capsey in, bowls wide.
Only because I was hoping you'd say, "Oh, Kev, I'll tell you what it is. It's worth
Shall I take
97."
A guess? Oh, was that it?
I'm sorry.
Right,
was you going to
next
guess 97?
Time. Yeah, I was.
Yeah, of course
That's
you were.
mad. Wow. Next time, quiz me. I feel like I could telepathically do it. Capsey in and pushing this into the onside. Elwes. They're running hard again as they've hit to the right of the fielder, and Emily Windsor stretching her bat at full reach to get back. This has been fantastic from these 2 so far.
In fact, tell her that is the 100 partnership.
There we go. 100 partnership for Elwes and Windsor. 100 runs and 111 balls. Just significant for how these 2 have kept the game going. They didn't get bogged in when there were 4 wickets down. It's so easy to just defend away, but they've kept the strike rotated. And 174 for 4. Elwes, 77 not out on strike to Capsey, who floats this one up, and it's drilled down the ground by Elwes. Another single taken.
It just shows what can be achieved with partnerships. I mean, everybody talks about partnerships, and it's almost to a point. You say, "What do you mean partnerships? This, that." I mean, these 2 started quite slowly, but 100 off 111 balls. It's not far off a runnable partnership, and yet they started slow.
It's about building up your own confidence at the crease, but also helping the other person, and that pressure which comes with it. As that's a rank delivery from Capsey, cut away, takes a thick edge, and this will be another 4. It wasn't where Windsor was looking to hit the ball, but she got the result the ball probably should have got. It was a rank delivery from Capsey, and suddenly 2 boundaries from the over. Still 1 ball to go, and there's already been 13 runs. Don't think we'll be seeing the return of Capsey anytime soon.
Just looking at her economy rate in the Charlotte Edwards Cup, actually, just under 7 and over when she bowled.
Capsey in, and that's straighter. Late cut by Windsor, straight to third, who takes a shy at the non-striker's end, but Windsor safely home. She moves on to 55. Elwes 78, and the Vipers 180 for 4. Yeah, going back to the partnerships, it is you've got to be selfish as a batter in some ways, but your selfishness and focusing on just giving yourself time to get in helps the person at the other end. It takes pressure off their shoulders, because if you're there at the non-strikers watching wickets fall around you, and admittedly the first 4 batters for the Vipers getting themselves out, you'd say Maya Bouchier's was a good bit of bowling from Freya Davis, but the other 3 dismissals have been quite careless cricket from the Vipers. But these 2 reading the situation perfectly.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, Georgia Adams would have been very disappointed to hit a leg stump full toss straight to deep square leg. McGachan ran out, slight mix-up between Elvis and her, and then Paige Schofield, a Daniel Gregory rare long hop to hit it straight down deep mid-wicket's throat. It's Windsor to face Ava Gray with a right arm medium pace. That's hit down the ground and that's missed at mid-on, and that's a super shot. And that is a really nice shot, straight mid-on. I thought it was going to get cut off by Freya Davis at mid-on, but she dived, she couldn't quite get there. The pace of the ball just taking it past her.
Now, I get quite excited when I see Emily Windsor playing shots like that, because it's just when she's feeling confident and when she's feeling in, you start to see the might and the power and the timing she has. She's not a big person. She's really quite tiny out there in the middle, but she packs a lot of strength, as we saw in that last shot.
Yeah, packed a punch with that one, didn't she, really? As a Gray bowls, it's outside off stump and it's slapped away, but fielded in the covers. Alexa Stonehouse just had to look
I think
hard.
she does just have to be a bit careful as she was reaching for that last wider delivery, that there still is a lot of time. There's over 10 overs left in this game, and just think how much damage she could do if she stays in.
59 off 63, drives on the up, finds the gap through the covers, beautiful shot. Just a modicum of width outside the off stump, and Windsor just using the pace of the ball and the middle of the bat and making sure she finds the gap. And she moves on to 63, and she's almost a runner ball now. 64 balls she's faced, 188 for 4. It's exciting, it is exciting.
It is. I have just sent her a text for when she gets reunited with her phone at the end of the day. I'm just going, oh my goodness, this is really good. It's just full entertainment.
It certainly is, yeah. There'd be something wrong if she pulls the phone out of her pocket at the end of the over, and there will be something wrong. That's pushed up to mid-on. In off the rope in front of us, Freya Davis. Windsor moves on to 64 off 65, 189 for 4 in the 39.
Well, it could act as an extra bit of thigh pad. Obviously not great for the phone, unless you have a good old sturdy phone from maybe some of the first phones to come out. That could act as a thigh pad.
That would. Gosh, the brick.
Big brick.
There's a very, very well-known old story that has done the rounds for many years, as that's full, and that's driven by Elvis now. It's gone wide of mid-on, but Freya Davis does well, actually. Elvis was thinking about 2, but Freya Davis is too quick there, gets the throw in early. There's a very old story that has done the rounds, and Phil will know it. It's been told so many times. But you're young enough that you might not have heard it.
I'll act very surprised.
Right, here we go. So a test match, and I think it's a true story because I've heard this so many times. It's a test match. Alan Lamb, I think it was, walked out to bat, and Dickie Bird was umpiring. This is a test match, right? Walks out to bat and has his phones in his pocket, right? This was a deliberate thing, as that's driven by Windsor out towards deep mid-on where Freya Davis is fielding. 65 off 66 now, 192 for 4. And Dickie Bird's umpiring, and he hands his phone to Dickie Bird and says, "Can you look after this while I'm batting?" This is in the middle of a test, right? So Dickie said, "All right, yeah, okay." So he puts it in his pocket. And while Alan Lamb is batting, Ian Botham phones the phone. So it rings out in the middle of the game.
Just doesn't.
And Dickie's got his phone. He's looking. He's going. What's the phone?
Just
and it's ringing in his pocket as a prank in the middle of a test.
And what year was this in?
Well, whenever.
I'm trying to imagine the size of the phone.
80s sometime.
So it probably weighed poor Dickie Bird down on
it was
one
a big
side.
one. Yeah, it was a big one. Yeah. True story.
Block of concrete.
Yeah, they deliberately did it just to.
Smith in, and that's driven uppish by Windsor, bouncing just before white at extra cover. No run taken.
Those of a certain vintage that go to a lot of cricket dinners will have heard that story many times, but yeah, true story.
Smith in, low full toss, hit in the air and over the head of mid-off. Another 4 to Emily Windsor. She is in superb form. Seeing everything so well and middling everything. She moves on to 69 of 68 balls. That's strike rate over 100 now. And as you mentioned, about to overtake her partner at the other end.
Amazing, isn't it? 10 runs behind. Is she doing the TMS with you this week?
She is. So she's doing the first ODI at Northampton on Monday. As Smith in. This is slashed in the air, bisecting the fielders at third and pointing another boundary to Emily Windsor. Nothing is slowing her down. Moves on to 73, not out. And something has just clicked Everything is going right for her. She's timing the ball perfectly, and she's just really targeting all the gaps in the field.
You know what worries me? She keeps going like this. She's going to get so nervous as she gets near 100. I mean, it's a bit of a way off. So you're not doing Northampton. She's doing Northampton.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she's doing 4 or 5 of the upcoming 6 women's games for England. I have to double check as Smith tickled around the corner by Windsor to deep square and a single taken. Windsor moves on to 74 and the 200 up for the Southern Vipers. 200 for 4 from
Really
74 for 4.
74 for 4 they were,
To
yeah.
200 for 4. This has been spectacular from these two and has completely turned the game on its head. Smith at the top of her mark, bowling to Elwes, who's advancing down the wicket, times this beautifully down to long on, and they scamper through for another run. Already 10 runs off this over, 1 ball remaining. So the first few ODIs is Monday at Northampton.
You're not that one.
No.
She is.
Friday at Bristol, which I think we both are.
Oh,
So
she's
that'll
going to be
the-
unbearable.
As Bryony Smith bowls, it's flatter and cut to point. No run taken, and that completes the over. 201 for 4 off 40 overs, 10 overs remaining in this game. Don't even get me started. I'm happy for her now, but I need to remember to bring earbuds on Friday.
So if you're listening to TMS for any of the commentaries this week and the One Day Internationals, beware, first of all, Emily Windsor, and then the Emily Windsor-Melissa Story combination can be unbearable.
We're not allowed on with each other.
Well, you were in the test.
So we were on the test because the overlap between the men's and the women's test meant that Alex Hartley had to drive from Leeds down to Taunton. She got there a bit late and they kind of looked around the room and went, who can step in as a summariser today? And there's either me, Steph or Henry, and I don't think any of us average more than 10. So we had to look to the professional cricketer. She was a bit nervous at first, but absolutely smashed it.
Good stuff.
She's got fantastic stories from changing rooms, and anyone who's listened, a great personality.
Here's Alice Davison Richards. Is it me? It is me, isn't it? I've forgotten now. That's a nice drive by Elwes out into the deep extra cover area. Elwes moves on to 80. That's off a 81 of 98. 202 for 4. And while I describe the next ball, Mel's going to work out what this partnership's worth. As Davison Richards is at the top of her mark. She's into her 6th over now. None for 31. And she's bowling to Emily Windsor.
Is it 128?
Sounds about right. Here comes Davison Richards. It's a slower ball and it's driven by Windsor out again into that deep cover area where Alexa Stonehouse is fielding in front of the pavilion. 203 for 4. Windsor on 75 from 72. She's better than a runner ball.
Alexa Stonehouse has been doing a good shift out there on the boundary for the South East Stars. She, of course, opened the bowling with 4 overs and has been non-stop running since.
That's for sure. Here comes Davison Richards, right arm over again. It's full and it's driven hard. Couple of bounces down to Freya Davis at mid-on who misfields and the ball's going over the rope. Oh, that is a mistake.
That isn't... She went down to do the long barrier there, Freya Davis, which at this level of the game, it's always something. I know Charlotte Edwards says no long barriers, and it wasn't suitable for the kind of shot. It was bobbling towards her, bobbled up and hit her chest. It's just one of those ones you've got to back yourself and attack the ball, but you can tell the South East Stars' heads are down.
They are a little bit, aren't they? They would have hoped to have got the Vipers, I won't say all out by now, but certainly at 74 for 4 would have hoped to be in a better position. That's driven hard to Freya Davis, who does the long barrier and even then doesn't pick it up cleanly but recovers well, and that'll be another single. Elwes on to 86, 208 for 4 in the 41st.
So 9 overs remaining after this one, and just looking at some of the bowlers, Freya Davis has bowled 7, so you assume she will bowl her full 10 allocated overs, so that's 3 of them gone. Got to think who to bowl those other 6.
Yeah, I don't think it will be Caps here. There's an edge there from Windsor's gone down towards the vacant third man area. Went to cross back that away down the ground and got a huge edge, and it went very quickly up the hill.
Phil Green next to us is looking a little bit nervous as Emily Windsor edges closer and closer to significant landmarks, which I won't be saying the words of because that would be a jinx. But Alexa Stonehouse, she's bowled just the 4 overs, so we may see the return of her, but of course struggled early with the new ball. And Bryony Smith often does bowl herself at the death as well, which really slows it up and loops it up, so it may be a good attacking option.
212 for 4. Davison Richards short. Windsor pulls it away, and that's 4 runs down to 5 legs. Got it very fine. She was very late on the shot, but it's 4 more. Quite deliberate bouncer there from Davison Richards, who did thrash that ball into the ground very short. Got it quite high, and Windsor moves on to 83, and we are all nervous in here. I'm sure we are, as she's only 17 away from 100. We mustn't forget Georgia Elwes, of course, but you kind of expect bigger scores from Georgia Elwes just because of her pedigree. For Emily Windsor, she's almost doubled her highest score for the Vipers, and we are. Mel, if I could take a picture of Mel's face here at the moment, it's just like you've seen a ghost.
I feel a bit physically sick and actually quite close to tears for some reason. I'm just getting very on edge about this partnership. Of course, there's no need to be because they're both striking the ball perfectly, but with both batters poised on near such significant scores. As Bryony Smith in, and that's swept by Elwes straight to the deep square fielder, and a single taken. They've really both played 360 innings as well, with Elwes bringing out those sweeps and using her feet down the wicket, whilst Emily Windsor's looked to nurdle the ball into those gaps a bit more. They're contrasting batting styles, but complement each other perfectly. That's Smith in, and that's slower. Just dropped into the onside, and quick running between those two. There's a shy at the stumps. It hits Emily Windsor's bat, and she yells no straight away to let Elwes know it's not a run there. I was about to do a Ben Stokes at the World Cup there. She just angled her bat a bit better, and it could have gone for another 4. Smith, top of her mark, in, and that's a drag down, pulled away, uppish, but this will reach the boundary for 4. Georgia Elwes, a 4 to her now. She's joining in the party, and it's absolute carnage out there in the middle. Both batters are seeing this ball like a beach ball, and Elwes moves into the nervous 90s. 91 her, and Emily Windsor 84 not out the other end. 2-2-2 for 4. And a few overs ago, we were saying that 225 would be a good overall score, but there's still over 8 overs left. It's been fantastic acceleration between these two, as we see Bryony Smith just change her angle up. She's going around the wicket now to Georgia Elwes. That's full and cut away by Elwes past the diving point fielder. A lot of work on the boundary at cover, and the ball goes for 4. It was lazy fielding out there on the boundary by Ailish Cranstone. She made all the hard work, well, not lazy so to say, but just at the last minute she leant down casually with one hand, and the ball went straight through it.
Wow, already 10 runs off these first 4 balls.
Alice Capsey on the boundary, apologies, as Smith bowls. That's slower and nurdled into the onside, fielded by Stonehouse. Single taken. Elwes moves on to 96. She's 1 shot away from a century. Emily Windsor on strike, 84 not out. 1 ball remaining in this Bryony Smith over. She bowls in, and cutting this away into the offside as Windsor takes a single. She moves on to 85 and steals the strike for the next over. It's tense stuff here at Hove for this fantastic game so far between the Southern Vipers and South East Stars. The Southern Vipers 228 for 4, and this crowd is being treated to a spectacular batting performance.
I'll tell you what, they are really motoring along here. I'm just looking at the total. So in the 37th over they hit 15, in the 38th they hit 15, 39th they hit 11, in the 40th they hit 10, 15 in the 41st, and that one has gone for 12. So they really are getting a move on here. And I saw Bryony Smith in that over just looked a bit dejected with the misfield away to her right that you were describing, and a couple of other little things that were happening. And it just looks like the Stars have just got a little bit ragged here.
A few players crouched down just on their knees, waiting for this discussion between Alice Davison-Richards and Bryony Smith. But at this rate, if these two stay in till the end, we could see the Vipers propelling themselves towards the 300 mark, which would be incredibly defendable.
I certainly would. Mind you, we mustn't remember, and Phil saw this last week, the Stars got 281 for 8 in their first innings against the Sunrisers, so they are a good batting side. Here's Davison-Richards, bowls to Windsor. Windsor flat bats it away on the offside, goes out towards extra cover, but they will pick up a single. Kirsty White fields, and Windsor moves on to 86 from 77, 229 for 4. Do you want to stay on while these two are going so well? I know you do. I know Phil probably wants to, but I can just feel that Mel wants to stick around, especially to see, well we hope both of them, but especially Emily Windsor. So you're all right with that?
Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
Thank you.
Because I know you've got a lot of commentary coming up. So we want to burn you out too quickly. That's full delivery as Elwes works that up towards deep mid-on. Freya Davies comes in off the boundary, and Elwes moves on to 97 now, and the Vipers on to 230. And this partnership now is worth... I can't even bring myself to work out what it's worth. Mel, quickly help me out while I do this next delivery. Davison Richards into her.
156.
156, thank you very much. Came together when it was 74 for 4 in the 20th. Here's Davison Richards up the hill, bowls to Windsor. It's a low full toss, and Windsor sweeps that around on the leg side. That's going to be 4. Gregory's not getting that one. And oh my word, this is so stressful. It shouldn't be. We should remain neutral. But Emily Windsor, who's been doing commentaries for Solent for about 3 or 4 years, even before Mel started. And we kind of adopted her, just like Mel, really, as one of our own. And Windsor's on to 90. A previous score, best score for the Vipers, 47 not out twice. And she's 10 runs away from 100. Oh, God. 234 for 4 then. And we're in the 43rd over. There's plenty of time for these two. They don't need to go too hard. But, of course, the way things are going and the momentum definitely with the Vipers, they'll want to keep pushing it. Windsor on strike. Davison Richards in again. Halfway through the 43rd. Runs away from us and bowls. Windsor. She's bowled off the pad. It's a full delivery. And she's gone for 90. 234 for 5. And Windsor's not going to get those 3 figures. But Georgia Elwes has run straight up there to Emily Windsor and just pats her on the back. Obviously saying well played. And my word, that was a huge innings. And she should lap this up. She should absolutely take in this applause from this crowd, because that has been an absolutely fabulous knock. 90 off 79 balls with 13 fours. Have a listen. Oh dear.
It was a good delivery from Alice Davison Richards. It's what she does well. It was a Yorker fired into Emily Windsor's pad. She was looking to flail it away on the onside, and she walks off the pitch head down low, but she just needs to be so proud of that innings. I know so many people listening and watching here today would be so proud of that. And even from a completely objective viewpoint, it was a fantastic innings. That strike rate over 100. It's completely changed the game, her and Georgia Elwes, and she can take so much pride in that innings. And I think after that, we're going to be seeing a lot more of Emily in this first 11.
Yeah, I don't think she'll be going out on loan anytime soon after that. Oh, I'm quite disappointed after that. But that brings Freya Kemp back into the middle, and she's been playing for the England A side during the week as well. 17 years of age, playing England A, quite incredible. Davison Richards is going to switch to round the wicket here. 234 for 5, and comes in again. I'll give you a couple more stats on that partnership in a moment, as Kemp gets a wide one, hits it into the ground square on the offside, gets a bottom edge, but called through by Elwes. So attention turns to Georgia Elwes now as she closes in on her century. We hope one of them gets it. They deserve it. Elwes 97 off 105. Emily Windsor 79 balls, just to reiterate that, with 13 fours. I don't think she's hit that many ever in an innings. Well, for 13 fours, she wouldn't have done with a top score of 47 not out, would she? So well done to her. But Elwes back on strike then, with one ball left of the 43rd. Elwes pushes that up to mid-on. She's going to keep us waiting there. Moves on to 98. And at the end of that over, the Vipers are 236 for 5.
It's just been a fantastic partnership that we've witnessed. But it's not all awful that Freya Kemp has come to the crease at the time she has. She's a left-handed batter, which suddenly throws into the equation the left-hand, right-hand combination. So it's even more work for the South East Stars to do. Their field are going to have to be constantly chopping and changing. They're already tired. They're a bit dishevelled. And Freya Kemp hits a long ball as well. She'll bring out the funky shot. She'll do the reverse sweep, but also she'll hit it down the ground powerfully. But for now, all focus on Georgia Elwes. She's 98 not out off 106 balls. And she really just has been the anchor in this innings. Yes, it's been a bit of the Emily Windsor show these last few overs as she's really rapidly accelerated her innings. But Elwys has been the reason the Vipers have been managed to get up to this score so far. We're just watching as there's a few changes in the bowling. Eva Gray, with 2 overs remaining in the day, is changing ends to the Cromwell Road end. Just makes a few changes to her fielders. Fine leg goes back, deep mid-wicket, long on, and deep cover. So it's I'm a bit unsure what she's going to be bowling with this field. Maybe a bit full on the leg side, we'll have to see. She's bowling to Elwys. That's short and dropped into the offside by Elwys. She takes the single. She moves on to 91. And it brings Freya Kemp on strike. 237 for 5 now. And there's still 6.5 overs remaining in this innings.
Yeah, they as Phil pointed out earlier, they still have those 2 fielders sort of just behind Point and 45 on the offside for Elwys. Obviously expecting Elwys to play it late and angle the bat on the offside. That's been one of their main areas that they've looked to try and close her off. But Kemp back on strike. She's an exciting batter. As much as an exciting bowler, she's an exciting batter as well. Likes to play a few shots, doesn't she?
Yeah, certainly so. She's the teenage superstar of the Southern Vipers. She's facing Gray, who bowls on her pads, and there's an appeal from probably about 2 of the fielders. I think it was quite a hefty inside edge into the pads. It is where she can be susceptible. She likes a cross-bat shot, and the angle which Eva Gray's coming around the wicket to her may just tempt her to try and take a swipe into the leg side. Every single fielder is out deep on the leg side. No one in the ring, whilst the offside is completely packed with fielders in the ring. So she's got to make sure she gives Kemp no width here at all. She bowls, and that's outside the off stump, dropped to third, and Danny Gregory looks to make a shy at the stumps, but is just told to hold it. And Kemp gets off strike. Elwys, 99 not out. She'll just need that single. Where are the gaps? Fine leg. Massive vacant region between long off and mid wicket. Eva Gray's coming over to her as she runs into bowl to Elwys on 99, who's struck on the pads. They've run through, waiting for the umpire signal. Georgia Elwys is not celebrating, which would suggest it's no. There's been no call from the umpire, and Georgia Elwys takes off her helmet, raises her bat in the air. There must have been a little bit of bat on that, and she brings up a fantastic 100. She has completely built this Southern Vipers innings around this knock. It's been patient, it's been classy, she's given no chances. And it's a well-deserved 100 for her. 100 off 108 balls.
It certainly was, wasn't it? You're right, no chances. I think the only close moment...
As Gray bowls around the wicket to Kemp, it strikes her on the pads, and Kemp looking to take a run. It went straight back to the bowler, and no run taken.
I think it was Grace Gibbs that bowled to her, and I think one just nipped back, and there was an LBW shout which looked quite close. I think that was the only time she ever looked as though she was never in command.
It was quite a funny kind of moment waiting to see if that was her 100, because Georgia Elwys didn't celebrate immediately, so suggesting she wasn't sure what the umpire was going to call, whether leg by or runs, and eventually called through for the single as Kemp pushes down the ground to long on, and they jog through gently for a single. 240 for 5 at the end of that over from Eva Gray. Yeah, end of the over. 240 for 5, 6 overs remaining. What do you think that projected score will be, Kev?
A lot more than it was when we were projecting it about 20 overs ago. Thank you, Melissa Story. She's going to take a break, and Phil Green will come in alongside me, Kevin James, to take you through these last 6 overs. How exciting was that period? 160-run partnership between Emily Windsor and Georgia Elwys, and that came in 23 overs, and they really excelled as they were going along. Phil, you were sitting quietly there in the corner watching that. What were your thoughts?
I was very disappointed in the end, obviously. Really hoping that Emily would have got those extra 10 runs, but as we've been saying, fantastic innings.
Davison Richards then bowling up the hill again. She seems a lot happier bowling up the hill than she did with that one over down the hill as Kemp drives out on the onside. All the fielders in front of the square on the boundary, so a comfortable single to her. She moves on to 4 and the Vipers move on to 241 for 5. Quite emotional as well, wasn't it, really? Because, of course, you've seen Emily's development at the Hursley Ladies.
Yeah, she's played a lot of important innings for us, but this is her best one on the big stage. And
Davison Richards comes in and bowls to Elwes, who's on exactly 100 down the wicket and flicks that away on the leg side, and that's going for 6 over square leg, just flicked it away, and that's hit the boundary boards just behind the rope. Beautiful shot. Used her feet well as well.
Yeah, it was a great shot. Yeah, just going back to Emily briefly, she got 90 off 79 or something. 79, yeah. Yeah, but I think she had. I remember looking at one time she had 9 off about 24. Yeah. So from then on, it was just beautiful to watch. Yeah, well, you said that she paces her innings very well, doesn't she? And you're right, it took her a while to get going, but once she got going, 13 fours in that innings as well, as Davison Richards bowls slower ball, and Elwes guides that over the infield on the offside, fielded out deep. They're coming through for 2, left to hurry. Kemp easily home in the end as the throw comes into the bowler's end, and Elwes moves on to 108, 249 for 5. We're in the 45th. As you and Mel were saying earlier, you can tell that the Stars' heads are going down now, and there's not so much energy in them in the field. No, that was an amazing partnership. It really was entertaining as well, as Elwes drives down to mid-on hard, picked up by Ava Gray, who's at deep mid-on, throws the ball to the keeper's end because Kemp was just walking down looking to see if there had been a misfield. 250 up for the Vipers. Amazing, isn't it? I think they were 74 for 4 at one stage when Pace Schofield hit out into the deep and was caught. That was in the 20th over. It was quite an emotional partnership as well, wasn't it? Listen, I mean, you know, we're all sort of tied in more to Emily, I guess, than Georgia. Georgia's a lovely person, don't get me wrong. Kemp comes down the wicket, waits for it and guides it to backward point. Nice stop, but they'll come through for a single anyway. 251 for 5, but you could just feel as she got nearer and nearer that 100, Phil, the three of us in here started to get... Yeah, and I don't know what she'd have been like, because if you saw her celebration when she got 50, what would she have been like at 100? Yeah, fantastic stuff. Really pleased for her. And I'll have a chat with her after the game, that's for sure. That'll go up on our Twitter site at Solar Sport as Davison Richards comes in, and that's hit away. Good length ball up towards deep mid-on by Elwes. She looks like she's here right till the end of the game, or right to the end of the Vipers innings. 110 off 112. That's the end of the over. She also keeps the strike. 5 overs to do. The Vipers 252 for 5. So yeah, I mean 300 is still a possibility. Scoring at about 10 and over the last 15 overs or so. Yeah, it's been... the game just changed completely, didn't it, really, from in that partnership, because we were talking about 200 being a defendable score, and all of a sudden the runners just started flowing, and once they started flowing they couldn't stop it. Right, they had no answer, did they, no matter who was bowling? So we've got I think it's Ava Gray at the far end, Schofield, Elwes down the wicket. Thought she got that through the offside field, but didn't quite, so just a single. You'll be having a couple of beers at the Hursley Women's Club tomorrow, won't you? On the strength of that? Well, we'll be down in Canterbury. But okay. Yeah. That's right, you've got a big game there. Round the wicket now, Gray. And Kemp down the wicket and forces it into the leg side. He's going to come back for 2. Good running from Elwes. Again, slightly casual fielding there, I think. They didn't look very happy with some of the fielding, the Stars. It's hard, though, isn't it? When you've got 2 players playing as well as that, yeah. It's very difficult as a fielding side and a bowling side, because you just feel there's no way through. And even the edges going for 4, yeah. Round the wicket again. This is short, and Kemp's pulled it, and I think she's got that in the gap. Yes, she has. Run's just coming at the rate now. As Mel was just saying, Freya Kemp's an ideal person to come in at this sort of stage. Not just because she gives the left-handed variety, but because she plays all kinds of shots. And she's just burst on the scene this year as well, hasn't she? Really in terms of first-team cricket. She's had about 2 years out with injury. smashed that through the offside for 4. That's a great shot.
Gosh, a 17-year-old hitting balls as hard as that.
Yeah. Yeah, she really burst onto the scene when she was about 14 and was on the Vipers' radar. But then I think she had 2 complete seasons out injured, so this is her first real season back. Very good prospect. Ray around the wicket again, and this time just pushed back up to mid-on, long on for a single. Already on to 16. And the Vipers now up to 264 for 5. They've used 8 bowlers as well, haven't they, the Stars? So they've gone down the card, really. In again, and that's the innovation we like to see from Elvis. She's just, what's that, a reverse scoop, should we call that?
Yeah, it would be, yeah.
It's very similar to the shot that Joe Root played in the Test match.
Yes.
His went for 6, but Elvis had just flicked that away for 4.
14 off that over.
Yeah, that's about the rate they've been going.
Yeah. Well, you think they were... At the end of the 30th over, they were 119 for 4.
Yeah.
So here we are, 16 overs later at 268 for 5.
Yeah, massive transformation. And the person that's been central to it all, of course, is Georgia Elvis. She came in at a bit of a crisis, 2 quick wickets, and seen their side through to what now looks a pretty formidable score.
Certainly does, yeah. 10 for 2 seems a long way away, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Maya Boucher out in the 4th to make it 2. Davison Richards with a 9th over. She has 1 for 65. Down the wicket comes Kemp and hits that hard along the ground up towards deep mid-on where Eva Gray fields. And Kemp moves on to 17. That's off just 12 deliveries. But it brings Elvis back on strike. 115 from 114. 269 for 5 at the start of the 47th. Yeah, you're right, Phil. If all goes well, a score of around 300, which I know the South East Stars have got a good batting lineup, but that really will be challenging. That's thrashed away by Elvis in the air, and it's caught at deep mid wicket. That's a great catch, absolutely top draw catch.
Yeah, it was.
Now I think that is a substitute fielder on there.
No, I think isn't it Grace Gibbs?
Was it Grace Gibbs?
Yeah.
It is Grace Gibbs, I tell a lie, sorry.
Yeah.
Superb catch, took it low, diving to her right. And Elvis goes for 115, and the Vipers now 269 for 6.
It was very similar to the shot that she played previous over. But that one didn't clear the boundary. And as you say, a really good catch by Grace Gibbs. Not easy when you're running in and to dive forward.
Big round of applause there for Georgia Elvis as well. 100 last year in this competition against the Sunrisers, 100 this year, this time against the South East Stars. So Elvis departs, and the new batter out there is Nancy Harmon, another local player from the Sussex camp. I think she was up at Lightning for a couple of games last year, wasn't she?
Yeah, I think she was at university at Loughborough and played up there. But it's been with Hampshire as well as with the Vipers this year.
Yeah.
No, sorry, I think she plays for Sussex.
She does play for Sussex,
yeah. Sorry, not Hampshire.
Nancy Harmon, don't see her too often bat, and she's facing this Davison Richards, who flicks that away in the air, but he'll be short of Grace Gibbs this time. But she comes around. They have to hurry here. Throw comes in. Harmon's home. As the throw goes into the keeper's end. Harmon off the mark straight away with a 2. So Georgia Elvis, just to repeat, out for 115, put on 160 with Emily Windsor for the 5th. And Elvis's innings was a run a ball 115 with 9 4s and 1 6. Harmon on strike, 271 for 6, halfway through the 47th. Harmon right-hander, slower ball, low full toss. Harmon hits it in the air, caught on the 45, dropped. And that wasn't particularly difficult. And that should really have been taken. I think that's Ailish Cranstone who put that down.
Yeah.
Up in the air, Maybe just swirling a little bit, but she was right under it.
Yeah, she got there. There haven't actually been many drop catches today, if any.
I think that might have been the first one,
Yeah.
Phil. I think you're right. As Davison Richards switches to round the wicket to the left-hander, Freya Kemp comes in and bowls. Slower ball, hit in the air, just over extra cover, and that's going for 4. Got it right off the toe of the bat, but just got enough on it to take it away from the fielder, extra cover. And Kemp moves on to 21 from 13. A little bit of a cameo here. That fielder extra cover was Kirsty White.
She's got very long levers, hasn't she, Freya Kemp? And she seems to sort of sit back in the crease a little bit and just use those long levers.
Yeah, she's quite tall, isn't she?
Yeah.
Just gets the hands through the ball, back and through the ball. 276 for 6 as Davison Richards bowls. Length ball, hit away on the leg side by Kemp along the ground, goes out to deep mid-wicket. Kemp moves on to 22 of 14. Valuable runs here down the order. This could be the difference between winning a close game and losing it. 277 for 6 with 3 overs left.
Yeah, I remember first seeing Freya Kemp when she was either 13 or 14, and she was about this height then.
Was she really?
Yeah, and we couldn't really believe she was playing in the right age group.
Yeah.
We thought she was the bus driver.
Well, I know I was speaking to one or two of the Vipers. I was speaking to one or two of the Vipers in the winter. I sort of, when I'm up at the ground and that, and they say, "Oh, look out for this Freya Kemp. She's going to be quite something." And so you think, and they say, "Oh, she's only 17." And I think the first time I saw her, I thought, "Gosh, 17."
Yeah, I think she's been on England's radar for quite a while. As I say, held back by injury, but seems fully recovered now, bowling and batting.
Yeah, played in the 18 during the week, as we mentioned earlier.
So we've got Eva Gray coming in from Cromwell Road and playing a miss from Kemp that time.
That's Freya Davis, isn't it?
Sorry, it is, yeah. Sorry, it's Freya Davis coming back. She's now asked the keeper to come up, having seen what Freya Kemp attempted at her first ball there. Freya Davis round the wicket to the left-handed Kemp. And that's chopped away to backward point, just for a single at a time. Freya Davis has probably been the best of the South East Stars bowlers today, I think.
Yeah, definitely.
Certainly her opening spell was.
Yeah, 7 overs, 1 for 21 coming into this over.
Yeah. Surprises you're not going to bowl out at full 10, isn't it? Really?
That's true. Yeah, that's a bit of a mistake, isn't it?
You'd have thought so. Back over the wicket now to Nancy Harman. Very full again and driven back and half stopped by Freya Davis, but she can't stop them getting a single.
She's done well, Nancy Harman. 4 off 3, just
Yeah.
keeping the scoring rate ticking along. It's not easy near the end.
It's not when you're a new batsman and the run rate's already up at 10 and over, and you've got to keep it going. Another full ball. No, this has gone a long way up in the air. Should be caught,
Oh,
but isn't. That's a very bad miss at mid-off. I don't know if she was looking into the sun a bit, but I don't think there's any real excuse for that. That was the skipper as well, Bryony
it
Smith.
is, yeah. She did look up in the air as if to say that they went around in the
Yeah.
sun, but she's got sunglasses on.
Yeah. It's got a bit ragged, hasn't it? And this time she's bolder, just trying to play something a bit inventive there, Nancy Harman. I think she was trying to ramp that over fine leg, but it's got a long way across, and I think it's bowled a middle stump.
Now, thank you to Jacob Norton, who's just tweeted us, actually, at Solent Sport, and also to Melissa, at Melissa G Story. He is saying, from what he can work out, it's Emily Windsor's second best list day score. Her best was 99 off 85 for Hampshire against Northants back in 2015. Coincidentally, her best list day bowling. Oh gosh, I don't think we'll see a bowl, but anyway, 6 for 23 in that same match. So, certainly a highest for the Vipers, but not quite our highest list day. But thank you very much, Jacob.
Yeah, I remember that innings against North.
Did you watch that one?
I didn't watch it. No, I remember her telling me about it.
Now, what I bet she did.
Yeah.
What are we missing here? A ball change? Because it's been a bit of a break, is it?
Well, the wicket fell.
Oh, the wicket fell. Sorry.
Yes.
Apologies. Sorry, I wasn't concentrating.
Yeah, I didn't realise that the Hampshire games classed this day actually.
Yeah, I didn't realise that either.
I don't think they do now, do they, Mel? They did then, but they don't now. No. That was pre Kia Super League days. Oh yeah. The delay, as Mel was just pointing out, is because we've only got 2 stumps at this end, and
yeah, I wonder what was going on. They're getting another stump from the groundsman's hut over the top end of the ground or something. I presume that's where the groundsman's hut is. Do you know what? All the years I've come here, Phil, and I know you've come here a lot, and I've been here since 1855 or something stupid. I never knew where the grounds. I say groundsman. I should say groundspeople. Groundsperson.
Yeah, groundsperson.
I never knew, but actually probably is, isn't it, at the top end of the ground?
In 1855, when you first came here, Kev, I think they did play with 2 stumps, so they could have carried on, couldn't they?
Thank you, Phil. Don't rub it in. So we've lost Nancy Harmon, haven't we? Bowled by Freya Davis for 4. That's why we've got this break. That's always nice for the bowler, isn't it, when they break the stump?
Yeah, middle stump as well. So we've got Tara Norris, new to the crease.
Shall I give out a couple of scores while we're waiting for this stump to go back in? I think we're nearly there. Northern Diamonds taking on the Sunrisers. The Northern Diamonds were bowled out for 194 with 1 ball remaining in the 50th. Armitage, Lucy Armitage, isn't it? No, Holly Armitage, that's right. 47 top scorer in that game. 4 wickets for Maddie Villiers.
And Grace Scrivens.
And Grace Scrivens, yeah.
Yeah, say she got 4 last week for them as well.
She's in good form. Thunder 223 for 9 in the 49th against Lightning. Ellie Threcold was run out for 91 in that game.
So we've had the stump replaced here, and back to the action. Freya Davis round the wicket to Tara Norris. He's pushed that up to mid-off for a comfortable single, off the mark.
Phil, have a look at the colour of that stump.
Yeah, it's definitely different to the other 2. Is it?
Mel's just pointed out.
Is it an old-fashioned stump rather than one of the modern coloured ones?
Yeah, so we've got nice blue stumps, and now we've got a wooden middle stump at this end.
It actually looks from here as if there's still only 2 stumps. But the bails are going right across the top, which gives it away a little bit. Here we get used to all these coloured stumps now.
I know.
Don't see the thing of bails that often though in this cricket. I thought we'd just seen a bit more of those. This is Alice Davison Richards again.
So 281 for 7 with 2 overs remaining. I think Mel's missed her update. Anyway. Alice Davison Richards then bowling 2. The left-hander Tara Norris comes in and bowls. And, Norris drives in the air, and that's called an extra cover. A good low catch there from Kirsty White. Just pushed through the line there, Tara Norris, and the ball just died on Kirsty White, but she got her fingertips underneath. And that is 281 now for 8, the Vipers, and Norris goes for just 1.
Yeah, it was a good catch. We've missed a couple in the last few overs, which were more comfortable than that one. But Kirsty White's not had a great day in the field, as to be said, but she took a very good catch then.
She did. So nice gone. Just a few wickets falling towards these closing stages.
We might even get to see Charlotte Taylor make a rare appearance at the crease.
Yes.
There's still one more wicket to fall before that happens. Carla Rudd's the new batter.
I don't see Carla Rudd bat too often either. When you get down to these lower order, the Vipers, we mentioned earlier, they've lost just one game from 14 matches. This is their 15th match in the RACHAEL HEYHOE competition since it started in 2020. Just lost the one match. That was against the Central Sparks here last year. And they've been a dominant force in the women's regional game. And you don't often see these lower order batters bat. So it's Carla Rudd who misses that one as she tries to pull that away on the leg side, gets wrapped on the pad, and that'll come through for a leg bye. They might not quite get as many runs towards the end now, Phil, as they would have expected to, especially when Elwes and Windsor were going along. But then again, of course, those partnerships don't always last.
No, it's hard for these players coming at this time, not just because it's near the end of the innings, but because, as you say, they haven't batted very often.
Yeah, that's right.
But Freya Kemp's still there. She might make hay in these last 2 overs.
Yeah, Kemp, 24 off 17. She hasn't faced a lot of the strike recently as she comes down the wicket and hits it over Alice Davison's head hard. And that hits the boundary board just in front of us. Lovely shot. Came down the wicket, met the ball on the half volley. And a lovely shot through the line.
Yeah, just a nice swing of the bat, wasn't it? Alice Davison-Richards is gone for a few today.
She has. She's into the late 70s now in her last over, but she has picked up 3 wickets. 286 for 8 with 9 balls remaining of their innings. Of course, if they can make these last 2 wickets last. Comes across the off stump and heaves away on the leg side, and that's 6 over mid-wicket. That's a lovely strike. That was just a length ball.
Yeah, she's got, as I was saying, great reach, and seems to be able to play shots towards 360 degrees, really.
Incredible stuff.
Yeah.
Absolutely great striking from the 17-year-old. 34 off 19 deliveries now. 292 for 8. Davison-Richards, 2 balls left of her spell. Comes in and bowls. It's a length ball outside the off stump. Misses. Has a little waft. That's a good line, actually, with the batter running down the wicket like that.
Yeah, it's a bit of relief for that ball. Dot ball's very welcome at this stage.
So, 1 ball left of the 49th. There's Davison-Richards at the top of a mark, bowling their commentary end at the bottom end of the ground, the C end. Get again to the left-hander. Kemp comes across the stumps and hits that down towards mid-on. There'll only be a single. That'll be cut off. In fact, they're coming back for 2 here. Evergrey throws it into the stumps, broken by Davison-Richards, but Carla Rudd is at home. Evergrey had quite a lot to do actually down at mid-on, moving to her right, and 2 runs taken takes the Vipers up to 294 for 8, and there were 13 off that one.
A bit surprised they took the second run on there, really. With Freya Kemp would have kept the strike with the single. Probably, from the Vipers' point of view, probably wanted her on strike right at the minute.
And Davison-Richards 10 overs, 3 for 87. You're right, Phil, she was expensive.
Yeah. As we said earlier, she struggled with the 1 over from the Cromwell Road end, and looked a bit more comfortable from this end, but there was a lot of poor balls in there. So Freya Davis to close off the innings. 6 away from the magic 300 for the Vipers, and Carla Rudd on strike. And there's the scoop shot, and she's got it. Oh no! Oh, well fielded by Danny Gregory in front of us here. Scoop from Carla Rudd, and Danny Gregory just kept it in. It's probably one of those that, if it had been a TV game, would have been referred, but it's right down in front of us, and it looked okay. She kept it in okay.
That's a good piece of fielding, isn't it?
Yeah. She's now being moved up. which suggests that Freya Davis isn't going to look to be ramped again. Davis in. That's a full toss, and Carla Rudd doesn't get hold of it at all. But gets down to long on. Freya Kemp's looking for 2, but Carla Rudd not interested, and gets the young Freya Kemp back on strike. 36 not out from 21 balls.
Great cameo. Are they going to get 3? They should get 300 now, shouldn't they?
4 balls to get 3 runs. Freya Kemp assessing with boundaries options. And she's probably, has she pierced the field there? I think she has. Yes, she's clipped that full toss away through square leg, and there's lots of boundary fielders out there, but that was between them all. And that is the 300, with 3 balls to spare.
Wow, and what were you guys saying, 220?
We thought 220 would be a good score at one point. Yeah.
What a turnaround. 10 for 2, 35 for 3, 74 for 4. And it's been, from the 20th over onward, it's been all Vipers, isn't it?
Yeah. Davis in again. And Kemp's lofted that in the air, and that should be out, and is. Just a chop up into the air, scooped up into the air for cover to catch. And we are going to see Charlotte Taylor have a bat, even though she won't be on strike. That's a great knock from Freya Kemp. 40 off 23 balls, just what you want in that situation. Coming in after a good big partnership, it can sometimes fade away a bit, but she came in and carried on the good work of the previous pair.
Yeah, just what you want down the order, isn't it?
Yeah.
Absolutely ideal. It's the difference between sort of 290 and 310, isn't it?
Yeah, coming in at 7, that's a perfect knock. And so you now got Charlotte Taylor, who was in good form with the bat last week, but Mel at Bath in the ECB knockout.
Oh yeah, got you some runs, didn't she?
30 odd. We've got some. Who's that coming to train on the outfield?
The Sussex man.
So,
I can see. Is that Stephen Finn?
yeah, the Sussex men's team have just turned up.
Have you seen Stephen Finn, Mel? Oh, how good. What about a team containing Chris Wokes and Stephen Finn? You'd be absolutely out for the count, wouldn't you?
Charlotte Taylor is on strike. Actually, it's Freya Davis. She squeezes out that Yorker for a single, scampers up the other end, that very distinctive running style. So just 1 ball remaining, and Carla Rudd's on strike. Vipers at 302 for 9. Can they add to that off the last ball? Full toss, and Rudd, yes, she's hit it through, and that's going to be another 4. Just to add to the total, Carla Rudd hits the last ball for 4 and moves the Vipers score to 306, which, as we were saying, could only have dreamt of after the first quarter of the innings. But that partnership with Georgia Elwys and Emily Windsor completely turned this game on its head. So the Sussex men are actually coming out to practice between innings by the looks of it, which is a bit unusual. But yeah, the partnership of Emily Windsor and Georgia Elwys turned that game round. Built solidly at the start and then really accelerated away, and was scoring at a rate of about 10 and over by the time the partnership was broken, with Emily Windsor unfortunately 10 short of her first 100 in
Welcome back to the first central ground in Hove, where the sun is out. Hasn't always been the case this morning, but it is set fair this afternoon, where we are watching this RACHAEL HEYHOE FLINT Trophy match between the Southern Vipers and the South East Stars. We've already had the Southern Vipers innings, and what an innings it was. 306 for 9 of their 50 overs. They were in some trouble, having been asked to bat first. They were 10 for 2, then 35 for 3 and 74 for 4. But then Georgia Elwys and Emily Windsor putting on 160 for the 5th wicket in around 23 overs. Emily Windsor the first out with 90 from 79 balls with 13 fours, and then Georgia Elwys out 6th out for 115. That was a runner ball 115, and a little cameo at the end from Freya Kemp. 40 off 23 balls helped propel the Vipers to 306 for 9. So the South East Stars just about to get their innings underway. It's Bridie Smith, the captain, to face first. She's going to be facing the left-arm seam of Tara Norris running up the hills. 2 slips, Norris bowls, Bridie Smith pulls that around on the leg side, and that'll be a single down to one of the Vipers' batting heroes, Emily Windsor, away to our right. And the Stars are underway. And Alice Davison-Richards is Bridie Smith's opening partner. The Stars making one change from the side that beat the Sunrisers last week. Phoebe Franklin making way at the top of the order for the batter we are watching now. And of course Alice Davison-Richards just a couple of weeks ago scoring 100 on her test debut. And here we are as Norris comes in and bowls. Bit of swing there as Davison-Richards just pushes that out on the offside, and there is no run. Story has had her day made by a picture with Stephen Finn, because the Sussex men have been practising during the break on this outfield ahead of their championship game starting on Monday against Leicestershire here. Full match commentary of that with Adrian Harms and fellow commentators from here on the BBC Sport Online website and on the live picture feed as Davison-Richards pushes that out into the covers, fielded by Freya Kemp. Another round of championship matches start on Monday, which will all be on various live picture feeds and also BBC Sport Online. But we're watching this RACHAEL HEYHOE FLINT Trophy match, which is also picked up on the same way. And one without loss here, the Stars. I'm Kevin James. Melissa Story, I mentioned, will be with us a bit later on. Phil Green is with us as well. He'll be here shortly. But it's just me, as that's a length ball to Davison-Richards, pushed out on the offside, and there is no run. So 306 isn't actually the Vipers' top score in this competition. You might have thought it might have been, but it isn't, because last year they had to chase down 308 that the Sunrisers made at Chelmsford. And the Sunrisers did that, 309 for 9. That was a cracking game, to say the least, although I wasn't there. But just following it online, it looked an absolute cracker. Davison-Richards to face Tara Norris. That swung as well as she gets an inside edge as that goes down towards fine leg. Emily Windsor dives, pulls it back inside the rope. Good piece of fielding there. She's having a good day. And that was very nearly 4 runs, but cut down to 2. Bit of swing there from Tara Norris. Phil Green alongside me here, who's just finished his pie for lunch.
Yeah.
Have you still got your muffin, or you got that for later on?
That's for later on. That's for the interval.
Yeah.
similar to the first innings here, with a bit of swing from left arm over from this end.
Yeah, a little bit more
Accuracy.
accuracy from Norris, as that's another good one. And that keeps very low on Davidson Richards, and I think she's already saying, how low is that keeping? And she pushes that out on the offside, and there's no run. You're right, yes, poor old Alexa Stonehouse, who actually probably got the ball to swing a bit more than Tara Norris, just could not control it.
No. It's always interesting when the batter goes out in the second innings, having fielded for 50, and looks surprised that the ball keeps low.
But that's what it does here.
Yeah.
Unless you bang it into the pitch and it'll bounce about stump height. If you don't, it's sort of about halfway up. Charlotte Taylor of the Hursley Ladies. Phil Green's manager of the Hursley Ladies, and you'll know Charlotte Taylor well. Another, just like Emily Windsor, who couldn't get in the Charlotte Edwards Cup team, so Charlotte Taylor, who was man of the final, person of the final, back in 2020 with 6 for 30 odd against the Northern Diamonds. Had a reasonable season last year. Couldn't get in the side this year in the Charlotte Edwards Cup.
Not for the T20s, but I think she was always sort of penciled in for the 50 over stuff. And they use her as an opening bowler in this quite often as well.
All yours, Phil.
Okay.
This over.
Sorry, yeah, the first ball was played out to extra cover for no run. Taylor coming in from the Cromwell Road end. And that's left alone. Very respectful response from Bryony Smith. Just gets that little bit of drift. Taylor. In again, over the wicket. Oh, and that's an attempt at some sort of leg side shot, but it only trickled out to square leg from Bryony Smith. So we've got a long off and deep mid wicket as the two boundary fielders. Only 2 allowed at this stage. Slip in place, Taylor in, and that's gone right up in the air and should be a catch. Oh, but it isn't. I don't know if there's a problem with the sun over there, but we had 2 catches today in that position. Not sure who that was. But it should have been caught at mid-on. Should have been a wicket for Taylor there. Bryony Smith, I think he's got to go over the top early on. This one's played to cover and straight to Freya Kemp, no run.
Dassie Harmon.
Yeah, I think so. Taylor in again. Down the wicket this time, Davidson Richards, but can't pierce the field. Emily Windsor. No, sorry, not Emily Windsor. Should have recognised her, but I didn't. And it's a single to round off the over. And the stars.
I think that's Ella McGacken. He's dropped her.
Was it?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I couldn't see over here, but there was a similar catch in these first things, wasn't there? That the fielder lost in the sun, or appeared to lose in the sun. I don't know.
So she dropped on 1, I think it was, or no. Anyway, Bryony Smith, don't want to be dropping players like that.
You don't really know.
Certainly not. So,
Prolific scorer.
that's for sure. So Kevin Jones, Phil Green and Melissa Story with you are on all frequencies BBC Radio Sonnet, as well as BBC Online, and also the live picture feed, which is going to the Sussex cricket website, as that's pushed by Davison Richards out towards extra cover, and there is no run. So 5 without loss. We're in the 3rd over here. The Vipers scoring 306 for 9 off their 50 overs. Not quite their highest score ever in this competition. They did score 309 in a run chase against the Sunrisers last year, but they were mightily impressive considering they were 10 for 2. 100 for Georgia Elwis and 90 for Emily Windsor. Down the leg side, and that's pushed away down towards fine leg by Davison Richards. It goes to Windsor. And Davison Richards, so I mentioned earlier, got 100 in the test match a couple of weeks ago down in Taunton. Moves on to 4. Bryony Smith has 2.
I think that shot that Bryony Smith was dropped off sort of shows what they mindset of chasing 300, because I don't think she'd have played that sort of shot.
I agree. And the slog sweep she played earlier on against Charlotte Taylor also was one edged. Oh, dropped! There's another drop, and it's Smith again who gets away with it. Carla Rudd diving across to first slip. She got a hand on it. Georgia Adams at first slip really had to get out of the way. And Smith has dropped again. That's 2 drops.
Yeah, I think that was probably Georgia Adams' catch, but they always say if the keeper's confident, has got the gloves on, can go for it, and she did. But unfortunately, couldn't hang on.
So Smith had 2 lives already, but it's Davis and Richards back on strike as Norris bowls. That's a good line and length, and Davis and Richards gets one that just nips away a fraction actually, and she's just showing to everybody that that ball's just nipped away off the track, and there is no run.
Yeah, it's a good start here from Tara Norris.
So 7 without loss in the 3rd. Norris comes in again, still got the slip in. Georgia Adams, though, she's quite wide. That's why Collar dived across. Oh, that swung, and it's wrapped on the pad there. Not out, says the umpire. Swung back in beautifully. Beautiful delivery, that. And 7 without loss, the score remains.
It must have been close, that. From our angle here, it looked fairly adjacent.
Yeah, if you are watching on the live picture feed via the Sussex Cricket website, that's definitely worth another look. Very, very close indeed. In fact, I think Ella McGacken's just having a word with the umpire there, probably saying that must have been close. Here's Norris bowls, and that's driven. Again, it's just straightened on the batter, and it's Ella McGacken at mid-on. And there is no run. That's the end of the over. 3 overs gone, and the Stars chasing down 306 are 7 without loss.
Yeah, as I was saying, it's a difficult situation when you're chasing this sort of score, because you feel you've got to go from the start, but actually, as was shown in the Vipers innings, you don't have to go from the start. But I think it's different trying to get 300 batting second through it's batting first, isn't it? If you see what I mean.
Yeah.
Taylor again from the Cromwell Road end. Slip in place. So that one that just drifts. And that's just played defensively by Smith into the covers. Fielded by Windsor. Turns it to her Hursley teammate.
It's all Hursley.
That's a better shot from Smith. That's pierced the gap, but it's not going to... Yes, it is. I thought it was going to be cut off by long off, but she couldn't quite get around. And that's 4 to Bryony Smith. So that's given Smith a bit of a start. That ball played the same sort of direction, but not with the same power, and it'll be a single this time. I'll give you another little Hursley connection without being too parochial, Kev, but Alice Davis and Richards has got the highest score ever against Hursley.
Oh, really?
In a club game, she's got 163 at Hursley.
Okay.
Still lost, though. That's Taylor in again, driven to mid-off. But it's mid-off up rather than long off now, so no run. Seem to have the field back for Bryony Smith on that side, but not for Davis and Richards. Again with a short run. And she's gone down the track this time, and that's gone all the way for 6. Didn't look like it was going that far, but it just went on and on and on. So the mid-off's been brought up for Davis and Richards, and she took advantage and went down the track and hit it. Oh, it's gone right out in the cars. Someone's chasing it down the road to get it back, I think.
Apologies if you've been listening to us online. I think we just went off and on a couple of times, but I think we're back on it on the BBC Sport website, so we're on. We've always been on the live picture feed, and we're on all frequencies BBC Radio Solent, so that's good. Good shot, that, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. It's so the field had been brought up, and she took advantage of it. She's obviously a good player. You don't get test hundreds if you're not a good player. Taylor again, and same direction. Most of the balls have gone in this sort of mid-off direction, but that one goes for no run. That's the end of Charlotte Taylor's second over. And the Stars on to 18 without loss.
306 the target, so 289 runs for the Stars from here on in. Bryony Smith, who's leading a charmed life out there at the moment, although I don't think Ella McGacken should have dropped that one at mid-on, although I think the only mitigating circumstances is that she probably had the sun in her eyes. I think maybe on the Sport app it's not working, and online, yeah. So... it's going to be Tara Norris to continue from the C end, bowling to Bryony Smith. What's she going to pull out the bag in this over? Just tries to flick that away on the leg side. Shout for an LBW. That's going down the leg side. Again, the ball swinging in to the right-hander. Smith with 8 of 10 now. Played for England during the week.
I think she's also played for England full side in the past.
She has, yeah.
ODI.
Yeah, she's played 1 ODI and 3 T20 internationals, but the last time for the full England side, 2019.
Really? Yeah.
She's facing Norris and bowls, and that's down the leg side again, and that's worked away fine, and Elby Windsor's not going to catch that, and that has gone up to the top end of the ground. 4 runs, 2 straight. We saw that with Alexa Stonehouse quite a lot, didn't we? Ball swinging sort of down the leg side, and Tara Norris just suffering on that occasion with the same line. 22 without loss the Stars, and Smith moves on to 12.
Tara Norris, of course, now an international player. I think she played for the USA.
She did, yeah, she did.
Last year.
In the winter, those America World Cup qualifiers. And Norris comes in again and runs away. Oh, how has that missed the stumps? That swung in. Smith's gone for a drive on the up, and that has just probably grazed the off stump. Wow.
I thought I mean, it looked as if it was all over bowl from where we are, but...
Very, very close indeed. Yeah. Bryony Smith.
Rather ambitious shot again.
How she got to 12. 22 without loss. As Norris bowls outside the off stump and hit, but not timed, but she's found the gap as Smith, Maya Boucher running back from extra cover fields. And Smith will pick up 2. 14 without loss. Sorry, 14 she's on. 24 without loss now, the Stars needing another 283. It's a big score for the Vipers. Anything over 250 really is a big score in this competition. Anything over 300 is, well, you'd think that's more than defendable, but it's a very strong side, this South East Stars side, as Smith drives through the covers, 4 runs. That's just over pitched and outside off stump and doesn't swing. And Smith able to free her arms there, smashes that through the covers for 4. 28 without loss.
I wouldn't have thought the 300. I know we've been referring to the Vipers chasing 300 successfully last year, but I wouldn't think it's been done very often in this competition. That might be the only time. Yeah.
That's not a bad effort, wasn't it? Even though it was Sunrise as well, they've struggled a bit in this competition.
Still to win a game, I think.
Yeah. But scoring, you would have thought, when they scored 308 last year at
They would have felt quite confident, yeah.
So the Vipers somehow coming home. That was 100 that day from Elwes, who got 100 here. There's Norris bowls. That's turned away nicely by Bryony Smith out to deep square leg, fielded by Freya Kemp. And Smith moves on to 19 now. And the Stars, by hook or by crook, have got away to a decent start here. 29 without loss. And we've had 5 overs.
Yeah, certainly ahead of where the Vipers were at this stage. As you say, Kev, there's been a few tricky moments for them, 2 drop catches and 1 very good LBW shout and 1 that looked as if it had bowled Bryony Smith, but obviously he didn't. Can't really afford to have too many more stumps broken. Taylor in again. Oh, and that's the standard Charlotte Taylor sort of delivery that just goes on with the arm. So often you see batters playing for the spin and it just goes straight on, and taken by Carla Rudd. That's a bit shorter. Smith on the back foot but can't pierce the field.
I noticed they've actually replaced the stump, haven't they, in the break? And the middle stump was replaced with a wooden one instead of a blue one. They found another blue one.
Yeah, they have. Good spot. That one's a slightly agricultural shot, you'd have to say, but she's got it away for a single on the leg side. Smith just looks a bit desperate here to me.
She does, doesn't she?
Yeah.
Bit of a rabbit in headlights, isn't she, at times? Obviously knows that it's a big score to chase down, though.
Long off gone back now, which means that cover has to come into the circle. And Taylor again forcing Davison Richardson onto the back foot there, but she can't get it past mid-wicket. Another dot ball. Yeah, this is a pretty regular tactic of the Vipers in the 50 over, going to open with Taylor. Seems to work well so far. Again, she makes room. Davison Richards and hits up to long off for a single. Just won't mind this at the moment, just a couple off this over so far. That one's Fuller, driven again up to mid-off. It's a long off, sorry, by Bryony Smith for a single. Seems to be bowling well to her field here, and the Stars are now 32 for naught at the end of the 6th.
Yeah, the Vipers only had 19 at that stage, having lost two early wickets of Adams and Boucher. Norris has bowled 3 overs, none for 16, and Charlotte Taylor has also completed 3 overs. I think that's 0 for 15. So steady start. Bryony Smith, who got runs for England A during the week, actually. I was playing on Thursday when they played a 50-over game at Leicester. England A beat South Africa by 7 wickets. Bryony Smith got 66 not out of just 58 deliveries. And Freya Kemp, with the left arm seamer, 17-year-old, comes into the attack for the Vipers, taking over from the senior left armer, Tara Norris. And it's Bryony Smith to face. 32 without loss. Comes in and bowls. Smith drives on the up, past a diving Boucher at extra cover, and that's 4 runs. Smith feels just starting to get into a stride here, having benefited from 2 drop catches.
Yeah. How often do you see it when you get a couple of breaks early on?
25 off just 20. 36 without loss. She got 66 last week, Bryony Smith as well, in that win over Sunrisers, and you saw that.
She got them very quickly. We thought she was going to get a really big score.
4 off this first delivery from Kent puts her under pressure, driven by Smith as far as Elvis at extra bid off, and there is no run there. Smith wheeled in the bat. She's quite strong, isn't she, really? I've seen her play a few times, and she does strike the ball well. And the field changing now to reflect to the fact that Smith looking to get on top of the bowling. Smith, the slip comes out. That's Georgia Adams, goes into mid-on, and Norris goes to strengthen the covers. As Kemp bowls, comes across her stumps down the leg side, not called a wide because she's come across her stumps, and even though it's beaten the leg stump, probably would have been adjudged to have wrapped the pad had she stood still as it goes through to keep a rud.
Yeah, I think she might have been a bit fortunate to get away with that, actually.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it was still leg side-ish anyway, wasn't it? I think you're right, Phil. Vipers looking to make it 2 wins out of 2, as are the South East Stars in this year's Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy competition. Kemp bowls, length ball, pulled away by Bryony Smith, out towards Windsor, who fumbles the fielding out on the leg side, but they're not running the first one quickly, so she was able to recover, and it didn't cost any extra runs. And if you're just joining us, and the story of the Vipers innings was that they hit 306 for 9, thanks mainly to Georgia Elwis's 115, a run of ball innings from her with 9 fours and a 6, and Emily Windsor returning on loan from the Lightning, hitting 90. Length ball to Davison Richards, who quietly plays that back to the bowler, and there's no run, and those two put on 160 for the 5th wicket in 23 overs. Emily Windsor's innings, 79 balls with 13 fours. We reckon, courtesy of Jacob Norton, who tweeted a little earlier at Solent Sport, it's a second highest List A score, but it is most certainly our highest Viper score. As that's hit away on the leg side by Davison Richards, couple of bounces down to Emily Windsor. Richards moves on to 12 with that single, 39 without loss. A couple of scores of 47 not out for Emily Windsor, including against the South East Stars a couple of years ago in the 50-over game at the Oval. 47 not out in the final last year, which earned her player of the match against Northern Diamonds, which won the Vipers their second RACHAEL HEYHOE Flint Trophy, and her innings of 90 comfortably, her highest Vipers score. And a little cameo from Freya Kemp at the end, 40 of just 23 deliveries. That included a 6 as well. 38 without loss, 7 gone.
Yeah, that innings of Freya Kemp's might prove very important at the end of the day.
You're right.
Charlotte Taylor in again from the far end, bowling towards us, and driven up to long off, as have quite a few of her deliveries been. Quite happy to give them a single up the ground there. That was Alice Stapleton Richards, so Bryony Smith on strike now. That one played defensively out to Freya Kemp at extra cover, but no run. Got plenty of bowling options as well, the Vipers, haven't they? There's 7 or even 8 people that can potentially bowl out there. And that's hit straight by Bryony Smith, very solidly up to the sight screen at the far end for 4. Didn't seem to put a lot of effort into that, just swung through the line.
Yeah, she does strike it well. A very dangerous player.
Yeah, we can't afford to give her too many lives, but the Vipers have so far. Oh, and she's lucky again there, really, the inside edge, which is coming down towards the fine leg boundary, but Tara Norris will cut it off, and they complete 2.
.45 without loss in the 8th. 262 needed.
Bryony Smith up to 32 from 26. Driven down the ground again, but this time along the ground to long off for a single. This is a good base for the Stars.
It is, isn't it?
A big run chase, yeah. Oh, there's a big shot from Davies and Richards, but yeah, it is a big shot. It's gone the whole way. She's lifted that over wide, long on. I thought for a while it was a potential catch to deep mid on, but that's actually nowhere near it. It was well clear of her. So that's 6 to finish the over. Expensive over that for the Vipers, and Stars now 52 for no wicket from 8.
Yes.
Which is up to 19.
Yeah, and 33 for 2 the Vipers were at this stage. In fact, not far off losing their 3rd wicket, which came in the next over. So the Stars are making a good start to their reply. It's a huge total that they need to overhaul, but they're doing okay at the moment. 255 more they need. Here's Freya Kemp, left arm over the wicket, and that's driven by Bryony Smith hard, but fielded by Boucher at extra cover. Just have a look at Bryony Smith this year in the Charlotte Edwards Cup. 7 innings, 149 runs. Top score of only 50 actually, but it is a 20 over competition. But she was striking at 120 per 100 balls, which is pretty decent.
She's always going to score quickly if she stays in. She's a very aggressive player.
She is. All changes. There's now a deep cover for Smith, who gets a length ball and just again works that to Boucher. Vipers strengthening that offside. Freya Kemp's not getting any swing at all, unlike Tara Norris, who opened up from this end.
I think that's a better field now to have the cover back rather than the 3rd man.
Yeah, I think it is, especially with the ball not swinging for Kemp.
Yeah.
Comes in, runs away from us again and bowls to Smith. It's full, almost a Yorker, and Smith just digs that one out, pushes it on the 45 on the offside. Goes straight to, I think that's Ella McGacken up there. In last year's RACHAEL HEYHOE Trophy competition, Bryony Smith, 6 innings, 252 runs, averaging 42. Strike rate a little down, but it is 50 overs, just over 100 runs per 100 balls. But a good performer. Here comes Kemp, bowls full, and that's whipped away by Kemp along the ground out to Windsor at deep square leg. And Smith moves on to 34 now. It's 53 without loss coming towards the end of the 9th. Vipers having to make being made to work hard here early on, and they haven't helped themselves with having dropped Smith already 2 times, and one of them not particularly hard at mid-on. The other one, a diving catch by Rudd, although she did get her right glove on it. That's played out quietly on the offside by Davis and Richards. That's the end of Kemp's over. Oh no, it's not. There's one more to go. Apologies. Getting ahead of the scoreboard here. Charlotte Taylor, who I mentioned was quite expensive in her last over, has now bowled 4 overs, none for 30. So I think there will be a change at that far end, Phil. I'd be very surprised if there isn't. Kemp comes in for the last ball of this over. Down the leg side, it won't be the last ball. That'll be another one for the wide. Not the best ball that we've seen Freya Kemp bowl, not just this game, but for a few games. She's been mightily impressive, the 17-year-old, since bursting into the side this season in the Charlotte Edwards Cup. Played for England A during the week. I'm surprised she hasn't got any swing, actually, at all. I know these balls don't swing for very many overs, but I thought she might have got the odd one in. It's down the leg side again. That's going to be another one, isn't it? Oh, no, she's got away with it. Oh, the umpire just signalling that he thought it flicked Davis and Richards' boot on the way through.
Yeah, I don't think the batter agrees with that.
No, I don't blame him. I don't think it did. It looked wider than that. But anyway, the umpire's decision is final. 54 without loss, just the 2 runs off it in the end. And the Vipers, after 9 overs, were 34 4-3 for 2.
As you predicted, Kev, there's a change at the Cromwell Road end.
Had to be, didn't it?
I think it's Paige Schofield coming into the attack.
Be bowling a right arm medium paces.
Yeah, varies the pace a bit. A few different change-up deliveries. She's got fielders out square on either side.
Yeah, we're still in the power play, aren't we? So only 2 fielders allowed outside the discs.
No protection down the ground. She's going to be bowling to Smith. He cuts that away hard, but straight to the sweeper. Emily Windsor out in front of the scoreboard.
Smith's just getting going now, isn't she, really?
She is, yeah. She's got to 35 or 32. And,
it's a long way to go, of course, but you don't want to be missing players like that when the ball goes up in the air.
Bit shorter, but forced away through square leg by Davis and Richards. Another single, keeping the score moving. Paige Schofield has bowled some useful spells with the Vipers over the years. Doesn't usually bowl a full quota, but comes in with some useful overs, and there's another good ball. Smith trying to force it, but just hits it into the ground and it bounces back to the bowler. I've seen quite a few shots today, where they've hit batsmen's will hit it straight into the ground. So it's in line with the wicket that it is, but a lot of times that's happened. Schofield again, that one's hit much cleaner, but straight to extra cover. Freya Kemp, and no run again. So this is a good start, first over for Schofield so far.
But you're right, a lot of the shots hitting to the ground is indicative of a pitch that doesn't bounce much.
Yeah. That's short and cross-batted by Bridie Smith, but only as far as mid-off. No run. I think you can tell already that Schofield's varying her pace a little bit. That one seemed a bit quicker. And that one's... Is it through the gap? Yes, it is. He's just squeezed that away past backward point, past the diving Maya Bouchier. And it's gone for 4, so take the score to 60 at the end of the power play. So they can now reset the field.
Yeah, you're off, Phil. Thank you very much. Phil's taking a break. Get that muffin down you in this break. They are absolutely superb, those chocolate muffins. Phil's is still in his packet. Melissa Story back.
Hello.
Who's downed her muffin?
No, I gave my muffin to a friend.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. Her name's Charlotte.
Yes.
She's at her first ever cricket game today on her own.
Oh, right. Well, she could have brought in here.
She's done a bit of scoring.
Yeah.
And she's the lady who is the new unofficial ambassador for Hampshire and Southern Vipers for her game 2.
Oh, right. Lovely.
Which is the new initiative to promote inclusivity and kind of make sure that there's no cases of misogyny and sexism in cricket, and kind of a reporting system. So she's here at her Southern Vipers game and having a lovely time, but keeping out of the way of the sun because it is beaming down here now and it's definitely sunburned territory.
Yeah, ideal for cricket. 60 without loss. Does she want to come back out here? Do you want to? She wants to come in later on if she wants to. Kent bowls, it's short and it's hammered away on the leg side. Emily Windsor picks that up cleanly. Davidson Richards moves on to 21. She looks in good form, obviously in tremendous confidence after that 100 in the test. Great stat from Mel. Davidson Richards, holder of a unique record. Go on, remind us.
So she's the first player since W.G. Grace to get a wicket and a Test 100 on Test debut.
Well, that is something. Here's Kemp with the keeper standing up now, Carla Rudd. Full. Oh, and how's that? Oh, she edged it through to the keeper. She has. And Bryony Smith finally at the third attempt is caught. And she goes for 39 off 37 balls. 61 for 1. And Bryony Smith trying to drive that down the ground, got the thinnest of outside edges.
Well, I just actually tweeted that it felt as if Bryony Smith was in a Johnny Bairstow kind of mood, and she's a similar player that if you give her chances and drop her early on like the Southern Vipers did, then she can really make you pay. She's got such an ability to take your game away from you, but she hasn't looked too comfortable at the crease. She's been struggling a bit with form recently, and that innings at least was showing signs of fluidity coming back to her game, which is a great sign, especially as she's in and around this kind of England setup. She made her England debut the same time as Alice Davidson Richards, who's just come back for England. So who's to say what's in the future for Bryony Smith? But a massive wicket for the Vipers, and third time's a charm.
That's for sure, yeah. Time's still on the side, 24 years of age, Bryony Smith, so still plenty of time. Well, Georgia Elwes is in the 30s and she played Test cricket last year, so that'll give you an idea. So 61 for 1, and the new batter for the Stars is the keeper Kira Chatley, 22-year-old. Played for the Oval Invincibles last year. Back there again, I guess, this year. I haven't actually looked at this year's squad, but I think I'm right in saying that. Here's Freya Kemp then, right hand at Kira Chatley. Bowles Kemp, nice drive out square on the offside. Oh, there's a misfield, and that's going for 4. Now that's not easy actually at that there, because there is a artificial turfed wicket there, or unless it's just a matting, I think it's just an artificial pitch, and Nancy Harman is fielding just where that is.
Yeah, there's been a few misfields there along the ground. I'm not sure whether there's something out there on the pitch today, but drops have gone down. There's been quite a few misfields, and probably perhaps the reason why so many runs have been spilled so far this game. It's not been the tightest, but that was a tough one.
Yeah, it was. So Chatley off the mark with a boundary first delivery. There's another drive, and that's gone up to mid-off. Quite pleasing 2 drives there from Chatley first up. 65 for 1, another 242 needed.
And she's been recently called up to the England A squad. She's been playing in some of the warm-up games against South Africa. Really promising young player.
Yeah, 22 years of age. Facing a 17-year-old. That's a nice push, forward push out to Nancy Harman, who redeems herself there a little bit, moving smartly to her left, picks that up, and there is no runs. Keep you up to date with what's going on with the other RACHAEL HEYHOE FLINT Trophy matches going on this afternoon. Second round of matches in this year's competition. First, before I do that, England taking on India in the second international T20 match. India batting first there. They got away to a fast start. 43 without loss off 4.
Yeah, I have had one eye on it.
Have you? I bet you have. As that's driven pleasantly by Chatley again up to mid-off. And there's no run. Fielded by Georgia Elwes. 11 overs gone, 65 for 1.
So if anyone has been following this game instead of the England game, all you need to know, one word, slot. It's not been good from the England bowlers so far, but there has been a debut for Gleeson, Lancashire's Gleeson.
Oh, yes.
So that's exciting,
Richard
at least.
Gleeson, yeah. Good bowler, that guy. he was on Hampshire's radar when he left Northamptonshire. I think it was that he left, and but I think in the end he was going to go back to Lancashire a few years back because I think he had some family ties up there or something like that. But I know Hampshire were fairly interested in him at one stage.
And of course, plenty of cricket as well as this round of Rachel Hayhoe Flint and the England men's game. But there's also the final T20 Blast qualifier between Somerset and Derbyshire, who, for any Hampshire fans listening, will be finding out who Hampshire will be playing in their semi-final. As in comes Georgia Adams, that's outside the off stump, and tickled down to third and fielded by Charlotte Taylor for a single, 66 for 1.
John, shall I go through those other scores, or do you want to?
You're very welcome to.
Should I? That's very kind of you. We're all friends here. Sunrisers Northern. I'll come back to that.
As Georgia Adams bowls, straighter defended from the crease by Chatley.
It's that muffin. Northern Diamonds, 194 all out in the 50th over against Sunrisers, who in reply are 45 for 1 in the 13th.
As Adams skips into the crease. Now that's a drag down and that's slapped away, but finds the fielder on the deep cover boundary. Emily Windsor, she'll be feeling good out there. And just a single taken, 68 for 1.
I had a quick chat with her at lunchtime.
Did you?
Yeah,
Oh.
I know. I said, obviously I said to her, well played.
As Adams in to Davison Richards, who's driving firmly down the ground. Down to long on and a single taken again, just operating comfortably here in singles. The Stars 68 for 1 now. Apologies.
I said to her, I don't know what we would have done if you'd have got to 100. I said, because we were starting to lose our voices and get a bit emotional here.
Adams in, flatter and slower, and just dropped into the offside by Chatley for no run. I mean,
she said she was feeling the same out there as well.
I think when she got to 75, I started getting really emotional. As Adams in, this is pulled away by Chatley down to deep square, and another single taken as McCacken fields and completes that over. 4 runs off it, 69 for 1 off 12 overs. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what I would have done. If I'd been calling that, I just would have been in floods of tears.
No, it was amazing. And she got literally from 50 to 90 in no time at all. Her old side, she only played one game for Lightning last week on loan, got 27. They are 62 for 2 in the 13th and reply to Thunder's 238 for 9. And the Sparks, 206 all out against Western Storm, who are 34 for 3 in the 11th.
Now that's going to take a big recovery from Western Storm, but Sophie Luff is still at the crease. So never say never when Sophie Luff's at the crease.
She's a superstar down in the West Country, isn't she, around there? Here's Fred Kemp, left arm over, bowls, and Chatley just pushes at that one slightly in the air as it goes back to Kemp. And there's no run. She looks very correct, doesn't she, Kira Chatley? I've not actually seen her play before, but she almost reminds me of a Mark Rampercash at the crease.
Oh,
is that a good comparison?
She'd love that.
Yeah.
He told her.
Just her makeup at the crease. Not makeup, but you know the way she stands and just everything. Not that little bent stance bit, but the rest of it. Down the leg side, that'll be a wide. Well taken by Carla Rudd.
I was going to say,
Clean take.
I'm not sure I remembered Mark Rampercash wearing foundation and mascara.
He did when he did Strictly Come Dancing.
Oh yeah, that's the eyeshadow and everything.
Yeah, he had the lot. But no, he was always very correct and that sort of thing. I just think she looks. Some of the shots he's playing look very correct indeed. Here's Kemp again, runs away from us. And bowls, length ball. Chatley just pushes forward quietly back to the bowler. Is that a poor comparison, do you think? I'm not sure how much you would have seen of Mark Rampercash, again, before you, really, wasn't he?
Yeah.
I've got to think of some more up-to-date players, haven't I, really? I'm not sure there's that many correct players that I see week to week.
For me, my favourite player was always Jonathan Trott. His technique,
okay.
Fantastic defence.
Kemp bowls. Chatley just works it on the onside, fielded by Paige Schofield at mid-wicket.
And it's quite an unusual one because he doesn't have the glamour of the Ian Bell cover drive or the might of Flintoff when I was growing up. But I loved that he started every single innings with the most solid defensive shot you'll ever see, regardless of the ball. Just perfect. And I've always tried to emulate it, just not very well.
So you modelled yourself on Jonathan Trott's forward defensive. That's pulled away by Chatley. Emily Windsor comes in off the deep square leg boundary. That'll be a single. Chatley moves on to 7. 71 for 1. We're in the 13th over here, with the Stars needing another 236. The one player out, Bryony Smith, for 39 off 37 balls. Caught behind, having been dropped twice, including caught behind, although that was a difficult one. The one at mid-on was much easier. But wasn't quite as expensive as it might have been. There's a lovely drive there from Davis and Richards up towards mid-off, fielded by Elwes. And there's no run. Who did you model your... What is your most attacking shot? Are you sort of a straight driver off the front foot? Are you a puller on the leg side, short ball, or what? What's your shot?
I have a bit of dilemma that each year I get really good at one shot on the offside but lose my leg side shots.
Okay. Kent bowls. It's cut away by Davis and Richards. Nice looking shot out into the deep. Fielded on the cover side this time by Tara Norris. 72 for 1 at the end of the 12th.
So a few years ago I was fantastic
13th.
Off my legs. Every single thing I could just step over and flick it over. And I got really, really confident, but then completely lost all my offside shots and felt like a not very classy player. So really, really worked on my offside. Really, I've brought back my cut and cover drive this year, which I'm a bit happier with. But I've got out caught now 3 times at square leg. I think the other times I've been run out as well, which probably just means I need to go to the gym. But yeah, no, I need to learn how to be a bit of a
run between the wickets.
Yeah, first of all, run between the wickets and then be a 360 player as Adams continues, and that's prodded into the onside by Davis and Richards, and they scamper through for a single. I have to take some notes from George Elwes and Emily Windsor after the game, because their innings were properly 360, and it's interesting a few names we've mentioned in the last few minutes about batters as Adams bowls. That's Lupia, swept away down to fine leg. It's a big run chase on the boundary, and Ella McCacken flicks the ball in well. Saves a 4, and they get through for 2 runs. 75 for 1. The scoreboard was quick on me that time, because we mentioned Sophie Luff, and then obviously we've just had Bryony Smith recently dismissed as Georgia Adams in. Cut away to Emily Windsor on the deep cover boundary. Another single taken as she flat throws that in. 76 for 1. So there's a lot of the very young bowlers coming through for England, which is incredible. But the next generation of batters is a bit more obscure. As Adams in, that's short and pulled away towards the boundary. This is racing away, and another boundary for Alice Davis and Richards there. She moves on to 29 off 31. Kira Chatley at the other end, 10 off 14. 80 for 1 the score, and they're absolutely racing along here, the South East Stars. Their required run rate 6.3, but they're only just behind that. And that's Adams in, and that's slower, slapped flat back down the ground by Davidson Richards to Bouchier. Another single taken to complete the over. 80. Oh, no, not to complete the over. No. I got ahead of myself there. I was in a rhythm and I lost it. Final ball of the over from Adams, swept by Chatley to short fine leg, and another single taken. That completes the over, and that will be... Oh, maths.
10, off the over? 10, yeah.
10 runs off it. So 82 for 1. 225 more runs to win. And 14 overs gone. So going back to... I've kind of got some stats. So this is looking at the 2021 Rachel Hayhoe Flint. There was 9 centuries and 58 50s. Of the 9 centuries, just 3 of them were by non-England players, which was Eve Jones, Sophie Luff and Catherine Bryce. Bryce plays for Scotland, so she's not in contention for selection for England. Sophie Luff is probably not going to be picked for England at this stage in her career, as she's into her 30s. Eve Jones in the England A squad.
Paige Schofield switched ends to our commentary end. Low full toss, driven straight to mid-wicket, fielded by Kemp, no run.
And only Luff scored 3 50s, again, probably not in contention for England. So there's only 3 batters who scored 2 50s in the competition. Bryony Smith, one of them, Bess Heath, the Northern Diamonds wicketkeeper, and Marie Kelly.
Schofield bowls, and Chatley plays that nicely with an angled bat down towards third man, 83 for 1, Chatley on to 12.
So all of those 3 are really pressing their case, and they've been selected for the A team this year, which goes to say something. But besides those players and the England players, there's not enough players consistently standing up. There's only 7 scores of 50 plus across the 8 innings, and only 11 in total of 40 plus this year. So not enough players. Prior to this game, of course, there's been a few big scores, but a lot of young bowlers are pushing through into the England ranks. Not as many younger batters.
There's Davison Richards. Nice drive from her through extra cover. That's 4 runs. Beautifully timed. Just medium pace stuff from Paige Schofield, but Davison Richards just easing herself into that shot, and that was a beautiful strike. 30, she moves on to 83 for 1.
But then Alice Davison-Richards there, again with that glorious shot, maybe just suggesting that for the batting wise, you come into your element just a bit later on when you've gained that experience, and that's why it's so great to see her having a resurgence with the England team as she's in splendid form.
Yeah, she's 28 years of age, gets another single out on the leg side this time and moves on to 35, 88 for 1 now, another 219 needed by the Stars. So those were all young players you just quoted there.
Well, some of them are a bit later in their careers. The 3 young ones who've scored 2 50s in last year's tournament. So Bryony Smith, Bess Heath and Marie Kelly. Yep. They're the 3 main ones, I'd say, who are pressing their case.
Chatley pushes that good length delivery out square on the offside, fielded by Harman.
And actually, I find Bess Heath a really interesting example because, of course, Amy Jones is quite an established wicketkeeper for England at the moment, but she also doesn't have much competition coming through. Most of the domestic setup keepers are quite young still, and she's quite comfortable in her position.
Chatley pushes that out again to Harman square on the offside. That'll be the end of the over. 15 completed, 88 for 1. After 15, the Vipers were 57 for 3.
But actually, speaking of Amy Jones, her form has not quite been there recently. Even in the domestic setup, she's not scoring that many runs. She's not been as confident as she usually is behind the stump. So it's exciting to see Bess Heath scoring the runs. She scored 50 for the Diamonds the other day and won the game with a massive 6 over mid-wicket. And her keeping is excellent. She is still young, but it's always good to have competition for those spots, and just something which is fantastic for the England team going forward with their England A team beating South Africa. There's so many players competing for spots, and that's just a fantastic reflection of the state of the game and the infrastructure that's being built. Adams just bowling there and pushed into the onside by Davison Richards for no run.
Did you get the impression in the last over that George Adams was just a fraction short with her first over?
I'm surprised she's bowling again, to be honest, as she's in, and Fuller tickled into the onside by Davison Richards, who moves on to 36. The score 93 for 1. But then some of the Vipers' bowling changes have appeared to be a bit strange. It's been very different from the South East Stars, as Adams bowls that slow and just trickles into the offside, fielded by Windsor on the boundary. Single taken. Because if you look at the South East Stars with their innings, they almost did quite a traditional bowling innings. Their 2 openers bowled for the majority of the power play, and then they brought in regimented changes to the bowling as that's pushed back to Adams for no run. Whilst I'm not sure whether the Vipers are still in a bit of T20 mode. They'd already bowled Norris for 3, Taylor for 4, Kemp for 4. They've been making the changes as Adams in. That's shorter and slapped, but straight to extra cover. Fortunate to get away with that one was Adams, and still bowling it a bit too short, you'd say. But it's been different from the South East Stars because no one's really settled into a spell. It hasn't felt as if they're playing the 50 over format. And yes, it's a good tactic if you want to keep the batters on their toes. But they have great bowling options, as that's driven past Adams. They run on the misfield, and a wayward throw over the head of Carla Rudd as they get through for a single, completing the over. 3 runs off it, a better over from Georgia Adams. South East Stars 91 for 1 off 16 overs, 216 runs to win.
91 Yeah, so there was 3 runs off it, yeah.
But you'd think that when you've got the bowlers like Kemp or Norris, you would almost want to give them 4 or 5 overs just to settle in, really almost perfect their craft and have a good shot at trying to get these 2 out. But they've been really bringing in the chops and changes.
Yeah, that's for sure. Tara Norris, 3 overs, none for 16. Charlotte Taylor, 4 overs, none for 30. Her 4th over was expensive. Freya Kemp, 4 overs, 1 for 16. Paige Schofield, 2 overs, none for 12. She's going to bowl her 3rd shortly. And Georgia Adams has conceded 16 off her 3 overs. So the Stars have made a good start here. They're way ahead of the Vipers at the corresponding stages in terms of the number of overs, although, well, actually, even more to their credit, they've only lost 1 wicket, whereas the Vipers had lost 3 by now. There's Paige Schofield bowling to Alice Davison-Richards, who drives past a diving Schofield down towards Maya Boucher, who comes round to her left at mid-on, deep mid-on. 92 for 1 now. And Davison-Richards moves on to 38 off 40. She looks particularly dangerous. You saw her score 100 at Taunton in the Test match a couple of weeks ago. You all know how good she is. She's looking good here this afternoon. But it's Chatley on strike. Short, and that's cut away. That was always going to be cut away. Oh my word, there's a misfield there by Tara Norris on the boundary. She just came around it a bit too quick.
I would love to know, we should have kept a tally in hindsight of how many misfields there has been today on the boundary, because it's been very unlike these 2 teams. They're normally so tight in the field, but there's been a lot of players just running too fast. Maybe it's that beautiful spongy outfield you were talking about.
Well, it's beautiful out there, isn't it? I mean, I don't know if you've walked on it yet, but it is. I have to say, it's a superb outfield. That's in the air past Harmon at backward a point, and that's going to be 4. Bit of width here from Paige Schofield, and Chatley benefiting here.
It feels like it's got better to bat on out there with the sun beaming down now. It looks like a good pitch, but also I think maybe the Vipers are lacking in their bowling attack today. Maybe it's a good thing they got such a large total on the board, because with Adams coming in as a 5th change bowler and Schofield a good bowler, but she hasn't bowled much this year.
100 up for the Stars as a straighter. Chatley just works that to mid-wicket, and even that looked a hard piece of fielding there. Freya Kemp diving to her left when the ball looked like it was going straight at her at one stage.
And it's interesting we haven't seen Georgia Elwis with the ball yet, because normally she would be the first change, but just wondering whether she's carrying an injury.
Yeah, no, Anya Shrubsole, she's carrying an injury as that's driven out square on the offside. Harmon picks that up cleanly. Shrubsole didn't play last week, but she was in the squad for this game, and the Vipers pointing out that she does actually have, well, she wasn't in the squad, tell a lie, but pointing out the reason she wasn't in the squad was because she has a knee injury.
So if Elwis isn't available to bowl, then I fear who their other bowling options are today.
Harmon, I guess it has to be. Oh, she's cutting and missing outside the off stump there, Chatley. End of the over. Chatley has 21 off 26, 100 for 1 the Stars. We've had 17 overs here in Hove. We're live on the BBC Sport website. We're also live on the picture feed, which is going out to the Sussex Cricket website, and we're also on BBC Radio Sun at all frequencies. I'm Kevin James, Melissa Story next to me, and Phil Green will be back in a little later. Manager of Mel's club side, Hersey Ladies, who are playing. Where are you playing? Oh, you're playing down in Canterbury tomorrow.
Yeah, we're playing against St Lawrence and Highlands, a lovely ground which is situated by a vineyard.
Oh,
so good post-match celebrations. Charlotte Taylor back into the attack after that rather expensive first spell. But of course that was during the power play. She's got 4 available fielders in the deep now as she's into Davison-Richards, who's working that off her hip, to McCacken at deep square and a single taken. It's an interesting field here for Taylor for that first delivery. She had a deep square, deep mid-wicket, long on, long off, and then 3 fielders from almost a backwards cover to point to third, probably within about 2 metres of each other. They could probably hold hands if they stretched enough.
similar. Sorry.
All just defending that cut.
Yeah, aren't they? Similar field to what the Stars had for Elwis. Very close, aren't they?
Chatley on strike, and that's straight. Push back to Taylor, who trots down the wicket, picks up, and she'll be so delighted to be playing. I think there was some original concerns that she would be in the squad but not in the playing 11, but she's got the ball in hand and hunting for wickets as defending from the crease as Chatley 101 for 1 halfway through this over.
Yeah, they're cutting off that little dab shot on the offside, aren't they? I mean, those three, you're right, they are so close together.
As Taylor comes in, and that's back of a length and just past the stumps. Chatley there looking to execute that fine cut, perhaps even finer than the fielders we have at square here. And just a slight bit of spin there from Taylor. Almost took her wicket. As she's in again, flatter and dabbed fine to the left of Tara Norris there at third. No run taken. That must be her shot from this field. The Southern Vipers have done their research.
Yeah.
She's persisting with it, even with the extra reinforcement there. She's looking to get it finer. It's a risky play against an off-spinner. As Taylor in and sweeping in front of square, straight to mid-wicket is Chatley. End of the over. Just the one run off it and a good return for Charlotte Taylor. South East Stars 101 for 1, 18 overs. 206 runs required to win, but still at quite a hefty run rate of 6 runs and over.
Yeah, I mean, they've been given a great start. Absolutely no doubt about that. Bryony Smith out in the 11th when the score was 61 for 1, 39 off 37 balls. But Alice Davison-Richards is playing the sort of knock that Georgia always played in the middle, isn't she, really? Just doesn't look like getting out, keeps the scoreboard ticking along, and you always think that, well, she's out there. And they're under pressure, the Vipers. They are under pressure, basically, because the Stars have started so well. Mentioned Georgia Elwes, Mel, and here she is.
And she'll have such a big role in these middle overs. She'll just try and put the ball on the spot, bringing some variations and use her experience here at the crease.
Comes in then, right on medium pace. It's fullish, and it's worked by Davison-Richards out on the onside, where Maya Boucher fields at deep mid-on. 102 for 1 now, the Stars needing another 205 to win this game. There's still a lot of runs. As well as they've played so far, you feel that they've got to play as well as this throughout their reply, because it's a lot of runs. 306. Here comes Elwes, bowl, slightly slower this time. Chatley on the back foot, finds the gap behind square on the offside this time. Norris runs back, they'll pick up 2. Oh, she has to hurry here. In fact, Chatley dives in, and in the end, Rudd breaks the stumps, but having to move forward and then back again to do so. And Chatley there just looked like she was just losing some ground somewhat.
Yeah, she looked like she was running in sand there, but it was a poor throw in from the deep, just a bit more accurate. Would have helped Carla Rudd out a lot, but as you say, she was almost full stretch, having to go back to retrieve the ball and launch herself forwards at the stumps. Could have been close.
Yeah, Chatley's 23 off 31 now. Here comes Elwes again. And bowls, very full, swatted away by Chatley, not timed, but goes out to Windsor at deep mid-wicket. Chatley moves on to 24 now. It's 105 for 1 in the 19th. Chatley seems to have sort of 2 shots, doesn't she, really? That's that one that they're trying to cut off behind square, so she just waits for the ball, angles, opens the face of the bat, square and just behind, and then that little swat across the leg side. There's not a lot else from her at the moment, but she's doing a good job backing up Davison-Richards, who's back on strike. She's 40 off 42, and length ball. Davison-Richards plays that into the ground.
It would be good from Chatley. Obviously, I haven't seen her play that much, so I'm sure she does have this shot in her arsenal. But if she has that slog sweep in front of square and that late cut, all you need is just the ability just to maybe play a nice straight drive, a lofted straight drive, and suddenly 3 good shots is all you need, and that's an innings built.
Elwes, again, it's a slower ball, but a low full toss as it's worked out on the onside by Davison-Richards. They just jog through for a single. 41 she moves on to 106 for 1. Stars need another 201 from here. This could be a very good game here. This could be very close. 2 very good sides. Well, the Stars will probably field in this competition. They've never done themselves justice, as that's a length ball to Chatley. Played back to Elwes, end of the over. 19 gone, 106 for 1. They were 5th in last year's competition with 3 wins from 7. And they were 3rd in the South group. Remember, the competition was split into 2 groups because of COVID. Just 2 wins from 6. I think they were a better side than that.
Yeah, definitely. Just a bit of a chat going on here between George Adams and the umpire.
Shall we have a quick change? I'll bring Phil in. Mel, you come in on my side, if that's all right. We'll bring Phil Green back in. So 106 for 1. Davis and Richards 41 of 44. 24 of 33 for Kira Chatley. The one batter out, Bryony Smith, who hit 39 of 37, although was dropped twice getting to that point, and in the end was caught behind. Here's Charlotte Taylor from the Cromwell Road end, and immediately Davis off a cross bat hits that up towards deep mid-off, and that'll be a single. So I'll let Phil Green take over commentary for the rest of this over, and he'll be alongside Melissa Story.
Thanks, Kev. Yeah, Charlotte Taylor back in to the attack. She opened from the top end and bringing the changes bowling-wise. And that's a really good little ramp shot from Chatley. We were just saying how many different shots he's got in her armoury, but that was one we hadn't seen. Little ramp over the keeper for 2. Yeah, as you were saying, Mel, the Vipers are changing the bowling a lot, aren't they?
Yeah, it doesn't quite feel settled yet.
Taking a 5th over now. That one just played back to the bowler by Chatley. Chatley got 50 in the game last week down at Beckenham, so she's in a bit of form. And that's a lovely little late cut. She's going to bring her another couple, I believe. No, she actually turned down the second run. Just one. Good fielding from Tara Norris.
Just looking at this batting lineup for the South East Stars and whether they can afford to take those risks. They've got to keep up with the required run rate of 6.5.
I run off the back foot, but into one of the strong ring of fielders on the offside. No run.
So they've got Freya Davis coming in at 8, and she's capable, but they do, you would argue, have a bit of a longer tail than the Southern Vipers.
Oh, that's a return catch, just chipped back to her. Taylor, Davis and Richards, I think it might have been a leading edge, but it just went back very gently for a straightforward caught and bowled for Charlotte Taylor. And that's a big wicket, obviously, for the Vipers. England international Alice Davis and Richards out for 42. She was the one who was sort of holding the innings together, and there'll have to be a slightly different strategy now, I think.
Yeah, I'm just watching that replay. It was off the middle of the bat, actually, and she just didn't quite continue with the shot. It was neither here or there, and in the end, it was a very easy return catch for Charlotte Taylor. She'll be relieved.
That's a big scalp for her.
And as you say, Alice Davis and Richards holding together that innings with her 42 or 46. Chatley's looking good at the crease there, but just a bit slower, and the new batter needs to make sure that they don't get too bogged down at the crease. It is Alice Capsey, and well, she's certainly not a player who will get bogged down at the crease. She loves a big shot. She usually plays quite fast, exciting innings.
Made a sensational time in the 100 last year, didn't she? And really made a name for herself. And there's a lot of talk about her being fast-tracked through to England at that point. I think she hasn't had quite such a productive summer this year. Didn't get many runs in the Charlotte Edwards Cup. She did get a 50 again last week at Beckenham, so back in a bit of form, but hasn't really followed on quite as you'd hope maybe from last year so far. That was Elvis now coming in from the sea end. There's a big shout for LBW there, but umpire Sarah Bartlett not interested.
And of course, umpire Sarah Bartlett, who played against Hursley Park a few weekends ago and rather disastrously for us, hit the winning runs, a slash through the offside. She loved it.
And that's I thought it was going different. That's his Acton Fleetman wicket for a single by Chatley. It was a full toss, which looked like it should have gone anywhere in the ground, really, but she only managed to get it away for one.
Yeah, Elvis bowled a few low full tosses here and just needs to be careful, especially to Capsey, because if you're serving up a low full toss to Capsey, now she'll certainly make sure it finds the boundary rope.
The next batter in for the Stars is Ailish Cranston, who I think I mentioned earlier was the leading run scorer in the Charlotte Edwards Cup this year, so she's another player in form. Ellis again. That's played to mid-wicket, but well fielded by Freya Kemp. Prevents any chance for a run.
Just an update for anyone who is following us here, but also wants to know what's happening in the England-India game. India now 86 for 3 off 10, with Richard Gleeson picking up all 3 wickets.
You were talking about him just now, weren't you, on air? Making his debut today for England. There's quite a bit of pace, I think.
He does, and it would be rather convenient for Hampshire fans if he's unavailable for finals day. I'll certainly say that. Of course, that's next Saturday.
Yep.
Up at Edgbaston. Hampshire versus Undetermined and Yorkshire versus Lancashire.
So we're seeing again, good length this time, and Capsey can't do anything other than push it into the offside. You'll be at that one, Mel, yeah?
Yes, I will be. Got the England-South Africa ODI the day before, heading up to finals day, and then have our very own Hursley Park semi-final in the T20 Cup on the Sunday.
Yeah, it's a busy time. That's down the leg side, but flicked away by Capsey. Nice looking shot, but only as far as Windsor on the square leg boundary for another single.
Interesting phase here of the game as the Stars 112 for 2, 195 more runs to win. They can't afford to consistently lose wickets, but they do need to ensure that their run rate just stays around. I mean, they require 6.7 runs and over. They're at 5.3, which I don't think is disastrous if you stay around that 5 runs and over mark, because there is the ability to catch up at the end of an innings when you can play a few riskier shots.
Yeah, sure, with wickets in hand, that'll certainly be the case. I think they're in that sort of position where, as you say, it's a great dilemma that you've got to score quite quickly but not take any risks. And it's a difficult job, but the conditions are suitable for it. It's fast outfield, nice. Wicket's a bit low, but it comes on quite well. And nice sunny days. There's no cloud cover for swing, so it's good batting conditions, I would say.
Is this my over? Yeah, it was. Well, that last delivery was pushed into the offside, and it was a dot ball, thankfully. As Taylor in again, and that's driven firmly this time down the ground by Capsey. Down to long on, and she takes a single, moves on to 2. Chatley at the other end, 28, and she's the key batter out there now with the dismissal of Alice Davison-Richards. And this will be a good opportunity for her with her recent call-up, as out comes the reverse ramp from Chatley. Uses the pace of the ball to run it down over the keeper Carla Rudd's head, and they take a single. I think she was hoping maybe just to get a bit more on that shot so it would race away from this boundary.
Not a lot of pace on the ball, though, is there? You've got to put your own pace on that sort of delivery.
Taylor's taking all the pace off her bowling here, as that's given some air and defended from the crease by Capsey. So the captain, Georgia Adams, extra cover. It's interesting, it's quite a quick outfield here once it pierces the inner ring, but it feels incredibly difficult right now to pierce that inner ring. As Taylor in and pushed to mid-wicket. No run taken. That was a slip of the old Tays coming out, her nickname.
Capsey taking her time to get in now, it's understandable. She's only been about 8 balls, but she's got plenty of time.
In comes Taylor and given more air. Pace taken off and just pushed back to her by Chatley. The 2 runs off the over, 114 for 2, the South East Stars after 22 overs. We're nearing that halfway mark. 193 runs to win now, and they can't afford too many overs like that, Phil Green.
No, they've got to keep it ticking along, but there's still a long time. And if Capsey can, we know that she can score really quickly. If she can just get herself in. Chatley, the other end, is scoring at a reasonable rate. I think she's the sort of player that you bat round rather than rely on to take it on, but she's doing a good job at the moment. That one's defended by her. Back to the bowler from Elwes.
There is more exciting developments from the men's England versus India T20, as India are now 5 wickets down and Chris Jordan is on a hat-trick, I've been told.
Okay, so that's turned around a bit, that game. Elwes in again. That's played off the back foot. Nicely fielded in the covers. Tara Norris. No run. So still on 114 for 2, the Stars. And every dot ball now, as you say, Mel, just ramps that required rate up a little bit.
Yeah, it's gone up to 7 now, the required run rate.
Deep mid-wicket going out now. This is in again. To Chatley, who hits that hard through the offside, but there's cover out there, and it will just be the single.
She really has a lot of versatility through that cut shot there, because we've seen her play the late dabs, the fine tickles, but actually it's quite difficult to play the cut shot in women's cricket when there is less pace on the ball, because you've really got to throw a lot of your own might into the shot, but she does it spectacularly.
And again, Elwes and Capsey just plays that into the covers for another top ball. Yeah, I think the ball before was probably more of a back foot drive than a cut. It was almost with a vertical back shot, wasn't it, rather than a horizontal back shot?
Yeah, I guess you see that one more often really than the traditional cut, which you could maybe play off a bowler such as a Freya Kemper and Alice Davison.
You need pace on the ball, certainly, yeah. Elwes in again. And that's treated with a lot of respect by Capsey, still biding her time. Just pushes it back to the bowler.
Just a beautiful day here at Brighton. Slight breeze coming across the ground as the Sussex flag to our right billows. It must be a bit of sweet relief for anyone in the crowd sat in the sun.
Elwes in again. They go for the single this time, similar sort of shot, but they'll make it okay. Obviously placed between the two fielders there. So that's a single to Capsey, which takes the score up to 116 for 2.
191 runs to win, and it's been a good few overs. I'm just going to have a look at when that last boundary was scored. The Vipers doing a really good job here at just squeezing the South East Stars batters, and it was interesting earlier you mentioned how Capsey of course had such a great breakthrough year last year and maybe hasn't quite, not so much lived up to expectations, but just not had such similar form. It was interesting because she had so much pressure put on her after the 100 of saying she's the next superstar, she's this. She was 16 years old.
Still did school exams, wasn't she?
As Taylor bowls, and that's shorter, pulled away to McCacken at deep square by Capsey, and a single taken, 117 for 2. So it's always difficult when you're almost sensationalised as a younger player when you do go into those slumps of less form. And for Capsey now, it's going to be a question of finding those ugly runs if necessary. As Taylor in, and that's a slash outside the off stump by Chatley, looking to do an expansive drive through the covers where there's no one deep.
Going back to what you're saying, you've got to learn to fail, haven't you? You've got to learn how to cope with failure, and it's probably the first time she's had that in her cricketing career.
As Taylor in, that's shorter outside the off stump, slapped away, but good fielding by Emily Windsor at cover. She lies on the ground and is helped up by her teammates after that desperate dive, and following that delivery she's been sent back to the boundary. Also got a deep square, deep mid-wicket and long on. As Taylor comes into bowl, and this is hoiked down the ground by Chatley over the head of Capsey at the non-striker's end. And another single taken. 118 for 2 now, and it's getting to the stage where they either need to push these twos or they need to find a boundary every over.
Yeah, they've got to do something different, haven't they?
Taylor in and defended from the crease by Capsey. She's being steady in her innings so far. She's 4 off 14 now. And just finding her feet at the crease, getting her eye in. She knows she's got a big role to play for the South East Stars today. That's given some flight. It's a low full toss from Taylor. Worked between deep mid-wicket and long on. But there's still only a single available. Good fielding in the deep. And another over gone. Only 3 runs scored from it. 119 for 2 off 24 overs.
26 overs remaining, of course, and 188 required to win off that. Some fireworks are needed from the South East Stars.
Yeah, Charlotte Taylor's done a good job here. She had one loose over in her first spell, which went for a few. I think Alice Davison-Rich got hold of her a little bit. But altogether, she's bowled pretty well and made a decisive breakthrough as well. Still got Georgia Elwes at this end, the EC end.
I love this field to Georgia Elwes of the no one in on the leg side. They're happy to give the single.
Absolutely. It's a field you see a lot in one-day cricket now. That's a wide down the leg side. And Carla Rudd can't gather it cleanly, so they come through for another run as well. So that's 2 wides.
Yeah, it's a really good tactic of actually saying, if we push back long on, deep mid-wicket, deep square, have no one in front of square on the onside, fine, you take a single.
Yeah.
Actually, it means you can have that conventional mid-wicket fielder reinforcing the offside.
This time it's hit down the ground by Shatley to long on. But again, as Mel's saying, just a single which the Vipers would be happy with. I think when you play on slightly bigger grounds, then quite often the option the batsmen take in this field is to play it sort of to the edge of the ring and run 2. But I don't think you could do that here because it's not that far out there. Elwes in again. That's again forced down the ground to long on, but the Vipers won't mind that. Another single.
Yeah, there was a few 2s available in the Vipers innings, but those were often shots by Emily Windsor where she perfectly tickled it into the gaps and bisected the fielders, whilst the South East Stars players here are playing a few more chunkier shots which are finding the fielder.
So another chunky shot there, to use your term, Mel, from Chatley. Hit through the offside, but again, boundary fielders in the right position, and it's been a while since there's been a boundary.
I'm going for chunky shots and dinky shots are the 2 categories.
Okay. So let's see what this is. Elwes in to Capsey, and that's just a defensive shot. I couldn't describe it any other way than that, really. Out to extra cover for no run. Yeah, it's that second year syndrome sort of thing for Capsey, isn't it? You know, as you say, the expectation, and there's still a long way to go this summer, but she hasn't had a great time so far. Elwes in again, and that's Yorker length and dug out. Good delivery. And the pressure mounts again on the South East Stars batters.
So there hasn't been a boundary since the 17th over. We're currently in the 25th over.
Yeah.
And that was when Paige Schofield was hit for consecutive 4s. But since then, it's just been a case of dots and ones. Great bowling from the Southern Vipers.
Yeah, they certainly turned it around. Oh, that's having said that, that's out actually. I thought she cleared the field, but Capsey's pulled a pretty poor ball, to be honest, from Elwes. Pulled it to deep mid-wicket where Freya Kemp was stationed. First I thought the ball was going over her head, but she was stationed on the rope and came to her at good height. So
yeah, it was a bit of a loose shot, you could say, from Capsey, and almost the tempter. I'm not sure it was intentional from Paige Schofield, but
no.
As you say, it was a bit of a rough ball from him. It was a drag down. It was there to be hit, but it's another case of players trying to hit 6s when actually is the position you are in. Are those 2 extra runs worth it for your wicket? Or can you roll your wrists on the shot and hit it for 4? Yes, there's the risk it will find the fielder.
Yeah.
But at this stage in the game, can you warrant those 2 extra runs for the cost of your wicket when there's 2 fielders right in the deep there for that shot?
I think she probably, it was such a short ball and she had so much time that I think she probably backed herself to clear the field. Probably didn't get hold of it quite as she'd hoped. It was a bit top edgy.
It was a good catch from Freya Kemp on the boundary.
Yeah, she's very calm. Got into position and took it. There's been a lot of wickets today from what you'd say are fairly poor balls. If you go back to the Vipers innings with Georgia Adams, Paige Schofield, both out to pretty poor deliveries, and that's another one.
I mean, it's always the rank balls, you can say, which get the wickets. You have bowlers slave away
finding that perfect line length and nothing, and then suddenly the low full toss gets the wicket. But that is the way of cricket.
Yeah, and of course the job they're doing by tying down one end is just as valuable, really, and earns the other bowler the wicket quite often. It's a game of partnerships, as they say, not just batting but bowling as well.
I'm aware we may still be having a couple issues with sound coming through on the app and the website, so apologies if anyone's been trying to get through there, but we are available on all BBC Solent frequencies and of course on the Sussex website and live stream on YouTube, which has our ball by ball commentary on it. You can follow along as South East Stars 124 for 3 at this drinks break of 25 overs. We're at the halfway point, 183 more runs required. And just whilst the players take some drinks, we'll run you through some of the other scores around the country in this RACHAEL HEYHOE FLINT competition. So between the Lightning and Thunder 238 for 9 in their first innings, and in response Lightning 112 for 4 with Catherine Bryce, the standalone batter in that, 43 not out at the moment. Between Northern Diamonds and Sunrisers, Northern Diamonds were 194 all out despite some batting heroics from Holly Armitage. She got 47. And in response, the Sunrisers 127 for 4. So they've lost a few wickets, but they only need 68 runs to win from 21 overs. That should be a comfortable win for them. And then the final game in this RACHAEL HEYHOE FLINT Trophy is between Central Sparks and Western Storm. Now, this is a dramatic tale, as Central Sparks were 206 all out. You'd think Western Storm would be feeling on top, but I'm afraid if any Western Storm fans are listening along, they are 68 for 8 with Sarah Glenn, the pick of the bowlers there. She's got 4. I'm sure she'll be looking for a 5-fer. And finally, that England-India T20, India 101 for 5, with 3 wickets taken by Richard Gleeson on debut, and the other 2 taken by Chris Jordan. Just an update, the BBC app is having some technical difficulties, but we should be online through the BBC Sport website. You can, of course, get in contact on Twitter at Solent Sport, or on the emails, which is Solent. Oh, I'm looking at Kevin James. I'm going to get it up. solentcricket@gmail.com. Of course, can get in contact on Twitter with my account, Melissa G Story. Phil, have you got Twitter? Down with the kids?
No.
I've actually been alerted by your daughter Gemma Green, who does commentaries with us, to, if you could, reply to her, because she's got a question regarding scorebooks. So that is some thrilling information.
Okay. Next time I'm off air, I shall look at that with all excitement.
We'll communicate through radio rather than text, because the texts don't seem to be going through.
They probably are, but I was not looking at my phone.
Georgia Adams then with the ball, and that's pushed gently by Chatley to extra cover.
I can't multitask, as you know, also I can't commentate and read my phone at the same time.
I'll pass it on to her. They've got much
can.
more important things to do. As that's swept firmly by Chatley into the deep on the leg side, fielded by Schofield at deep mid-wicket, and another single taken. She hit that one hard, Chatley, but she keeps finding the fielders here and can't get too frustrated. She's going to be key to this run chase for South East Stars as Ailish Cranstone joins her in the middle. She's been batting at the top of the order for the South East Stars in the T20 competition in the South East Stars, and was actually the leading run scorer for them. She averaged 58 across that competition with 235 runs across 7 innings. Georgia Adams coming around the wicket to the left-handed Cranstone, who's driving past the outstretched hand of extra cover. And the cover fielder comes around to clean up. Only a single taken. Score moves on to 126 for 3.
Yeah, I've seen Ailish Cranstone play quite a lot since she was a youngster, and I think she doesn't strike me as the sort of player that's ideal for this situation. She's more the sort of person that you play round.
That was Adams in, and there was a appeal for LBW from a few of the players in the field there. It looked as if it was very clearly sliding down. Georgia Adams wasn't interested. And she is again, and there's another appeal for LBW. This time the finger goes up, and that's Kira Chatley-Gon looking to play that signature sweep in front of square. And the captain, Georgia Adams, takes the wicket. You feel as if this is going to be a dramatically uphill battle now for the South East Stars to chase down this total. They still need 181 runs to win, but they're 126 for 4 now.
And no established batsman at the crease either. You've got 2 batters now starting off.
And you just felt she was pushing her luck a bit there.
She seemed very late on the shot, didn't she? I mean, I know George Adams is quite a slow bowler, but she just seemed very late on the shot.
I mean, if you're late on the shot to Georgia Adams, then something's clearly a little bit wrong. So as you say, she bowls quite slowly.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're watching the batter and it takes about 5 seconds for the ball to arrive. But she does get wickets, and she has that golden arm. She's the Joe Root of the Southern Vipers. Whenever they need a wicket, she does seem to deliver. And she's bowled well so far this game for her team. She's stepped up and taken a larger role than perhaps she normally would, of course, with players gone away to England. Lauren Bell,
Charlie Dean would be the...
Even Danny Wyatt with some off-spin.
Yeah. But George Adams, the last 2 or 3 years, has bowled quite a lot. She didn't used to bowl that much, but she's obviously developed her bowling, and she's bowled quite a lot of overs.
Adams in, and that's straighter, tickled round the corner by the new batter,
Kylie White.
Kirsty White.
Sorry.
And that completes the over. 127 for 4 off 26. The South East Stars still need 180 runs to win. Phil Green, you mentioned that you don't think Ailish Cranstone is suited to this situation. Just elaborate on that for us now, and I'll hand over to Kevin James.
I'm not... Well, yeah, OK, I've put myself in a big position there. What I'm saying is Ailish is the sort of player I'm more used to seeing her going at the top of the order and building innings rather than come in 25 overs in. And you sort of want someone coming at this stage who is going to score at certainly more than a run a ball. And I'm not saying she won't, but it's not the Ailish Cranston that I've seen. She's just a very, very good player, orthodox player at the top of the order. So I'm a bit surprised she comes in so low, to be honest.
Yeah. Well, I'll remind you of that comment when she's 98 not out with the Stars needing 4 to win off the last over.
It's bad to happen, isn't it?
All yours, Phil.
So we got Tyra Norris back into the attack, bowling round the wicket, left arm round to Kirsty White, who plays into mid-wicket. So, as I said just now, we got 2 new batters at the crease now, which is not ideal because they haven't got time to play themselves in for very long. The run rate going up with every ball. So this constant change of bowling seems to be working for the Vipers right now. And Norris in again round the wicket. And again just defensively played by Kirsty White.
Was there a message you needed to get to your daughter or something, Phil? Do you want me to take over this over and you can read your phone?
No, I can do it the next over. It's all right.
Sure?
From what Mel told me was the subject was, it didn't sound that exciting.
I hope Gemma's not listening to this.
She is. That's just played back to mid-on by Kirsty White. So 3 dot balls in a row here, and they just can't afford to let them continue at this rate. Something's got to be done for the South East Stars.
Yeah, it's a lot, isn't it? A lot to do from here. I did make a very quick calculation while I was off commentary, actually. You'll like this.
So Norris in round the wicket, and again, just a very defensive shot from White, pushed back to the bowler.
Right, you may already know this. In fact, both of you may already know this, and maybe people listening and watching already know this. So apologies if this is actually duller than I'm building it up for. But what I did learn during the Charlotte Edwards Cup was that, to get bonus points, and it's the same with this competition as well, because I noticed that a couple of teams got 5 points last week as opposed to the normal 4-point standard win. So I made some inquiries a while ago.
Norris in again round the wicket. This time White does get off the mark, but just one played out to deep backward point. Taylor coming round from the third man boundary for a single.
So let's just assume the Vipers win this game, say. Now, if they want to get the bonus point, by my calculations, they have to keep South East Stars down to below 245.
That sounds about right. It's 125% or something.
That's right, yeah.
So, yeah, that sounds about right.
And Mel, with her maths, will have already worked that out.
Yeah, we'll trust you on that one, Kev. So, Norris back row over the wicket to the left-handed Cranston. As we've said many times, you don't see too many left-handers in the women's game. But at the moment, we've got a left-hand bowler to a left-hand batter. And that's just played down to mid-on. So that's a good over for Tara Norris coming back, just a one off it. And the run rate mounts up again.
It does. I mean, when you look at the board like that, yes, you know, they're up against it. But when you actually match them up, the two teams at this stage, after 27 overs, the Vipers were 102-4, although they were in the middle of the Windsor-El-West partnership, which of course propelled them from about 30th over onwards. They really did go to a different level. So they are ahead, the Stars, at the corresponding stage, but they will get really far behind unless they can
unless they can
up the gears.
Find a partnership similar to that.
Kirsty White to face Georgia Adams, who's bowling from the Cromwell Road end, and that's cut nicely, but only to backward a point, and it finds Charlotte Taylor, and there's no run. I was also casting my eye around because there are a lot of flats, as we've been mentioning, and those that know the ground will know that there's quite a few flats around here. Being a seaside town, hit in the air, wide of mid-off. Boucher's running after it, won't catch it. That's a nice shot there from Kirsty White, who moves on to 6, and the Stars total on to 132 for 4. And I was just trying to see if there was anybody on balconies enjoying the sun, enjoying the cricket, and I can see some washing to our right on one of the balconies. So I guess there's nobody sitting there because there's too many sheets on there, you wouldn't be able to see through it. That's pushed away on the leg side, so somebody's taken advantage of drying their clothes out on the first floor balcony there. You can see a white sheet, a green sheet, and a couple of blue towels. Can you see those on the balcony there, Phil?
Yeah.
So I can see that, but I think everybody must be out or down at the beach. Oh, and it's a corn bowl dropped, although it was a difficult chance there. Georgia Adams to her left, horizontal in the end, but it hit both hands and just ricocheted out to mid-off. Kirsty White, probably a bit more than a half chance, but Vipers catching today has been a bit mixed. Certainly with Bryony Smith, dropped her twice before she got to 39. In the end, got her caught behind. That's turned away on the onside, and in the end, both Adams and Freya Kemp moving across couldn't get there, and it goes up to mid-on, and that will be a single. Kirsty White moves on to 7, 133 for 4. I can't see anybody else drawing. They're washing out.
No, you think there would be more people watching, wouldn't you?
No, but they're all out. They're all down the beach. Because it's warm, even though, I mean, the sun is now starting to shine properly because the clouds are dispersing. There's some white fluffy clouds around, but nothing like there was in the Vipers innings where it was quite cloudy.
It was for a while.
Even though it was warm, round the wicket. Cranstone, who pushes that out square on the leg side for a single. Carla Rudd comes round behind the stumps and does the fielding. Cranstone moves on to 2, and that's the end of another over. Another over the Vipers can chalk off here. 134, 6 runs off that. 134 for 4. White has 7 and Cranstone has 2. And the 2 blocks of flats ahead of us now. To our left, there's predominantly sort of a white block, isn't it? I saw somebody actually on the top floor just now.
Yeah, I can see someone up there.
Yeah, I think they're looking, or they look like they're doing a few things on the balcony. I think there's a dog up there actually on the balcony, so they're almost giving more attention to their dog on the balcony than they are the cricket. And I think everywhere else there's a sort of high rise to our right. Can't see anybody there either at the moment.
It was interesting because at Beckenham last week, it's obviously not the flats around the ground like this, but there's one little block of apartments in the ground. And I'll come back to this. It's Tara Norris bowling to Cranston over the wicket. And that's a good shot by Cranston. Lifted over the short extra cover. Got a bit of room outside off something and took advantage of it. There's 4 runs to Cranston. It was a nice shot. So yeah, there's these little set of apartments, and Gemma walked round, did a lap when she was off air, and she looked up expecting to see people looking out, and the only person on the balcony, or per se person, was a skeleton. There was a skeleton sat there.
No. Well, not a real one, surely, Phil.
Well, I don't know, but the game wasn't that bad.
Perhaps they were watching the game for about 100 years before. Still.
Norris in again. And that's squeezed out to third man by Cranston for a single. Yeah, it was either that or they've been queuing up at the bar there and given up because it was a bit of a long wait there last week.
Who was it?
You find, don't you, a lot of these games, like we found today, really, they don't put many staff on because they don't expect numbers, and they seem to be surprised. Round the wicket now, Norris bowling to White. She plays that into the leg side, but can't get it past Freya Kemp at mid-wicket. Run rate still mounting.
It's about 8 from here, isn't it?
Yeah.
No, I mean, you know, when you look towards the pavilion, there's a pleasant number of people here, actually, isn't there?
Yeah.
Obviously, in this stand to our left, in the corner, there's a few.
But if there are any local people who want to come down and watch the end, just to assure you there is some space still.
I'm sure they can squeeze in somewhere.
Squeeze in somewhere, yeah.
So, yeah. I wonder how much these flats are around here, Phil. Would you buy one? Would you, to watch the cricket?
What, here?
Yeah. There's no flats around the GS, unfortunately. Not at the moment.
Norris again round the wicket, and that looks close, and that is out. It's more than close. That's a bit of a nothing shot from Kirsty White, really. Didn't really go anywhere, and it's struck her on the pad, and the finger's gone up from Sarah Bartlett. No, there's no... There used to be round at the old county ground, didn't there?
Yeah.
And that was quite nice. Little set block of flats there. My parents actually were on the waiting list for that when my dad retired.
Oh, were they?
Yeah, and eventually it came through about a year before they moved to the GS Bowl, so we didn't take it.
I'm not surprised.
They've been on the waiting list for years, yeah. But yeah, I mean, you say how much they cost. It's quite an expensive area, isn't it, Brighton?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, it's Hove, isn't it?
Yeah, Hove, yeah.
It's, and you're 2 blocks away from the sea, aren't you? So it's I can imagine. Well, we were saying earlier, weren't they, that the development they're doing in the car park
there,
here, building on top of the what was the pub. I think there's still going to be a pub on the bottom floor, but obviously they're doing it all up. I think it's about 5 or 6 stories. I mean, I can't see it from here, and it's just from memory when I've arrived at the ground the last couple of years. And I think, as I say, somebody told me just how much the top penthouse apartment's going to be worth. And when they told me, and I can't remember because it was early on this season, I just remember thinking, even before they got the whole figure out of their mouth, I thought, what? So I won't be buying that, that's for sure. Even though I don't support Sussex particularly much. 139 for 5. Nice side, nice club. But I never did particularly well here, so I want to watch.
Grace Gibbs is the new batter for the South East Stars, and Norris round the wicket. And that's forced to mid-wicket, and again no run. I think Grace Gibbs was looking for a run, but her partner wasn't in agreement. So we're now 139 for 5. 29.
Yeah.
Task is getting even harder.
It is, and I think the Vipers are bowling quite nicely at the moment. Tara Norris, I think, is just getting a little bit of drift, isn't she, really? In with her left-arm seamers, and is bowling a nice tight line. She's bowled 5 overs now, 1 for 22. Charlotte Taylor, the off-spinner that opened up from the Cromwell Road end, 8 overs, 1 for 40. Freya Kemp, the left-arm seamer, 4 overs, 1 for 16. Paige Schofield with her medium pace, 3 overs, none for 21. Georgia Ellis, 4 overs, 1 for 14. And Georgia Adams, the captain, will continue so far with her off spin. She has 5 overs, 1 for 26. 139 for 5, 168 needed from here. As Cranston comes down the wicket and drives into the gap in the covers. And that's Schofield out there in front of the pavilion. And it's 140 for 5. Cranston has 8. And Grace Gibbs will face the next delivery. Another one of the Oval Invincibles that played last season in the 100.
Be a teammate of Emily Windsor's this year.
She will be, yeah. Emily Windsor drafted into the Oval Invincible side this year for the 100, yeah. Having played for Trent Rockets last year. That's a length ball which is pushed towards mid-wicket and fielded by Kemp. And there is no run. Yeah, there's a few in this South East Stars side that are Oval Invincibles. I wrote a few down actually, and I've lost count as it's driven up to mid-on. Gibbs will pick up a single. She's off the mark, 141 for 5, and still from here, 166 needed. And hopefully Phil's given me the ringing endorsement, because if my calculations are right, and the South East Stars don't reach 245, then the Vipers, if they win this, will pick up 5 points as opposed to 4. They'll have 1 for the bonus point.
Yep, and that could all be important at the end of the season.
It certainly could, yeah. It certainly could, especially with a couple of teams last year got it, first week got it. That's pushed up to mid-on, and that'll be a single for Cranston, who moves on to 9, 142 for 5. In fact, I'm pretty sure that the Stars were one of those sides that might have picked up an extra bonus point. I don't know.
They did last week. They did last week, yeah.
Yeah, having beaten the Sunrisers. Short, cut away through the covers. Now the chase is on. Emily Windsor's after it. I don't think she's going to get that, nor is Nancy Harmon. Windsor gave it up a bit quicker than Harmon did, but he was always going for 4. That's a nice shot there from Grace Gibbs. She moves on to 5, 146 for 5, 161 needed, and there'll be 20 overs to bowl after this.
Talking to Nancy Harmon, who chased that ball, it's surprising she hasn't bowled yet. I think she's been picked primarily as a bowler.
I would have thought so, yeah. I mean, she came in low down, didn't she, really? Driven, but not timed back to Georgia Adams. So 30 overs gone then in the South East Stars innings. They are 146 for 5. The Vipers at this stage were 119 for 4, but that 160 partnership for the 5th wicket between Emily Windsor and Georgia Elwes was just starting to get going. In fact, they from overs 30 onwards, they really did up the ante. So whilst at the moment at the corresponding stages South East Stars are ahead, you might find in a few overs time that unless they up the ante, then they will fall further behind.
I think it was about this point in the Vipers innings when Mel and I were saying that 200 would be quite good and 225 would be excellent. So we don't really know much about what we're talking about, do we?
You're only speaking for me there, Phil, I know.
Tara Norris still left arm over to the left-handed Ailish Cranston. And that's a sort of late cut, really, off back foot down to third man for a single. Looks like she changed her mind at the last minute there. She took the bat up a long way as if she was going to crash it through the offside and then just ran it down to the fielder.
I quite like the way she plays, Phil. I know you've seen an awful lot of her.
Yeah,
she manoeuvres it around well, doesn't she?
Very, very good player. I certainly wasn't belittling her earlier when I said she wasn't the right person. I just think she wasted this low down the order, to be honest.
Yeah.
That's a leg by to Gibbs as she tried to turn it away, just runs off the pad.
It's probably difficult for her, though, to move further up the order. I mean, is she going to get in front of Bryony Smith, Alice Davison-Richards, Kira Chatley, Alice Capsey? Is she going to bat in front of them?
It's just different type positions to bat in the order, really. I mean, Alice Davison-Richards doesn't normally play. Well, doesn't always play. She didn't play last week. That was just turned away for a single. She's looking for 2, but I don't think Grace Gibbs is interested. Another single to Cranston. Yeah, I mean, it's the people running the team know much more about it and know about their players. It's just having seen her, as I say, a lot since she was really young. I would just always think of her as a top of the order batter, really.
Yeah.
Left armers now in the male game as well tend to bowl round the wicket when they come back, don't they?
Yeah.
Norris is doing that and very straight. Played to mid-on by Grace Gibbs.
She seems to be in a nice groove, doesn't she, Tara Norris, which is good to see. Listen, you've seen a lot of it, and of course you know, Phil. So when you look at those names, though, at the top 3 or 4, and also, certainly in this game, they needed to get away to a fast start, didn't they? Chasing 307 for victory, and they got that, didn't they? Bryony Smith and Davison-Richards putting on 61, and before Bryony Smith was out in the 11th, so they got away to a decent, quick start.
They did. Played through mid-wicket. Well, not through mid-wicket. It goes to mid-wicket, Freya Kemp. So Grace Gibbs not really finding... She hit 1-4, but she struggled other than that. And the run rate just keeps mounting. And as we keep saying, it's at this stage of the innings, in the first innings, when the partnership between Windsor and Elwes took the score to level we weren't expecting, really. That's played to mid-wicket again. Another dot ball, so another good over from Tara Norris. As you say, she's settling into a good rhythm here, Kev.
Yeah, she is, yeah. You won't, I mean, I know the Vipers have been changing the bowling around, but I think when you've got a bowler such as Tara Norris bowling nice, straight, sort of keeping everything under wraps really at the moment, you just let her keep going. 149 for 5 then, so 158 needed by the Stars from here. And they have 19 overs in which to do that. The washing is still out on that balcony on that flat just to our right. I was just looking at the wind earlier actually because it was blowing towards the sea and just actually the wind's just disappeared now for a moment, but just earlier it was coming off the sea. So maybe as we get in the afternoon, the wind goes the other way. But I'm not a local, so I have no idea. Now, who's going down the pitch there is Grace Gibbs, looking for a single as Cranstone pushed it out on the onside. Started a new over from Georgia Adams and sent back by Cranstone, who wasn't going. There probably was a single there because Kemp has fielded that from mid-wicket round towards square leg.
Exactly, I thought there was one there.
Yeah, maybe
Grace
Cranstone just wasn't concentrating there. And immediately they bring the field across to the leg side with Charlotte Taylor just behind square now to try and cut off one of those singles. Cranston uses her feet, drives that up to deep mid-on where Maya Boucher fields. And that is the 150 up for the Stars. And that has come up in the 32nd over with Cranston 12 off 11 and Gibbs 5 off 9, who's facing the next delivery.
Good to see quite a few people out in the deck chairs now at the far end as well.
It's that sort of ground, isn't it? It's a deck chair ground. Always has been, always will be. As that's cut away, but only as far as Windsor and the covers and there's no run. That's what this ground was all about, wasn't it?
But earlier on, there was nobody in there when it wasn't so hot. But it's quite populated now, the deck chair stand.
Comes Adams. That's a nice shot. Lofted in the air, but safe. Short of mid-on. Or as a misfield from Nancy Harmon, I think that is down there, although it's quite difficult for, and he'll come back for another couple, I think. Well, 152.5. Am I allowed to mention that, Mel? I wondered why Mel was lying flat out laughing on the floor. And you won't believe this, Phil. Again, I'm giving it a build-up, as that's a cutaway by Gibson. There's no run. She's just seen that she's been followed by Stephen Finn on Twitter.
Not literally,
yeah, on Twitter. Yeah, not followed. I mean, he isn't behind the door there. He hasn't sneaked up the stairs and stood behind the door watching you. That's driven up to mid-on by Gibbs, and that's 8. She moves on to 153 for 5, and that's the end of another over. There are 18 left with the Stars needing 154 from here. You can't believe that, can you? Stephen Finn has followed Melissa Story.
I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, really.
Live on air, we've announced it.
Since your meeting today, is it?
Yeah, since she had a picture taken because they were practicing, weren't they, in the break because they got their championship game here on Monday. And obviously Mel, being the shy person that she is, obviously didn't go up to Stephen Finn and asked him for a photo. And then, an hour or two later, he's now following her on Twitter.
Man, of course, is responsible for one of the law changes of recent years.
Was he?
Really?
Oh, with him banging the stumps with his knee. Oh, yeah.
So it's Tara Norris round the wicket to Grace Gibbs. It's a wide down the leg side. She's been very consistent in this spell, but that was one loose.
It's always
ball.
the way, isn't it?
Yeah, we can
say what
one.
a nice groove she's in, and then the next ball was down the leg side. 6 overs, 1 for 24 before that.
Yeah, Steve Finn, if you remember, several times against South Africans kicked the stumps, and Graham Smith objected to it, and they then changed the law and made it a no ball, which it wasn't previously.
It was annoying when he kept doing that, wasn't it?
Yeah, Norris round the wicket. And that's driven nicely down to long on, but only a single. They do need more.
They're buying too tight, and unfortunately the Stars, you feel, have just lost one too many of their top order batters.
I think that will reflect at the end of this game that the turning point in this innings was certainly the dismissal of Alice Davison-Richards. She was the one who was going to play the Elvis innings, I think.
Yeah.
And didn't transpire. Norris in again over the wicket. Cranston's gone for a big shot there, and this could be out. Very safe catch on the mid-wicket boundary. Another wicket for Vipers, another wicket for Tara Norris. I think that's Paige Schofield out there, isn't it?
It was, yes. Yeah. Yes.
Very safe pair of hands. Just got herself well positioned under it, never looked any doubt, really. So yeah, Eilish Cranston playing a little bit out of character, but that's what they've got to do now. They've got to find something different. That brings Freya Davis to the crease.
12 off 12 with 1-4 for Eilish Cranston. And the Stars, yeah, it's a long way back from here now. It was always an imposing total, wasn't it, really? But they got away to a good start. But you're right about Alice Davison-Richards. Didn't look in too much trouble there at all. Was knocking the ball around almost the way she just wanted to play. And it was rather a surprise when she chipped it back to Charlotte Taylor.
Very tame dismissal.
Yeah.
I thought it was a leading edge, but Mel watched it on the replay and it was off the middle of the bat. She just pushed it back to her.
She did. She just pushed it. Just pushed at it a little too hard. That's the 33rd over of this innings, which is going to continue in a moment. Yeah, Alice Davison-Richards with 42 off 47. Before that, Bryony Smith, of which she put on 61 for the first wicket when Bryony Smith was out in the 11th. She hit a 39 run innings off 37 balls, and Kira Chatley, who looks a good little player, I have to say,
Yeah, she is.
34 off 51 balls. Capsey failed today, made 6.
That's just played through the covers. So Freya Davis first ball out to Schofield for 1. Yeah, Chatley, as well as looking good with the bat, it's a very tidy wicketkeeper. It's one of those you don't really remember. You can't really think of anything happening in the first innings, which means she must have done okay.
Yeah, she had a lot to deal with, didn't she, with Alexa Stonehouse's wayward deliveries first couple of overs.
Norris round the wicket again now. To Grace Gibbs. And that's a good line again, and she can do no more than force it down to long on for a single.
Looks like Nancy Harmon is warming up, ready for her leg spin.
Not a bad time to bowl a leg spin, I would have thought, when they've got to go at 10 and over.
Yeah, it's not a bad time bowled at all, as long as you don't get smashed out the palm, isn't it?
Norris round the wicket, and that's down the leg side, but I think she actually just padded it away, so no possibility of a run. I think it would have been a wide, but Freya Davis put her leg in the way.
Yeah, she didn't play a shot. I think she thought that was going to swing a bit further down the leg side, waiting for the wide. Didn't swing as much as she thought.
Although it went to fine leg, not allowed to run, of course, if you don't play a shot. In again, round the wicket. Davis just playing a very orthodox defensive shot into the covers. And another over goes by, and the Stars are now 157 for 6. At the end of 33.
Yeah, just 4 runs off that one. The Vipers at this stage were 139 for 4.
So they're still ahead.
They're still ahead of the Stars. I know, you look at the board and you think, they've got to score nearly 9 and over. They've got to get another 150, and there's only 17 overs. But actually, in terms of the game, they are actually ahead.
But they haven't got Georgie Elvis and Emily Windsor at the crease, have they?
That's right, yeah. I intend to be speaking to Emily Windsor after the game, so if you want to have a look at that reaction, that will be on the Solent Sport Twitter feed. It will also go on the Southern Vipers Twitter feed at Vipers KSL. And I think also Hampshire Cricket will put that up as well. So if you want to listen to her reaction to her innings of 90 today, that will be up after this game. So Nancy Harmon it is with her leg spin. Another one of the Sussex contingents, and this is virtually our home ground. From the top end, the Cromwell Road end, it turned a bit, but a little too short. Gibbs just rocks on the back foot, hits it out into the covers. Windsor it does that fielding. 159 for 6 it is now. I said earlier that I had a quick chat with her at lunchtime, having just bumped into her coming out the dining room. And I said, we were so nervous for you when you were getting towards 100. I said, I don't think we would have been able to commentate on it, actually. I think we were all starting to get a little, our voices was just starting to go a little bit. And she said she felt exactly the same out there in the middle. She said she could feel herself going, getting a bit nervous, getting towards 100. 90 she finished with. That's pulled away by Davies out on the leg side. That'll be a single, fielded by Paige Schofield, who's now doing duties at deep mid-wicket, away to her left. 159 for 6, the Stars.
If nothing else, I think Emily's innings today will ensure she doesn't go out on loan again.
I don't think she'll be allowed to. Outside the off stump, is it a wide? No, not quite, even though Gibbs left it alone, thinking it might be. No, I don't think that'll happen now, especially with, Dean and Wyatt are with the England side, but I mean that'll be for another couple of weeks, I guess. But then, of course, there's more international cricket later on. That's a low full toss, hammered out on the leg side, fielded by Boucher at the top end of the ground, but it'll only be a single to Gibbs. Sorry, to Davis. He moves on to 3 now, and it's 160 for 6. The Stars in the 34th.
You'd have to say, though, after Emily's innings today, she's taking a claim to be in the first 11, whoever's available.
Regularly, isn't she? Wants a good length delivery, and Davis on that quite late as she pushes it out on the offside. So it was Gibbs earlier, wasn't it? So she's on 12. It's Davis facing now. Yeah, as soon as you get an innings like that, isn't it, really? It's difficult to be put out of the side, whatever happens. It's Harman again with her leg spin, bowls, cutting, missing. It's Freya Davis taken by Carla Rudd. End of the over, 160 for 6. That's the end of Harman's first over, and that's cost us 3.
Yeah, it's not just the amount of runs, as we said earlier, it's the situation that she got them in, the position that we were in when the Vipers were in when she started batting.
74 for 4 in the 20th when Paige Schofield was out for 17, that's right.
So it's a very crucial innings.
Yeah, 160 Elvis and Windsor put on in. They put that on in 23 overs. Elvis going on to make 115, her second 100 in this competition, following on from the 100 last year in the chase against the Sunrisers, which ironically was also just over 300 runs. This was the second time the Vipers have hit 300 in this competition.
Elvis has got 100 in both of them.
Yes. Yes, there is a common factor there, Phil, isn't there?
So we've got Paige Schofield back into the attack now. Bowled a couple of overs earlier. One from each end, I think, earlier on. Back now from this end. And just played gently back to her by Grace Gibbs.
Just look at the wind now and the flag, Phil. It's definitely coming off the sea now.
It is, yeah.
It was going towards the sea earlier. Now it's going completely the opposite way.
That's another good ball from Schofield, full, and nothing much that Grace Gibbs could do with that.
Not being an old sea dog, I don't know if that means anything. Is that generally what happens when you have a hot day? The wind goes towards the sea, and then as the day goes on, it goes back the other way? Phil, you should know. You're a marine man, aren't you?
Marine man?
Whatever they are.
I've been called some things. But, well, I come from a fishing village originally, so I suppose I should know.
Oh, really? Whereabouts?
Appledore in North Devon.
I thought you were going to say Southampton.
But no, I don't know is the answer.
Where did you say? Appledore in North Devon?
North Devon, yes.
Oh,
it's near Westward Ho.
Okay.
That's where I was born.
Devonian.
Indeed. Schofield in again. That's played through mid-wicket to onto the boundary. Freya Kemp for a single. I'm just not quite sure what the South East Stars game plan is here, because it's not as if they can get a bonus point or anything, is it? They can just stop the Vipers getting a bonus point, but I don't see there's be any point in doing that. But I don't know. Schofield in again. Just pushed out for a single, which the Vipers are happy to give them. Everyone on the leg side is on the boundary, so there's a single any time you play it through there.
Yeah, you get the feeling that they're just too far behind now, and they've lost too many top order batters.
Yeah.
You know, really, it's probably all to do with their run rate come the end of the competition if it comes down to that.
That makes sense, yeah. That's just played off the back foot, but straight to Boucher, extra cover. Another dot ball at the end of the over. Stars are now 163 for 6.
Thank you, Phil. You've got a well-earned break there, mate. Yeah. So Phil Green back a little bit later. Melissa Story coming in once more. The Vipers at this stage 152 for 4, so the scores are getting closer and closer as we go through this match. Welcome back, Mel.
Thank you.
Have you recovered from seeing Stephen Finn following you on Twitter?
Yeah, my heart hasn't quite slowed down yet, but I'm sure it will.
Yeah.
Yeah, fantastic day.
Nancy Harman from the Cromwell Road End, tossed up, and that's driven by Freya Davies up to mid-off, and there is no run. That's been your day now, isn't it?
Oh, fully, absolutely.
Yeah.
I think we're best friends now, so yeah, probably be going out for brunch tomorrow, I'm sure.
Wow, that's pulled away. That's not bad, unless he's going down to Canterbury. That'll be a good effort. It's well fielded at mid-wicket, and there's no run. I'm not sure Sussex would like that the day before they play Leicestershire here.
Yeah, I was about to ask, of course, the home game in Hampshire coming up against Warwickshire.
They are, yeah. Starting on Monday, new round of county championship fixtures ahead of finals day at the weekend, as that's driven away off the back foot by Freya Davies out into the deep Windsor Fields. So initially your day was made by Emily Windsor scoring 90 and then Elwes getting 100, but now actually it's been superseded.
Yeah, I think those two unfortunately slot into second and third place, but it could slip further if there's an ice cream van here.
Sweep shot, big shout for an LBW, and she's gone. Sweeping from straight there, Grace Gibbs. And Nancy Harman picks up her first wicket. Gibbs goes for 13, 164 now for 7, the Stars.
I was just going to say about how effective Nancy Harman is when she pitches the ball up there. Like all leg spinners, we know with Mason Crane from Hampshire, you do have those looseners, you have the drag downs, and it's about protecting the boundary from those ones. But when she pitches it up, she gets a magnificent turn on it, and struck in front there with I think the googly.
A what?
Was it a googly?
A googly? I think it's a goofy.
Was it Goofy?
It might have been. Is that what you call googlies?
No, that's the Disney character. It goes like...
I know. I've got 2 older daughters, I know.
I mean, I'm sure Benny Howe at Gloucestershire, he claims to have about 50 slower balls. Maybe one of them's called the Goofy. Maybe I should invent the Goofy. I'll get back to you after tomorrow.
Are you going to try tomorrow?
Apologies about my bowling figures in advance, Phil, because I'm going to be testing out the Goofy.
Yeah, Phil's your manager. He knows in advance. He might have a team talk, prep talk with you beforehand to say no.
He encourages innovation at Ersley Park. That's why we've produced such fantastic players such as Emily Windsor and Charlotte Taylor. What a great link back to the game that was before we descend into chaos.
You are both geniuses.
But it brings Alexa Stonehouse to the crease and well into the tail now. So although they are quite similar scores at this point in the game, the difference is that wicket column, and you don't think now either of these batters will be able to produce a Windsor-Elwes type partnership.
No, even Grace Gibbs there in a situation where they need to get on with it. 24 balls for her 13, and you're asking a lot of now as you get into the bowlers. As we get towards the end of the Stars innings, that's flighted and that's pushed past Harman on the leg side, actually. So Stonehouse off the mark straight away as it goes out towards deep mid-on. 165 for 7. The Stars from here still need 142. And time is quickly running out. We're in the 36th over here. This will be completed with that drive up towards extra cover. It bounces awkwardly on Georgia Adams, but she managed to keep herself behind it. That was a funny bounce. That wasn't even on... I don't know what that came off. Anyway, 165 for 7. Stonehouse, 1 ball, 1 run. And for Freya Davies, 11 balls and 4 runs.
So I presume that pitch under the cover is going to be the one used by Sussex against Leicestershire? The one where is that a covered pitch? It must be.
Yes, that must be the one, yeah. Slightly more to the pavilion, yeah. I think you're right.
It must have been a challenging season for the ground staff, having to produce... We've had this kind of mismatched season, really, of T20s interslotted between county championship games, and then obviously throw in the Charlotte Edwards Cup and now the RACHAEL HEYHOE Flint. There's a lot of scheduling, which is probably proving to be quite tough for ground staff, but they're doing a good job, and this has been a fantastic pitch. Rewarded batters, as that's in the air and caught at extra cover. A slower ball from Paige Schofield. Alexa Stonehouse just chips that one up, completely deceived. And that's the 7th wicket to fall.
Paige Schofield. It's the 8th.
Well, Phil was just mouthing 9th at me, so we were all wrong. 165 for 8 then. And this is just a case now of how quickly can the Southern Vipers wind things up. You mentioned bonus points earlier. Yes. Are those still in contention? Or?
Yeah. Now, by my calculation, and I think Phil has half backed me up, or more than half backed me up, that to get a bonus point, so you get 4 points for a win, but like the Charlotte Edwards Cup. If you get a bonus point, or to get a bonus point, In this particular instance, because the Vipers scored 306 for 9, they've got to make sure that the Stars don't score more than 245. So basically it looks like they're not even going to get anywhere near that. I mean, they'll do well to get 200 in this stage. So the Vipers should come out of this with 5 points. So you times it by 1.25, the total. Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Put that in my mental maths bank at the back of my head.
That could come in very handy as we move through the season. Unfortunately, it took me 3 seasons to work that out, but for you...
Young brain, I'm sure. Haven't done maths in about 7 years, so I'm sure I can get back into it. A few changes in the field now, as the fielders on the leg side are just pushed a bit square. We've now got a fine leg going in and almost a cow corner, deep mid-wicket. Long on's been pushed back and there's a catcher at a short mid-wicket, so no one down at fine leg. As Schofield in, bowls, worked around the corner by Gray to that sweeper on the leg side boundary and a single taken, 166 for 8. And that gets Gray off the mark. As I spoke about earlier, very capable batter, especially in the age groups, but this would be a monumental task for her now at this point. Schofield in, and that's driven firmly to the offside by Davis, and another single take at 167 for 8. I mean, at this point, as the South East Stars, do you go out with a bang or do you just keep trickling it along? It may be good batting practice for these two out in the middle just to keep things ticking along. Schofield in, that's back of a length, worked off the hip by Gray, down to that backwards square leg, and Emily Windsor slams the ball into the used pitches there. I'm not too sure they need to worry about the condition of the ball at this point.
Yeah, I think they're just using it as batting practice now.
Schofield, arms swinging past the umpire, bowls a slower ball, which just pushed to Bouchier, extra cover. No run taken, 168 for 8. We have George Elwis in front of us in our commentary position. She'll be happy with her performance today. 115. The anchor of the Southern Vipers innings, as that's back of a length, pushed on the back foot by Davis into the covers and no run taken. That completes the 37th over, 168 for 8. And the Vipers here just running around with a bit of buzz around them. They just want these final 2 wickets as soon as possible. And they'll be backing Nancy Harman to take another wicket.
So technically 13 overs left, but we might not have quite that many. I think we've been lost online, actually. We're just trying to sort that out. But if you're watching on the live picture feed, no such problems. 168 for 8. And Harman from that Cromwell Road end. So far, Nancy Harman has bowled 2 overs, 1 for 5. Just waiting for, I don't know what we're waiting for, but we're going to get underway again. Everybody's just looking at each other, and now we're underway again. As that's cut away by Eva Gray out into the deep where Windsor does the fielding. Away to our right in front of the main scoreboard here now. Used to be away to our left at the pavilion, but that's the smaller of the two. 169 for 8.
I'd be tempted, if I was the Southern Vipers, just to bring in extra cover into a really close catching position and maybe even a slip. They've got the runs to play with, and Nancy Harman's spinning it a lot.
Harman is very short, and in fact hardly bounced at all, and pulled away by Freya Davis, but she gets to get very low to do so, and that's well fielded by Kemp at mid-wicket.
Yeah, that is the risk again I spoke of. Nancy Harman is prone to bowling quite a rank drag down at points like that.
Isn't she? Yeah.
Fortunately not hit away that time.
That's a better delivery. That's pushed out on the offside. And there is no run. I think we're back on BBC Online. Apologies if you just lost us for a little while. I think there's been 1 or 2 technical problems throughout the day on that, but we're here. So that was Mel. Here comes Harman, who is driven back by Davis, although not timed. And there is no run, so I was getting all sorts of messages there for a minute about telling me what was online and what wasn't. Davies 5 from 17. Harmon bowls, flighted. That's almost yorked. And that's somehow sort of dug out on the onside, and there's no run. Almost a perfect yorker, that one.
It was. And just a quick update on that England-India not test match, T20. India were 170 after their 20, and England are 0 for 1.
Oh, who's out? Short, cut away through the covers past a diving Georgia Adams. Davis will pick up 1. Emily Windsor slides into that on the deep cover boundary. They'll pick up 2. And the total will move on to 171 for 8, with the Stars at the end of that over needing just a small matter of another 136 off 12 overs.
Jason Roy dismissed, caught at slip by the bowling of Bhuvneshwar Kumar. Of course, they're at Edgbaston for the T20 today. Edgbaston's getting a lot of action at the moment.
It's ridiculous, isn't it?
You know why I think that is? Maybe the commentary teams have had something to do with it.
Do you think
because
so?
The food at Edgbaston is top tier. If you ask anyone on the circuit, they say Edgbaston's the best.
It was pretty good for the quarterfinals
It was.
a couple of days ago. Good for
It
the
was good
finals,
for finals
isn't
day
it?
last year.
That's
We've
why
got
you're
about
going,
7
isn't it?
Yeah. It goes food, mascot race, then the cricket.
Now, what happened with that? Because you were looking to get in on the mascot races. So what actually happened? Or has it not all happened yet?
There's some developments, for sure, as Schofield bowls and the ramp comes out from grey down to fine leg where there's protection on the boundary, and Emily Windsor fields. They get through for a single, and the score moves on to 172 for 8.
So give us the background story, first of all.
So it all started in a place called Mambo's in Taunton. A few
Other
drinks
fast
been
food
consumed.
chicken outlets available.
No,
Don't forget.
that wasn't chicken.
Oh, what was
Has
it?
pulled away on the onside down to long on, and a single taken. So a few beveraginos have been consumed. Definitely just lemonade. I decided to tweet on what I thought was a private account that I wanted to be a mascot for T20 finals day. I was contacted by the T20 Blast as Schofield bowls, and that bowls her 163 for 9 now. One more wicket for the Southern Vipers to win. And that's Eve Gray gone. She went on the back foot. It was a full ball from Schofield. She took pace off it, and that went right through the gap. The stumps are dismantled, and the Vipers well and truly, minutes away, hopefully, from their second win of this competition.
Yeah, I agree. It's not we're not too far away now. Okay, so you've then messaged the official T20
they
Blast
messaged
account.
me. They messaged me. I'm not begging anyone, but basically there is. I've also been in contact with Phil Webb, who does the Hawkey at Hampshire. So I think he may be doing Hawkey this year. So the option was that I could run as another county. Blasphemy, I know. But it's a kind of once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But I do need to work out whether it's possible between commentary stints.
Right.
I'm hoping it would be. But, so yeah, you never know. And also, I wouldn't let anyone know which one I was unless I win.
Right. Now, we've got something in common, actually. Not about mascots, but about Phil Webb.
Oh, okay.
Because I think it's the same Phil Webb that 2 weeks ago, when I was over the sports centre at Southampton, I was walking across from another game, and I saw Phil Webb hit a good shot, and I said, "Well played, Phil!" And I shouted it out at the top of my voice from about 100 yards away. That must be the same guy.
Yeah, it must be.
It would have been the same guy, yeah. Is
So
that funny?
that's who he was
How
playing?
spooky is that?
So he's a talented cricketer and
He's
mascot.
very good.
Fantastic. So that may happen, may or may not happen, but if not, I'm sure there's opportunities in the future to pursue my dream career. As Schofield doing their strikes are on the pads and the finger up. That's the final wicket for the Southern Vipers. Georgia Adams, the captain, raises her fists in the air. The Vipers embrace in the middle, bring Georgia Elwes and Emily Windsor into that huddle. They squeeze them tight because they have won this game for the Southern Vipers. They were 74 for 4. But the brilliance of Georgia Elwes and Emily Windsor in that 160-run partnership moved it was a 160-run partnership, propelled Southern Vipers up to a defendable total, and they've won by 133 runs. A comprehensive victory here at Hove and in front of a home crowd.
Yeah, well, I don't think anybody can quite believe that with these two sides, such a big victory for either side could have happened. There are two sides especially the Vipers, of course, that will be expected to be there or thereabouts come the end of this competition. And, of course, the place in the final of this competition is at stake later on in the season. But the South East Stars are a good side, and I think this is just a minor setback for them. I think they'll be...
This year so far, and only 7 scores of more than 300 have been scored. All of them have been batting first except for one, which was that fantastic run chase between the Sunrisers and the Vipers last year at Chelmsford. So it's always going to be a tough ask chasing, keeping up with that run rate, and things started wonderfully for them between Alice Davison-Richards and Bryony Smith, but once he lost the big guns, things just started to fall apart, and consistent wickets for the Vipers just meant that the Stars were always on the back foot.
So 133 run victory for the Vipers. That's 2 wins from 2. The Stars having won last week against the Sunrisers. That's 1 victory and 1 defeat. So a comprehensive win. 306 for 9, the Vipers. They were in trouble at one stage after being asked to bat. They were 10 for 2 and then 74 for 4. And as Mel says, that partnership worth 160 in 23 overs between Georgia Elwes, who made 115, and Emily Windsor, who made 90. Really propelled the Vipers to that score, which was far in excess of what it looked like it would have been at one stage. A little cameo from Freya Kemp at the end as well. 40 from 23 deliveries from her got the Vipers over that 300 mark. And there were wickets for Alice Davison-Richards chiefly, 3 for 87 from her 10. Quite expensive though, but Freya Davis, who was accurate, 3 for 37 from 9. But the South East Stars, well, they got away to a good start, 61 without loss in the 11th before Bryony Smith fell caught behind to Freya Kemp for 39, and then the wickets started to fall steadily. Alice Davison-Richards with 42, second batter out. Kira Chatley looked good for her 34, but really the Vipers just got a real stranglehold on the game and really sort of strangled the Vipers the Stars innings into submission. 3 wickets for Paige Schofield. In fact, I think there was 4 wickets for Paige Schofield in the end. My computer's not quite updated. 4 for 29 for her. 2 for 28 from 7 for Tara Norris, and a wicket each for all the other bowlers: Charlotte Taylor, Kemp, Georgia Adams, Georgia Elwes, and Nancy Harman. And very one-sided in the end, Mel.
It was, and it continues to show the dominance of the Southern Vipers across the T20 and the 50 over competition. They are the side to beat. They love being the side to beat and having that target on their back, because they say it brings out better performances from them. And when some people fail at the top of the order, others stand up, and that's exactly what Elwes and Windsor did today. They'll be celebrating well tonight, the Vipers, but they'll also stay focused on their games coming up and continue to look at this form, especially as there's going to be some unexpected results across the other games, I think, today after these. I mean, looking at a few scores just to run you through in case you want to dart over to a different stream to catch the end. The Lightning need 29 runs from 5.5 overs. That one should be an exciting finish. That's against Thunder. Sunrisers need 7 runs to win from 5 overs against the Diamonds. So Sunrisers may be recording maybe their first win this season, I think, potentially. And then Western Storm, the last update on here, they've had a fantastic recovery from being 67 for 8. They're now 134 for 8. They need 73 runs to win from 9 overs. So still a big ask, but it is possible. So plenty of action in the RACHAEL HEYHOE FLINT Trophy.
Thank you, Mel, Melissa Story, and also to Phil Green. I'm Kevin James. Hope you've enjoyed watching and listening to the commentary, whether BBC Online or BBC app. I'm not sure the BBC app was working most of the time, but anyway, BBC Online, and of course on the live picture feed via the Sussex Cricket website. Hope you've enjoyed this afternoon's action, or this morning and this afternoon's action. We'll be back with you very soon. From here in Hove, I wish you a very good evening.